Eddard Stark knelt on the steps of the great September of Baelor, the scorching sun bearing down upon him. His good hand trembled around the hilt of the sword he dared not draw. Every breath tasted of dust and fear, and the bitter truth of betrayal. The crowds roared. Behind him stood the Lannister guards, golden lions emblazoned across their chests. Ahead, his daughter Sansa watched with wide, glistening eyes, lips parted in silent plea. Next to her loomed the newly crowned King Joffrey, a twisted smirk cutting across his delicate features. A hush fell over the city, as though all of King's Landing held its breath. Eddard forced himself to recall the words he needed to say for Sansa's sake, for Arya's, for his family. Publicly confess his alleged treason. Swear fealty to the Boy King. Keep the peace, keep his children alive, and hope the North would not burn for his failings. Varys had promised him mercy in exchange for these words. Mercy, a cheap coin in King's Landing, but Eddard had never lost faith that somewhere in the realm was decency, though as he looked upon Joffrey's pitiless eyes, he felt that decency slip farther away. He began to speak. His voice sounded foreign to his own ears, thick with humiliation. He had never broken oath or told a grand falsehood in his life, yet here he was, proclaiming that he had conspired to usurp the throne and kill the king. He forced each syllable out, ignoring the bile rising in his throat. Joffrey's mother, Queen Cersei, stood rigid and still, her face a mask, though triumph gleamed beneath her carefully placed composure. Sansa's quiet whimper seemed to slice through the tense silence more than any war horn. When Eddard finished, he half expected the guards to step aside, to lead him away into the silent gloom of a cell for a time, after which he might be exiled to the wall or forced to pledge to Joffrey once more. Yet the Boy King spoke, his soft voice carrying across the square with remarkable clarity, laced with false benevolence. He commanded Ser Island Payne to bring him Eddard's head. Betrayal of the crown must be punished with blood, so the boy declared. The hush broke into a frantic uproar. Cersei turned to her son in alarm. Sansa let out a choked cry, nearly collapsing. Eddard felt the world blur. In that moment, time stretched, like a river swirling around a rock, giving him a fraction of an instant to reflect on how strange it was that his entire life might end upon the whim of a vicious boy. He saw Ser Island advance, his dreadful sword ice held in the king's justice's hands, the same sword that had belonged to House Stark for generations, the same sword he had used to execute men who broke faith or harmed innocents. There was a hideous irony in the fact that it now trembled in the butcher's grasp. Eddard bowed his head. He had promised to play their game to keep his family safe, but it appeared to have been for naught. Then he closed his eyes, waiting for the blow. A shout rang from the throng. Steel clashed in a burst of sparks. The crowd gasped as a grim figure, clad in dark leathers and grime, darted forward. There came a rush of confusion, commotion from the side of the dais. Eddard opened his eyes, heart hammering, and realized some conflict had halted Ser Island's deadly stroke. Men cursed and stumbled. A wash of movement parted the gold cloaks to reveal Yoren of the Night's Watch, that sour crow of a man, hacking with his short sword. He had an entourage of black brothers with him, though half-war rags and the desperate expressions of fresh recruits plucked from the dungeons. A few had seized hold of one Lannister guard's arms, wresting him off balance. In that chaotic dance, Yoren bellowed something that was lost in the crowd's panic. Had it been any other day, Eddard would have wondered if Yoren had come to take him to the wall by force, some twisted courtesy that might yet save his life. But the men in black were swiftly overwhelmed. The city watch poured forward, pressing them back. Their stand was dire, too few against too many. Eddard realized that the hope flickering in his breast might be snuffed out in mere seconds. He felt hands on his shoulders, but instead of rough gauntlets dragging him toward the chopping block, they were calloused hands pulling him to his feet. He looked over to find a half-familiar face beneath a dark cowl. "Move, my lord," the man muttered through clenched teeth. "Now!" His legs, cramped from kneeling, nearly buckled, but Eddard forced himself upright. All around them, people were shrieking and fleeing. The gold cloaks were drawn to the sudden brawl. Ser Island Pain made a savage sweep with ice, nearly splitting one of Yoren's men in two, spattering blood across the marble steps. King Joffrey's shrill commands, half lost in the clamor, demanded that the city watch restore order. Somehow, in that confusion, Eddard was shepherded away from the dais. He felt an unrelenting arm propping him up, guiding him down the steps. More Black brothers emerged from the crowd, some brandishing swords, others brandishing wooden cudgels. A Lannister guard rushed forward, thrusting a spear in Eddard's path. The cloaked man who accompanied him parried deftly, letting Eddard limp by. Then the man slammed the butt of his blade's hilt against the guard's face, sending a spray of blood and teeth. Sansa's terrified screams echoed after them, pulling at Eddard's heart as though it might rip in two. He twisted, frantic to catch sight of her. Cersei had an arm around Sansa, or more accurately a fist twisted in her dress, preventing her from running. The girl's eyes were locked on him, streaming with tears, and he mouthed her name though no sound came. The next instant, a pair of gold cloaks closed ranks, blocking his view. He staggered onward, his own tears burning his eyes. The Black brothers herded him into a narrow street behind the September panic turned the city into a roiling sea of bodies. People shoved, cursed, screamed, but Yoren's men pressed a path forward. Once they gained a measure of distance, Yoren himself caught up, panting, his face pale and spattered with the blood of his men. "Lord Stark," he spat, voice ragged. "No time. We have to get out of the city." "How?" Eddard muttered, and in truth, he hardly believed he was not dead yet. The memory of ice raised overhead still vibrated in his mind like a dreadful echo. "We stowed away a cart near the mud gate. If we make it that far, the rest is in the hands of the gods." Eddard nodded, though he was barely comprehending. His wounds from the Lannister betrayal in the throne room had never fully healed. He limped, every step a flash of agony in his leg, but he forced himself to keep pace. No more stumbling, no more half measures. He was so near to the impossible. Survival. Perhaps a chance to protect his daughters. But he only saw one daughter. Where was Arya? He had to trust Syrio Farrell's last stand had given her a chance to slip away, or that she was safe, somewhere. Guilt gnawed at him. He had left too much to chance, been too naive. He was a man of honor, but in King's Landing, that had nearly cost him everything. As they wound through the twisting alleys, they lost 4 men. By the time they reached the mud gate, only Yoren, the cloaked man, and 2 Black brothers remained to stand guard around Eddard Stark. They found the cart they had stashed behind an abandoned stable. 2 horses, broad-chested but lathered in sweat, pawed anxiously at the cobblestones. Yoren shoved Eddard up onto the cart, and the cloaked man followed. The cart smelled of moldy straw, and a tattered canvas was thrown over barrels to disguise any occupant. Quickly, Yoren covered Eddard and the cloaked man. "Hold still," he rasped. "We'll try to pass as farmers hauling supplies out of the city." Eddard closed his eyes as his heart pummeled his chest. Through a gap in the canvas, he saw the flicker of torchlight. The city was roused to madness. By now, the rumor must be that Ned Stark had been broken out. Some might call him a traitor. Some might say he had accepted mercy. Others might call for his head louder than ever. Cersei would be furious or fearful. Joffrey, Eddard could only imagine the boy's twisted satisfaction in unleashing the gold cloaks upon the city to search every nook and cranny. Sansa was still in the Red Keep. He might have freed himself, but not her. The guilt threatened to cripple him. When the cart began rolling, every jostle sent a stab of pain into Eddard's leg. He clenched his teeth to avoid crying out. The cloaked man next to him pressed a water skin into his hand, and Eddard drank greedily. The water tasted stale, but it soothed his parched throat. He tried not to cough or make any sound. The tension stretched moment by moment. Over the rumble of the cart's wheels, he heard Yoren's gruff voice speaking with city guards at the gate. Something about farmland to the north, about collecting manure. Eddard nearly laughed at the absurdity of it, but fear kept him cold and silent. Then they were moving again. He risked a glance. The night sky opened up above them, the city walls behind, the cart trundling onto the King's Road. Within a few short minutes, King's Landing's chaotic roar was replaced by the chirping of insects, the far-off hoot of an owl. A breeze brushed the sweat from Eddard's brow. He stayed silent until they had traveled far enough to be sure no immediate pursuit closed in behind them. Now the cloaked man peeled back the canvas, letting cool air flood over them. Moonlight illuminated his face. He was a gaunt man with a sharp nose and a scar tracking across his cheek. Eddard placed him as one of the men forcibly conscripted into the Night's Watch a few months back. Perhaps he had once been a mercenary or a common crook. Regardless, he had risked his life to save Ned's, and that was a debt Eddard would not soon forget. Yoren met Eddard's gaze in the darkness, his eyes grim. "We lost good men for this, my lord, all to keep that whelp king from mounting your head on the castle walls." Eddard lowered his head. "I owe you my life and more. I swear, by the old gods and new, I shall repay you." "Ha!" Yoren said bitterly, then looked away. "It's not about repayment. You're the only chance we have for peace, or so we thought. Couldn't stand by and watch them lop your head off. Some of us in black remember your father's generosity from years past. Others were told you were an honorable man who might find a way to help us. If you ever sat in a place of power, we took a gamble. A gamble indeed. The Lannisters will not let this stand." "They won't," Yoren said, "but we'll worry about that soon enough. For now, we ride north. Safer for all of us. North." The word struck him with a longing so fierce his chest ached. Winterfell, his sons, his wife. But Sansa was behind him in that nest of vipers, and Arya too, if she lived. His mind spun with questions. How to rescue them? Should he ride north to rally loyal bannermen first, or trust that Robb had already raised the banners? He remembered sending that raven, urging Robb to gather men to defend the north if things went ill. But how had that war fared? So many unknowns. Eddard exhaled slowly and let his head rest against the cart's side, ignoring the jostle that jarred his injuries. He was alive. As unthinkable as it seemed, Ned Stark still breathed. There would be time, he would carve out time, to bring justice to the realm and restore his family. They passed through the night with only a brief halt to water the horses in a small stream. Eddard's mind flickered between numb exhaustion and urgent thought. He slept fitfully, plagued by nightmares of ice descending upon his neck, of Sansa's scream, of the cold, mocking grin on Joffrey's lips. By dawn, the watchers on the road had grown thinner, and the cart rolled steadily northward. When the sun rose, Yoren guided them off the main path, seeking hidden trails, seldom traveled, so they might avoid any search parties. Twice they glimpsed men riding with Lannister colors, or the royal staglion banner. Eddard hid under the canvas, gripping a makeshift knife provided by one of the Black brothers. But each time, their small band remained undiscovered. Some travelers simply mistook them for unremarkable peasants hauling goods. Others were too fearful or too busy to pay them much mind. Still, every encounter hammered at Eddard's raw nerves. By the third day, they were well away from King's Landing, heading into villages where the news of Ned Stark's alleged treason had spread. But not many had heard that he had supposedly escaped execution. Whispers abounded of the entire fiasco in the capital, but details were scarce. The cart rumbled through a market town in the early afternoon. Eddard, wearing a borrowed cloak, limped alongside Yoren, head bowed, hood drawn, as they purchased meager supplies. No one recognized him, or if they did, they held their tongues. He felt uneasy, as though any moment a gold cloak might leap out, but they departed unchallenged, continuing their trek north. That night, they made camp by a small copse of pines. The Black brothers started a modest fire, enough to heat some salted meat. Eddard sat with them, the blanket over his shoulders, listening to the crickets. With a sigh, he gathered the courage to ask what had been gnawing at him. "I must find a way to rescue my daughters," he said, "and my wife, my sons. My entire house is in jeopardy. Tell me, Yoren, is there any word of them?" Yoren hesitated, rubbing a scar on his chin. "Arya got away, or so I suspect. That Braavosi swordman, I forget his name, bought her time. Rumor says she slipped through the crowds. There were men searching for a girl matching her description, but as far as I know, she wasn't found. As for your lady wife, I heard she'd gone south to treat with the Lannisters or to rally your bannermen. Reports differ. Your son Robb gathered an army in the north. Might be that the boy is already on the march. Eddard's heart clenched. Robb was only a boy of 15, yet he would be forced to bear a man's burden, commanding a host. That would mean a war. Blood spilled between the North and the Lannisters. It all seemed unreal. If only Ned had listened to Peter Baelish less. If only he had struck first. Or if only he had heeded Renly's advice to seize Joffrey. 1,000 ifs, 1,000 regrets. But regrets would not rescue Sansa, nor bring peace to the realm. Then I must reach Robb, Ned said. I can't let the boy wage war alone. If Sansa remains hostage in King's Landing, they'll threaten her every time the North gains ground. The Lannisters won't hesitate to use her life as leverage. And you'll go directly north to your boys' camp? Yoren's tone was cautious. They'll chase you for certain. War will come for us all. War has already come, Ned answered softly. And I must face it. If I can treat with the Lannisters somehow, if I can secure Sansa's release, or at the very least I must stand beside my son. We Starks must unite. Yoren did not argue. The men ate in silence, each lost in his own thoughts. The watchmen had done their duty. They saved Lord Stark from a certain death, though at a terrible cost. In return, they hoped perhaps for his help in fortifying the Night's Watch or winning better treatment from the realm. But for now, it was the war they had to survive first. Before the men settled into sleep, the scarred brother who had wielded the sword in Ned's defense cleared his throat. My lord, he said, I never did properly introduce myself. My name is Colin Pike, no relation to the Iron Islands, mind you. I was once a soldier in the Reach, then well, it doesn't matter now. But if you need a blade in the days to come, I'm yours. I swore to protect you on the steps of Baelor, and I'll keep that oath. Ned nodded in gratitude. You have my thanks, Colin Pike. I'll not forget your courage. The next morning, they rose before dawn. The urgency pressed upon them like a tightening vice. They took hidden roads through the hills, away from main thoroughfares. Eddard's leg improved, though he still walked with a limp. At times, they left the cart behind to skirt any heavily guarded outposts, returning only when they deemed the path safe enough. Days blurred into a tense routine of hiding, scouting, and pressing onward. They passed farmland where the soil lay cracked, thirsty for rain. The fields seemed as weary as Ned felt, but each step north breathed new resolve into his bones. They were getting closer to the Riverlands, closer to the Tully seat of Riverrun, closer to the foothold from which the North's armies might strike. On the 9th day since the Great September, they came upon a grisly sight. In a small hamlet of half a dozen huts, they found the scorched remains of dwellings and the bloated bodies of peasants. Flies buzzed in black clouds over the carcasses of livestock left to rot. Eddard dismounted from the cart, heart heavy. Yoren spat in the dust. Raiders, Lannister men or Sellswords in their employ. Seems they're trying to harass any holding that might support the Tullis or the Starks. Anger flared in Eddard's chest. He took a few steps among the ruins. An old woman's corpse clutched a broken spindle. A boy no older than Rickon lay face down near the burnt husk of a barn. Eddard's throat constricted. This was the war he had tried so desperately to avoid. How many more villages lay in similar ruin? How many families destroyed for the sake of ambition or revenge? He knelt in the ashes and said a quiet prayer to the old gods. If he had died on the steps of Baelor, he would be beyond this horror. But then there would be no one to stand for the North's honor, no one to champion the small folk who so often bore the brunt of High Lord's quarrels. He rose, grim determination etched into his features. We ride on, he said, and when we find the men who did this... His voice trailed off, but the meaning was clear. They pressed through the Riverlands cautiously. The countryside was alive with rumors. Ser Gregor Clegane's reavers were terrorizing the lands, or so the talk went. Bands of outlaws, deserters, and ruthless men prowled the roads, all seizing their chance to pillage. Eddard prayed they would not run afoul of these brigands. Yoren's black cloak provided some modicum of protection, for few wished to quarrel with the watch. But that might not deter the most desperate. They nearly had a skirmish outside a half-ruined mill. A group of armed men in ragged leathers, their sigils battered or absent, demanded coin or goods. Colin Pike stepped forward, blade half-drawn, and hissed that they were brothers of the Night's Watch on official business. A standoff ensued, tension crackling in the air. Then Yoren tossed a small pouch of coppers at the men's feet and told them to let them pass. They took the coin, spat, and let them go. Eddard bristled at having to stoop to bribing brigands, but he realized bloodshed would be a reckless risk, especially with so few swords at his side. Finally, after more than 2 weeks, they came within sight of the red fork of the Trident. The broad, shimmering river was a welcome sight for Eddard. It meant Riverrun was not far. There was a good chance, that his wife Catelyn might be there, or that Robb and his host might already be encamped nearby. He yearned to see them, to confirm that all was not lost. They followed a wooded path that skirted the river for a time. Toward dusk, Colin scouted ahead and returned with news. A force of armed men flying the banner of House Tully had set up a camp just over the next ridge. Eddard's heart soared. If they were Tully men, they were allies. He urged Yoren and the others to accompany him, although Yoren insisted on caution. Who knew if it might be a trap or a Lannister ruse? But Eddard pressed forward. That trout on a red and blue field was his wife's sigil, and he would chance an ambush over avoiding potential allies. As they neared the camp, the Tully outriders spotted them. A voice called out, "Halt there! Who rides?" Colin raised a hand in a gesture of peace. "We are black brothers of the Night's Watch, and with us is—" But Eddard nudged him aside, pulling back his hood. He heard murmurs of astonishment ripple through the outriders, who looked upon him as though seeing a ghost. For indeed, the realm believed him dead or rotting in a dungeon. "I am Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell," he said, voice carrying in the twilight air. "I mean no harm. Where is Lord Tully? Or where is my son Robb Stark if he is among you?" An older knight stared in disbelief, nearly dropping the reins of his horse. Then, as recognition dawned, he swung down from the saddle. "My lord, the Lady Catelyn is in Riverrun. Lord Robb leads the host, encamped west of here. Is my wife safe? My children?" "She is safe, my lord. She returned here not long ago, after negotiating for—" The man trailed off, unsure how to speak of Sansa's captivity. "I'm certain she'll be overjoyed to see you." Eddard felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, though new worries rushed in to fill the space. Sansa was not free, but at least Catelyn lived. He turned to Yoren. "Come with me if you will. Riverrun will shelter you. You'll have my protection. I owe you a great debt." Yoren exchanged a glance with his remaining black brothers. "I will come, but not for long. Our place is at the wall." Eddard nodded. The outriders quickly escorted them to the Tully camp. Tents spread across a wide meadow, a sea of canvas around the banks of the Red Fork. Armed men stood guard at every path, crossbows and swords at the ready. The men whispered as they saw Eddard pass, the rumors spreading like wildfire. "Ned Stark is alive! He's returned from the dead. He must have escaped the Lannisters." The hush and awe in their voices was sobering. Eddard's presence alone might galvanize the Northmen, or further stoke the fires of war. They reached the gates of Riverrun near midnight. The castle stood proudly at the confluence of the Red Fork and the Tumblestone, its walls lit by torches. Men rushed ahead to announce Eddard's arrival. By the time Eddard dismounted near the drawbridge, a figure in a dark cloak was already running across the courtyard. In the torchlight, he saw the pale face of his wife. Catelyn stared, tears streaming silently, then broke into a run. Eddard caught her as she practically threw herself into his arms. "You're alive," she breathed, pressing her face into his shoulder. Her voice trembled with raw emotion. "All the ravens said you were a prisoner, or that you had been executed. That dreadful boy." He pulled her close, inhaling the familiar scent of her hair. I nearly was. The Night's Watch, they saved me. I swore an oath of fealty to that vile boy king, but he would not have it. He demanded my head. If not for Yoren. She drew back, cupping his face in her trembling hands. We have prayed, night after night, for the gods to spare you. Ned, so much has happened. Robb is... She could not finish. Eddard pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. We'll speak inside. I'm weary to the bone and heartsick with worry. But for now, I'm just grateful to hold you. They went into the great hall of Riverrun, which was mostly dark at that late hour. A few servants scurried about, bringing bread, meat, and ale at Lady Catelyn's command. Eddard, Yoren, Colin, and the remaining black brother were offered seats at a long table. Once they had eaten enough to quiet their growling stomachs, Catelyn motioned for the servants to leave them in relative privacy. She leaned forward, her voice hushed but urgent. Robb has marched with the Northern Bannermen. He crossed the twins by making a bargain with Lord Walder Frey, one that involved the promise of marriage to one of Frey's daughters or granddaughters, as I recall. But Walder Frey is slippery as an eel, and I do not trust him. Our son is young, but he has shown great resolve. He has had victories, Ned. He outmaneuvered Tywin Lannister's host and captured Jaime Lannister in battle. Eddard's eyes widened. Jaime Lannister is in our custody? Yes, she said with a grim pride. He is kept under guard, here in Riverrun's dungeons for the time being. You should speak with Robb about what to do with him. He'll be eager for your counsel. Eddard felt the swirl of fate. Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, in the hands of the Starks. That gave them leverage. And Sansa? He asked, hardly able to say her name without his voice catching. She's still in King's Landing. I saw her just before. He pressed his eyes shut, recalling her desperate expression at the September of Baelor. Cersei is holding her prisoner, no doubt. Catelyn's face clouded. We received a letter. It bore the royal seal with Sansa's writing, likely dictated by the Lannisters. She begged us to swear fealty to King Joffrey, to end this war. She wrote that you were a traitor, that Robb should bend the knee. The poor girl must be terrified and alone. Eddard's hands curled into fists. They are using her as a pawn. I will not see my daughter used so. His wife nodded, voice thick with sorrow. We must free her, Ned. We must. We have Jaime, Eddard said. And if I can, I will arrange a prisoner exchange. But Joffrey, that boy is cruel and foolish. He might refuse out of spite. Catelyn's gaze burned. Then we must force his hand by winning victories on the field. Yoren grunted. Well, if the crows can do aught to help, we will. Though I must remind you, Lord Stark, we are not your soldiers. Our vows are to protect the realm as a whole, primarily at the Wall. War is coming, but it's not just from the south. Word from Castle Black is that there are troubles beyond the Wall, too. Ned frowned. He had heard rumors. When he was Hand of the King, the dispatches from the Wall had been dire, though overshadowed by the intrigues in the capital. You say there are troubles, White Walkers, or wildlings. Yoren's face was grim. I can't say for certain. Strange sightings. Dead men walking, if you believe the old stories. But it's a real threat, my lord. The ravens from Lord Commander Mormont speak of ill omens. The wildlings are on the move, bigger raids, that King Beyond the Wall nonsense. We need more men on the Wall, or the realm could be in greater danger than it knows. Eddard felt torn. Duty demanded he address both the war with the Lannisters and the looming threat in the north. But how? I'll do all I can, he said solemnly. But first I must see Robb, speak with him, and confirm the next steps. After that, I'll not forget my oath to the Watch. Yoren nodded, satisfied for now. Then Catelyn urged Ned to rest. But he insisted on limping to the dungeons, to see the Kingslayer imprisoned. He had to see with his own eyes that Jaime Lannister was truly their captive. A guard led the way by torchlight. The steps down into the damp gloom of the cells carried Eddard back to his own memory of the Red Keep's dungeons. The stale air, the chill on the stones. It was all too familiar. At the end of a corridor, several Tully guards stood watch, pikes in hand. When Eddard approached, they saluted respectfully. He motioned them to stand aside, stepping up to the iron bars. Inside, lit by a single lantern, Jaime Lannister sat on a low stool, his golden hair matted with dirt, his once fine clothing soiled and torn. He glanced up, eyes flashing defiantly. When he recognized Eddard Stark, very much alive, his handsome features twisted with surprise. "So the Honorable Ned Stark returns from the grave," Jaime said, voice echoing against the stone walls. "I had heard a rumor you lost your head on Joffrey's orders. Did you grow it back?" Eddard regarded Jaime with a cold, steady gaze. "Your nephew tried to kill me, yes. He failed. Men of the Night's Watch intervened. Fancy that. Then the king is incompetent in all things, it seems." Jaime let out a short laugh, though it lacked his usual confidence. "So what now? Come to gloat?" "I'm no Joffrey," Eddard said. "I came to see if you'd speak sense. You know Sansa is held captive. Perhaps you can help persuade your sister." "Cersei will do as she pleases," Jaime interrupted. "And so will Joffrey, if my father doesn't take the boy in hand first. They won't listen to me. Joff's not even my—" He stopped abruptly, lips tightening. Eddard read the flicker in Jaime's eyes, the half-confession that Joffrey was not Robert's son. But it was a secret that had all but shattered the realm. Jaime sneered. "I doubt anything I say will matter, Stark. We have you as a bargaining chip," Ned said. "If you value your life, you'll think carefully about what might persuade your kin to release my daughter. We want no needless bloodshed. A prisoner exchange can be arranged. You for Sansa." "An exchange?" Jaime mused, leaning back. "Do you think that will matter to Cersei? She might consider me expendable if she believes the throne's secure. Or she might be so enraged that the North humiliated me. She'd rather let me rot than give you the satisfaction." Eddard studied him. Jaime's bravado was tarnished. He was a prisoner, uncertain if his family would rescue him. That uncertainty weighed on him. Eddard decided to press. "Is Joffrey truly secure on that throne? Renly fled south, they say. Stannis broods on Dragonstone, claiming legitimacy. Your father is fighting on Joffrey's behalf, but if his armies falter, the boy king might find himself short of allies." Jaime shrugged. "You know as well as I that my father rarely falters. Tywin Lannister is not called the Old Lion for nothing. I'd not count him out, though your son winning that skirmish was a neat trick. Capturing me was luck. Beginner's luck." Eddard let the jab go unanswered. He felt fatigue pulling at him, the need for rest. "Think on my words," he told Jaime. "In time, we will propose a formal exchange. If your sister or father refuse, then this war continues and more men die." With that, Eddard turned away. He heard Jaime call after him, "Don't take too long, Stark. The boy king might do something rash to your daughter." But Eddard refused to respond. He left the dungeon feeling weary and angered. Yes, Joffrey might harm Sansa at any time. The cruelty was real. He found Catelyn waiting for him in a corridor, arms folded. She said nothing, merely took his hand and walked with him back to the room prepared for him. Behind closed doors, he sank onto a chair, hissing at the pain in his leg. Catelyn knelt, gently massaging his calf. "I'll fetch Maester Vyman. He can tend to you." "I'd appreciate that," Eddard said. Then his eyes met hers. In her face, he saw relief that he lived, but also the heavy burden of grief for all that had happened. "I'm sorry, Cat." She shook her head. "Don't apologize. The fault is with the Lannisters, with the Vipers in King's Landing. We must be strong now, for our children." He stroked her hair. "Yes, for them." Maester Vyman arrived, rebandaged his leg, and gave him a mild sleeping draught. Eddard slipped into a dreamless slumber for the first time since fleeing King's Landing, the memory of steel and the hiss of the crowd fading for a time. When morning came, he felt somewhat restored. The pain in his leg was still present, but dulled. He and Catelyn broke their fast on bread, eggs, and fish from the rivers. Then they prepared to ride west, where Robb had camped with the greater part of the North's host. He would want to see his father as soon as possible, and Eddard had urgent counsel to give him. Yoren and his brothers decided to remain temporarily in Riverrun, resting and resupplying. Eddard thanked them, promising to speak on their behalf to Robb and to do what he could for the watch. Just before departing, Eddard stood on the battlements of Riverrun, gazing upon the rivers. The sunrise caught the waters and turned them copper and gold. He thought of Winterfell's godswood, the old weirwood tree, the hush of the north. He thought of Sansa's bright smile before all this darkness, Arya's fierce determination, Bran, Rickon, Robb, Jon Snow far away at the wall. He let the breeze wash over him, whispering a silent vow. He would see this through. They might call him traitor or fool in the south, but he would protect his children, stand by his family, and end this war if he could. He descended the steps with renewed resolve, leading Catelyn to the courtyard where their horses waited. They set out with an escort of 24 guards, crossing the rolling plains. The banners of the wolf and the trout flew above them. By midday, they encountered the outskirts of the North's host. A sea of tents and men training, cooking, resting, all under the watchful eye of northern lords and sworn swords. Horns announced Eddard's arrival, and men came running to confirm the rumors. Eddard tried to appear composed, though each stride of his horse reminded him of the battered condition of his body. Catelyn rode beside him, chin held high. They reached the central pavilion, surrounded by the banners of House Stark and House Tully. The guards parted, and out strode Robb Stark. He was taller than Eddard remembered, his auburn hair grown longer, shoulders set with the weight of command. Yet when he saw his father, Robb's eyes went wide, shining with disbelief. "Father," he said, voice catching. He moved to dismount from his own horse, but instead he simply slid off and closed the distance. Eddard dismounted as well, ignoring the protest in his leg. They embraced. Eddard felt how strong Robb had become, no longer a boy, but not yet a full-grown man. There were lines of worry in his expression that had not been there before. War had aged him. "You're alive?" Robb whispered, face pressed against Eddard's shoulder. "The Lannisters said, I feared the worst." Eddard held him at arm's length, taking in the sight of his eldest son. "They tried, Robb. They nearly succeeded. But the Night's Watch intervened. I owe them everything." Robb nodded, his throat working. Then a flicker of determination replaced the momentary relief. "We have Jaime Lannister, father. We can exchange him for the girls." "Yes," Eddard said. "We must try, but we must be cautious. Joffrey may not value Jaime's life as much as we think, or the Queen may refuse out of pride. We'll negotiate from strength. We can't appear desperate." Robb's jaw clenched. "The Lannisters killed my men, burned villages, and betrayed our family. I want them to pay." "They will," Eddard assured him, resting a hand on Robb's shoulder. "But we must do it wisely. War is not a game. It's life and death." They moved inside the pavilion, the flap closing behind them. Lords of the North were gathered, Galbart Glover, Great John Umber, Roose Bolton, and others. They rose, astonished to see Eddard Stark. The hush gave way to murmurs of disbelief and welcome. Eddard inclined his head respectfully. "You see," Robb said to them, "the Lannisters lied about Lord Stark's death. They wanted to sow fear in our ranks. Now that my father stands with us, we have all the more reason to press our advantage." Great John Umber let out a hearty laugh. "I knew you Starks were hard to kill, but this is something else. The Lannisters must be pissing themselves to learn their prized captive escaped." Eddard raised a hand. "I am glad to be free. Yet the Lannisters still hold my daughter Sansa, and there is the matter of my other daughter, Arya. I cannot rest until they are safe. We also must consider that Lord Tywin commands a formidable host. We've won a battle or two, but the war is far from over. If we rush headlong into every engagement, we risk losing all." Roose Bolton, cool and calculating, inclined his head. "We must use the Kingslayer as a hostage, force an exchange at the very least. Perhaps we can even negotiate more favorable terms for the North." Eddard eyed Roose Bolton carefully. He'd never been entirely comfortable with that man's unsettling calm, but his words had sense. "Aye, let us craft a message to Queen Cersei and King Joffrey. We propose a trade, Jaime for Sansa and recognition of the North's autonomy, or, at the very least, a cessation of hostilities. If they refuse, we press on." The lords muttered among themselves. Some, like Great John, wanted outright war to march on King's Landing. Others, more cautious, preferred to consolidate their gains. Robb looked to his father, clearly wanting guidance. Eddard spoke with the weight of his years. "We must keep Jaime alive. If we harm him, we lose our best leverage. We should make it clear we will treat him with honor, as long as Sansa is safe." They spent hours strategizing. Ravens were sent to attempt a parley. In the meantime, the North's host would remain on guard, fortifying positions around Riverrun and launching quick strikes against any Lannister foraging parties. The goal was to force Tywin's hand, to pressure him into reigning in his monstrous bannermen like Gregor Clegane. Eddard could sense that some of the lords thirsted for total victory, for plunder and vengeance. War had a way of inflaming old grudges. But for Eddard, the priority was Sansa, and if Arya still remained hidden in the city, to secure her safety too. Late that night, Eddard and Robb walked together by the river. Starlight shimmered on the water. Robb's direwolf, Grey Wind, padded alongside, eyes gleaming in the darkness. Eddard felt a mixture of pride and sorrow. His boy had grown so much under the burden of war. Robb broke the silence. "Father, do you blame me for starting this war? If I had stayed in Winterfell..." Eddard stopped him gently. "No. The war was coming no matter what. The Lannisters orchestrated my downfall in King's Landing, killed men loyal to me, and threatened our entire house. You did what you had to do. You gathered our bannermen to protect the North. I'm proud of you." Robb's eyes shone with gratitude. "Sometimes I feel like I'm in over my head. Men call me the young wolf and expect me to lead them to glory. I'm just trying to keep them alive, keep our family safe." Eddard reached out, resting a hand on Robb's shoulder again. "You have done well. You've shown cunning in battle. But we must temper courage with wisdom. This war could consume thousands of lives. The small folk suffer most. We should seek a swift resolution if possible. If not, we fight. But we fight for the right reasons." Robb nodded. They stood for a time, listening to the river. Grey Wind sat by Robb's side, as if standing vigil. Eddard let the night air fill his lungs, grateful he could share this moment with his son instead of rotting in a nameless grave. He knew that darker days might be ahead. Yet for now, he would hold fast to any hope he could find. Days turned to weeks as the negotiations began. Letters flew between camps. Queen Cersei wrote in curt, dismissive tones, demanding Robb Stark's surrender and disarmament, citing him as a rebel. Joffrey's seal blazed on the parchment, but the boys' shrill demands were likely penned by Cersei or her council. Eddard, Robb, and Catelyn responded by urging an exchange. Jaime for Sansa, a cessation of hostilities. And with each letter, they reminded Cersei that harming Sansa would mean Jaime's head. It was a delicate dance, each side prodding the other's weaknesses. The tension frayed everyone's nerves. The northern lords wanted to press their advantage. Tywin Lannister was rumored to be assembling reinforcements in the south. Stannis Baratheon was rumored to be proclaiming himself king, demanding the throne by right of blood, naming Joffrey a bastard born of incest. The realm teetered on the brink of an even wider conflict. Meanwhile, Eddard paced through the corridors of Riverrun or strode through the camp, feeling restless. Every day that passed, Sansa remained a prisoner to a capricious boy king. Then came a letter sealed with the Lion of Lannister, but signed by Lord Tywin. Its language was measured, formal. The gist was this: Tywin would consider exchanging Sansa Stark if the following conditions were met. Jaime was returned, healthy and unharmed, to the Lannister camp, and the North's host withdrew beyond the Neck. There was no mention of punishing Joffrey for his attempts on Eddard's life, no mention of Arya, and a vague threat that if the Starks refused, Sansa would remain a ward of the crown. Eddard clenched his jaw reading it. He wants us to essentially yield the Riverlands to the Lannisters and retreat behind Moat Cailin. He gives no guarantee about Arya or the rest of the war. Robb's fists clenched. Unacceptable. I won't abandon our allies, nor will I betray the Tullus. My grandfather is ill. The Riverlands are threatened by Tywin's men. We must push for better terms, Catelyn said. We can't just give up all we've gained. And we need a promise about Arya. Eddard nodded. I'll compose a reply. We demand the release of both Sansa and Arya, recognition of the Riverlands' neutrality, and no retribution against our bannermen. In return, we'll return Jaime and will not press further into Lannister lands. That would at least buy time to see if we can secure a more lasting peace. If they refuse, we stand firm. Robb exhaled. They'll likely refuse, but perhaps it's worth an attempt. I only fear what Joffrey might do in the meantime. Their fears worsened when a raven arrived bearing a plea from Sansa herself. Clearly dictated, but in her handwriting. She begged her brother Robb to heed the king's peace terms, to end the war. The letter dripped with the same forced sincerity as the first. But one subtle line, scrawled in a corner as though an afterthought, read, "Please save me," next to a small blot of ink that might have been a teardrop smudging the page. Eddard read it again and again, feeling his rage build. They were tormenting his child. He pictured Sansa forced to write these words, a Lannister scribe hovering over her. He prayed daily that Joffrey's temper would not push him to some monstrous act. Time dragged on. Skirmishes flared here and there along the foraging routes, but no major battle erupted. Negotiations inched forward, each side reluctant to yield. Eddard sensed Tywin was stalling, waiting for reinforcements or for a strategic advantage. Perhaps he hoped the Starks would grow desperate enough to trade Jaime for Sansa under poor terms. Or perhaps he was waiting to see how the Baratheon brothers moved in the south. Meanwhile, the small folk suffered. Reports of burned villages multiplied. Refugees poured into Riverrun and the North's camps, seeking shelter. Eddard ordered they be fed and housed as best as possible, but resources grew strained. One evening, as Eddard sat in the solar drafting yet another letter to Lord Tywin, Catelyn entered, eyes brimming with quiet desperation. "There's a visitor, Ned," she said. "An envoy from King's Landing. He claims to bear a new proposal." Eddard looked up from his parchment, heart thumping. "Does he come alone?" "He arrived with a small escort under a flag of truce. He requests to speak with you, and with Robb privately." Eddard rose. "Very well." They met in a modest chamber near the gates. The envoy was a slight man with a forked beard, wearing fine but travel-stained garments, the lion sigil on his breast. He introduced himself as Ser Hadred Hill, a minor Lannister cousin, bastard-born but acknowledged. He bore a letter sealed with both the Lannister lion and the royal stag lion of King Joffrey. After offering a courtly bow, Ser Hadred spoke. "My lords, my lady, I come on behalf of Her Grace, Queen Cersei, and His Grace, King Joffrey. They are prepared to release the Lady Sansa Stark to your custody in exchange for Ser Jaime Lannister's immediate return, safe and unharmed." Eddard frowned. "Only Sansa? We also have my daughter Arya missing, believed to be in the city." The envoy nodded. "It is believed that the girl Arya fled the capital. The court cannot locate her. Should she be found, the crown will see her return to you as well, under certain conditions." Catelyn's lips tightened. "They want more concessions? They cannot guarantee the safety of a child they supposedly hold." Ser Hadred spread his hands apologetically. "The streets of King's Landing are dangerous. The child vanished. We do not have her." Eddard's worry spiked, but he kept his tone measured. "Very well. What are the full terms?" Ser Hadred cleared his throat, reading from the scroll. "In exchange for the Lady Sansa's safe release, House Stark shall deliver Ser Jaime Lannister to the Crown's forces at a neutral location, to be determined, within 1 fortnight. House Stark shall also withdraw its northern host to the region north of Moat Cailin, ceding the Riverlands to the authority of the Iron Throne. House Tully may remain, but must lay down arms and pledge fealty anew to King Joffrey. Robb let out a derisive snort. They want us to abandon our allies in the Riverlands? Ser Hadred bowed. King Joffrey believes unity under the crown is paramount. Once your house withdraws, he shall proclaim a general amnesty for all who bent the knee to House Stark, excluding any who are directly guilty of treason or murder against Lannister soldiers. Eddard's mind reeled. This was only slightly better than Tywin's first demands, but still meant leaving the Riverlands exposed. And if we refuse? The envoy lowered his gaze. Then the Lady Sansa will remain a ward of the crown, and her grace offers no further assurances of her safety. Catelyn's hand shook on the hilt of her belt knife. Eddard placed a calming palm over hers. Their daughter's life was at stake, dangled like bait. This was the cruelty of war in all its ugliness. Robb stepped forward, face set. Tell the Queen that we will not abandon the Riverlands to pillage. We will consider the exchange if better terms can be reached. Specifically, no retribution against House Tully or its bannermen, and a guarantee of safe passage for those northern lords who aided us. Ser Hadred dipped his head. I will relay your response, my lord. Eddard took a sharp breath. Also inform the crown that we demand confirmation Sansa is alive and well. We will require proof of her welfare. A letter in her hand, or better yet, an envoy who can see her in person. Yes, my lord. With that, Ser Hadred departed, leaving the tensions thicker than ever. Eddard feared that if they pressed too hard, Cersei or Joffrey might lash out at Sansa. But if they caved, the Riverlands would be left defenseless. He prayed for guidance, for an honorable path through this quagmire. In the days that followed, more letters came, more envoys with partial concessions. Gradually, a shape of a possible deal emerged. The North would keep Jaime captive in Riverrun's dungeons until Sansa was delivered to them at a location near Harrenhal. The Starks would promise not to advance further south, nor to aid any rebellion in the Riverlands, but they would not fully withdraw unless Sansa was safely in their care. Meanwhile, Cersei demanded that the Tullys at least consider repledging fealty to the Iron Throne. Precarious compromise, no one fully satisfied. But it might save Sansa. As these negotiations dragged on, Eddard's nights were plagued with nightmares. The memory of kneeling at the September of Baelor returned, each time sharper, until he jerked awake, sweat-soaked, the phantom burn of sunlight on his neck. Catelyn would stir, placing a comforting hand on his chest. He would hold her close, thankful for the second chance to be with his family, determined not to waste it. At last, a final agreement was reached. A formal exchange at a small village near Harrenhal. Cersei swore that Sansa would be brought there under guard, and once Eddard verified her well-being, Jaime would be handed over to Lannister forces. Then the North's host would remain in place for a moon's turn to ensure that Arya was not being hidden. If Arya turned up, she would be returned. If not, the Lannisters claimed no knowledge of her whereabouts. It was the best they could manage. The Ravens bore signatures and seals. Eddard knew that in a war, treaties could be broken in an instant, but Sansa's life hung on taking this risk. Robb insisted on leading the force to escort Jaime. Eddard overruled him. He did not want his son walking into a possible trap. Instead, Eddard would go, accompanied by a chosen guard of Northmen and Tully soldiers. They would keep Jaime under heavy guard. If anything seemed amiss, they would ride hard and hold him hostage anew. Catelyn was torn, but in the end, she agreed that Eddard might best handle any last-minute duplicity, given his knowledge of the Lannisters' ways. When the day came to depart, the mood in Riverrun was tense. Men strapped on armor with grim faces. Jaime Lannister was brought forth in chains, his expression unreadable, though a flicker of bitterness flashed when he saw Ned. Eddard gave final instructions to Robb. If something goes wrong, if I do not return, you must carry on. Defend the North. Protect your mother and brothers. Robb squeezed Eddard's hand, fear and determination mingling in his eyes. Then they rode out, a group of 50. Jaime was bound in a sturdy cage wagon, flanked by armed guards on horseback. They traveled the roads warily, expecting ambush at every turn. Over 3 days, they reached the designated village near Harrenhal. A ruin of charred houses and a battered September Lannister banners fluttered from a small force encamped near the blackened remains of what once was a market square. Eddard's heart pounded. Sansa must be there, or the Lannisters had lied. They halted at a distance. Eddard rode forward under a white flag, accompanied by 10 men. From the Lannister side, a small group advanced. Among them the Hound, Sandor Clegane, his burned face unmistakable, and a tall knight in gilded armor that Eddard did not recognize. Between them rode a hooded figure. Eddard's chest tightened at the sight of slender hands clasped in front, the shape of her face beneath the hood. Sansa. The group stopped a few paces apart. Sandor Clegane yanked Sansa's hood down, revealing her face. She looked paler, thinner, with hollow cheeks and fearful eyes, but alive. Eddard dismounted carefully, his leg throbbing. He held out a hand. "Sansa." She drew a shaky breath. "Father." Then she started to run toward him, but the Hound's hand shot out, gripping her shoulder. She winced. Eddard forced himself not to reach for his sword. A Lannister officer cleared his throat. "Lord Stark, we have brought the Lady Sansa. Show us Ser Jaime as agreed." Eddard motioned. His men wheeled forward the cage wagon. Jaime sat there, shackled, hands resting on iron bars. He gave a mocking half-smile. "A pleasure to see you again, dog," he said to Sandor. The Hound grunted. Eddard raised his voice. "Release my daughter. Once she is safely with me, we will hand Jaime Lannister over to your custody, as per the terms. After that, we part ways, each side returning to their own." The gilded knight spoke, voice echoing under his helm. "We would examine Ser Jaime first, confirm his condition." Eddard bit back a retort. Instead, he waved his men to open the wagon. They did so, but kept crossbows trained on Jaime. One of the Lannister men approached, peering at Jaime, checking for any sign of disfigurement or mortal wound. Satisfied, he nodded. "Now the Lady Sansa," Eddard demanded. The Hound's grip loosened, and Sansa stepped forward shakily, eyes searching for Eddard's face. He rushed to her, gathering her into his arms. She clung to him, sobbing softly. He felt how frail she had become, how badly she trembled. "My sweet girl," he murmured, tears threatening to fall. "I'm here now." She buried her face against his chest. "Father, they made me write those letters. Joffrey is so cruel. He's—" She choked off, unable to speak of the horrors. Eddard stroked her hair gently, his rage at the Lannisters intensifying. But at least she was safe now, out of their clutches. He placed a hand on her cheek. "We'll talk later, sweetling. You're safe. That's all that matters." The Lannister officer cleared his throat again, impatient. "We have upheld our side, Lord Stark." Eddard nodded grimly. "Free him." The crossbows lowered, the chains unlocked. Jaime Lannister stepped down from the wagon with stiff limbs, rubbing his wrists. "Much obliged," he drawled sarcastically. He glanced at Sansa in Eddard's arms, a flicker of conflict in his eyes, then turned to his Lannister escort. "Well, is that it then?" "That is it," Eddard said. "We have peace for the moment. Pray your nephew keeps his word about not harming my men or the Riverlands further." Jaime shrugged. "I'll pray to the Seven if you like, though I doubt they listen to the likes of me." The exchange concluded with tense formality. Eddard shielded Sansa from the gazes of the Lannister soldiers as they escorted Jaime away. She clung to him, tearful and shaken. Once the Lannisters had left, the Stark party swiftly withdrew, placing as much distance as they could between themselves and Harrenhal. They had done it. Sansa was free. The next challenge loomed. How to secure Arya, how to end the war. But for now, Eddard breathed easier. Sansa was alive and in his care, despite the impossible odds. In the days that followed, they returned to Riverrun. Catelyn wept with joy to see Sansa. The girl spoke haltingly of her time in King's Landing, of Joffrey's outbursts, his humiliations, the Queen's cold manipulations, the loneliness of the Red Keep. She did not know Arya's fate, but had heard rumors she fled. Sansa had prayed each night for Arya's safety. Now, in Riverrun's more welcoming halls, Sansa began to recover her spirit. though nightmares woke her in the dark. Eddard and Robb reassessed their situation. They still held the Riverlands, Tywin still threatened from the west, and the realm was in chaos. But at least Sansa was saved from being a Lannister pawn. The war would continue unless a truce or victory was found. Eddard vowed he would see it through, for the sake of all his children, for the sake of the North. Weeks turned into months. The conflict ebbed and flowed, with neither side delivering a decisive blow. Rumors of Stannis Baratheon's dark magic at Storm's End and Renly's shocking death circulated. The shape of the war changed as the Tyrells joined the Lannisters. Eddard realized that with each shift, the North could easily become isolated unless they found new allies. But an unexpected meeting changed the course of events once more. Emissaries from Stannis arrived, proclaiming him the rightful king, seeking northern support. Eddard, after all his time in King's Landing and the knowledge he had gleaned of Joffrey's parentage, recognized that Stannis had the stronger claim by law. But would supporting Stannis truly bring peace, or only lengthen the war? As Eddard weighed these questions, he prayed for guidance. Now that he had Sansa safe, his thoughts returned constantly to Arya. Night after night, he dreamed of finding her, of seeing her fierce smile again. He wrote to the Watch, urging them to send news of any traveling child that might match her description. But no word came. He could only hope. Amid all this uncertainty, he found a quiet moment one evening, standing atop Riverrun's ramparts with Catelyn. They looked out over the red-gold waters of the sunset. A gentle breeze stirred her auburn hair. She slipped her hand into his, resting her head on his shoulder. "We've been granted a miracle, Ned," she said softly. "You survived King's Landing, and Sansa is back with us. I cannot help but feel the gods watch over us, in some small way." He squeezed her hand. "Aye, but we must not squander their gift. We have more battles to face. Some might be fought with swords, others with words. We must be ready." She nodded, and they stood in comfortable silence as the sun dipped below the horizon. Eddard closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of Catelyn's presence. He remembered the moment he had knelt before the headsman's block in King's Landing, and how he thought he would never see her again, never see his children. Somehow, the tide of fate had spared him. He had a duty now, one that demanded all his strength and wisdom. But for this instant, on the ramparts of Riverrun, with the hush of the evening and the rustle of the water below, he allowed himself the fragile relief of simply being alive. They would find Arya, bring her home. They would protect Bran and Rickon in Winterfell. They would guide Robb toward a peace that did not betray the North's honor. If war was inevitable, they would fight with clear eyes and honest hearts. And if the realm demanded a new king, Eddard would see that the rightful claimant took the throne, or at least that the North would remain safe from southern intrigues. Yes, he thought, inhaling the crisp air, it all seemed daunting. But he was Eddard Stark, Warden of the North, father of the pack. He had survived the Lion's Den in King's Landing and returned to stand at his family's side. He would fight for them with every last breath. Honor might have led him to the brink of death once, but he would wield it now more carefully, tempered by the lessons in cunning he had learned. The Game of Thrones was a deadly one, but Ned Stark was not as naive as he had once been. Surviving the capital's treachery had forced him to adapt. So he kept his family close, forging alliances with careful thought, negotiating with measured words. When the storms of war returned, as they surely would, he would stand unflinching, ice in his veins and the memory of near death in his heart, to remind him that each choice could cost everything. But he would not fail his children. He would not fail the North. In the end, whether by steel or by treaty, the conflict would find its resolution. Perhaps the realm would accept Stannis if the truth of Joffrey's parentage came fully to light. Or perhaps peace would come by another means entirely, dragons rumored to stir across the sea, or alliances yet unforeseen. But Eddard Stark, who had knelt at the edge of doom and risen again, would be there to guide the North's destiny. And he vowed that the next time the snows fell in earnest and winter's winds howled across Westeros, the North would stand united, strong and free. He reached up to grasp the hilt of some phantom sword, remembering the stolen blade of House Stark that had nearly taken his head. No, he would not forget. He turned and kissed Catelyn's brow. Then together they descended from the battlements, hand in hand, prepared for whatever fate the morrow would bring. The North remembered, and so did he. Eddard Stark woke to a hush that filled his borrowed chamber in Riverrun. Faint moonlight filtered through the narrow windows, illuminating the worn tapestries that bore the Tully trout. For a moment he was disoriented, expecting the chill damp of a dungeon or the jolting wheels of a cart fleeing King's Landing. Then he remembered that he had been granted this reprieve. He was alive, he had escaped execution, and he had wrested his daughter Sansa back from the Lannisters. The respite brought little comfort. The realm was still embroiled in war, Arya was still missing, and every day that passed threatened new calamities. He lay there, staring at the ceiling. His body ached with the memory of his imprisonment, and the wound in his leg still throbbed if he overexerted himself. But the pain was a reminder of how precarious life could be. He inhaled slowly, wishing he could savor the simple mercy of existing. There was too much to do. Sleep never lasted long. Rising quietly so as not to disturb Catelyn, who rested in the bed beside him, he limped across the room, tugging on breeches and a plain tunic. The hush of the night was broken only by his soft footfalls and the gentle murmur of the river beyond the castle walls. He wrapped a cloak around himself and ventured down the corridor, nodding at the 2 Tully guards stationed near the stairs. They stiffened to attention, still astonished that Lord Eddard Stark was not a ghost haunting these halls. Eddard gave them a spare smile of greeting but did not speak. He found the winding stone steps that led to the courtyard, stepping onto the ramparts where the cool night air embraced him. From here, the waters of the Red Fork gleamed in the moon's glow. Riverrun stood proud against the dark, but beyond its walls stretched a land scarred by conflict. Empty fields, burned homesteads, refugees crammed into makeshift camps. The Riverlands had borne the brunt of Lannister vengeance ever since Tywin began sending his raiders. Eddard's own host was encamped along the riverbank, banners of the direwolf snapping in the breeze, but the war ground on. He closed his eyes, remembering Sansa's trembling embrace the day they had rescued her in that ruined village near Harrenhal. She was safe now, sleeping under the same roof as her mother. Yet Eddard could not shake the memory of her hollow cheeks, the bruise on her forearm. She had been forced to endure Joffrey's malice, to parrot his lies. Many nights, she startled awake from nightmares of King's Landing. He reassured her as best he could, yet he knew how deeply her innocence had been wounded. The wind carried a trace of night chill, ruffling his hair. A flicker of movement in the courtyard below made him glance down. Robb was there, pacing outside the main doors of the keep. He wore no armor, only a simple cloak, but gray wind padded faithfully at his side. The great direwolf's eyes glowed pale gold in the dark. Eddard watched Robb for a few heartbeats, noticing the way his son moved with the taut alertness of a commander forever braced for bad news. When had Robb last laughed with the careless delight of youth? Eddard could not recall. He descended the steps to join his son. Robb turned, startled, but then bowed his head in deference. Eddard shook it off with a small gesture. "You're still awake," Eddard said softly. Robb gave him a weary half-smile. "Gray Wind's been restless tonight. Maybe he smells a storm coming, or a threat on the wind." Eddard glanced at the sky, but the stars glimmered clearly. The realm's full of threats these days, from every direction. "How fares our camp?" "No major incidents," Robb replied. "Only small scuffles between bored soldiers. The men are anxious. There's word from our scouts that Tywin Lannister might be massing near Harrenhal again. And a messenger from Moat Cailin brought word of more Ironborn raids along the northern coasts." Eddard felt a stir of alarm. "The Ironborn? Do we know if it's Lord Balon Greyjoy himself?" Robb's mouth tightened. "It seems so. Theon was your ward, father, but once I marched south. He returned to Pike to treat with his father. Now the Greyjoys harry our shores. I'm told they seized a few smaller northern keeps." The messenger mentioned plumes of black smoke rising along the stony shore. Eddard exhaled. He had once believed he was doing the honorable thing, fostering Theon to keep the uneasy peace between the North and the Iron Islands after Balon's failed rebellion. But Theon had grown into a man hungry for a home, uncertain of where he belonged. Perhaps Eddard should have foreseen that Theon, desperate for his father's approval, might turn coat. That betrayal stung. Eddard could not dwell on it now. There were too many fronts in this war already. "What do your bannermen say?" Eddard asked quietly. "They want me to send forces back north, or at least dispatch some of the lords who have men to spare. But I can't weaken our position in the Riverlands too much. Tywin would pounce the moment he saw an opening. Mother wants us to hold Riverrun and the surrounding regions, but how do we defend the north if the Ironborn keep landing raiding parties?" Eddard grimaced. "If Balon commits to a full-scale invasion of the north, we have to respond. But perhaps he'll only conduct small raids to test our strength. He might not risk another open rebellion, not while the Lannisters hold the Iron Throne. The Greyjoys rarely ally with anyone else. Balon's pride wouldn't allow it." Robb sighed, raking a hand through his hair. "Even so, we can't ignore him. Winterfell has few men. Bran and Rickon are there with Maester Luwin, and if Balon grows bolder—" He let the words hang, his worry for his young brothers unspoken but deep. Eddard laid a reassuring hand on Robb's shoulder. "We'll find a way. Let me speak with your mother and the rest of the lords tomorrow. We might be able to negotiate a truce or gather fresh recruits from White Harbor or other loyal houses in the north to repel the Ironborn. For now, keep your strength here. Tywin Lannister is the greater threat." Robb nodded, though tension still pinched his brow. Grey Wind pressed his nose against Robb's hip, as if sensing his distress. Eddard watched them for a moment, recalling how small Grey Wind had been as a pup, and how swiftly the direwolves had grown. Like Robb himself, forced to mature faster than anyone should. With a murmur of good night, father and son parted ways, each trying to glean what rest they could before dawn. True rest was elusive, and Eddard's thoughts churned with the memory of the Iron Throne and the day he had sat in it as the king's hand, dispensing justice. How hollow those illusions of stability had been. He drifted into fitful sleep only to dream of standing in the Red Keep's throne room, Joffrey on the dais, and swords clashing all around. At times, his dreams shifted into older recollections. The Tower of Joy, the hush of dawn on bare stone, his sister Lyanna's last words. He half woke, mind jumbled, and muttered a prayer to the old gods for clarity. When morning light finally spilled into the chamber, he rose to face the day. The great hall of Riverrun was more crowded than usual by mid-morning, with northern lords and Tully bannermen convening to debate strategy. Servants laid out platters of bread and salt fish, watery ale, and whatever stores remained from the battered countryside. Eddard noticed Sansa seated with Catelyn at one corner of the hall, picking at her food. She managed a thin smile when she caught his eye. Catelyn beckoned him closer, so he joined them briefly. "How are you feeling today, little one?" he asked Sansa gently, using the endearment she had not heard him speak in so long. She lowered her gaze. "A bit better, father. I slept more last night. The nightmares, they're not so constant." "Good," he said, lightly touching her hand. "I have matters to attend here, but I'll visit you afterward." She forced a small nod of agreement. Catelyn's expression was equal parts relief and sorrow. "She's healing," Catelyn murmured to him, "but it will take time." Eddard pressed her hand in return, then made his way to the front of the hall, where Robb already stood flanked by the likes of Galbart Glover, the great John Umber, Roose Bolton, and a handful of Tully knights. The conversation was already at a boil, men speaking over one another about the Ironborn, Tywin Lannister's possible moves, and the uncertain posture of House Frey. Grachan's booming laugh cut through the noise. "The Ironborn? Ha! We should take the fight to them. Put them back in their place before they grow bold. Let me lead a force to Moat Cailin and sail around to Pike. I'll show those squids what real Northmen can do." Galbart Glover shot the Great John a reproachful look. "We don't have ships enough to besiege Pike, and dividing our army now could invite Tywin's wrath on these lands. We still need to protect the Riverlands." Roose Bolton's voice was calm, unervingly so. "Perhaps a smaller contingent can be spared, something to dissuade Balon Greyjoy from deeper incursions. Lord Stark, how do you advise? All eyes turned to Eddard. He stood tall, though the ache in his leg reminded him of his frailty. We must weigh the immediate threat. Tywin Lannister is cunning and well-supplied. If we weaken ourselves too much by sending men north, Tywin could push through the Riverlands and threaten our hold here. A small force might be enough to stiffen resistance in the north, but it must be led by someone with experience in sea raids and in rallying the local lords. The Manderleys in White Harbor have some ships. They might intercept the Ironborn at sea if we coordinate. Meanwhile, I suggest we remain vigilant for any movement from Tywin's camp. Catelyn joined them then, taking her place by Robb's side. She nodded. We must also consider that House Frey is chafing under the arrangement we made. Lord Walder let our forces cross the Twins, but only in exchange for certain promises. He could betray us if he thinks the tide is turning against us. Robb's lips thinned. He has my word that I'll marry one of his daughters. For now, that must hold him in check. But you know how slippery he can be. Roose Bolton's pale eyes flickered. Walder Frey is a man who values advantage above all else. If the Lannisters offer him better terms, or if he senses our weakness, we may face treachery. That is all the more reason not to scatter our forces. The Great John, tired of caution, slammed a fist on the table. So we sit on our thumbs, do we? Waiting for Tywin's next move? Bah! Eddard tempered his response. We watch, we fortify. If Tywin Lannister shifts his host, we can intercept. And if the Ironborn raids worsen, we dispatch a swift rider to White Harbor to request ships. The North can stand on its own for a short time. We built Moat Cailin for exactly that purpose. So long as it's held, the Ironborn won't be able to march deep inland. Robb nodded slowly, as though the weight on his shoulders was fractionally eased. That seems the best plan we can manage. Let's finalize the details with the lords after we break fast. They did so, huddling over a rough map of Westeros. Bolton and Glover outlined the men they could spare. A new courier would ride to White Harbor, urging Lord Wyman Manderley to send any available warships along the coast. The Great John bristled at not being given the more glorious task, but Robb pacified him by naming him Chief Guardian of the Southern Lines, ready to face Tywin should the Old Lion venture out of Harrenhal again. By the time the meeting ended, a semblance of order had been hammered out. Eddard felt relief that they had some direction, but the relief was short-lived. Another messenger arrived that evening bearing a sealed letter from Dragonstone. It contained an offer of alliance from King Stannis Baratheon, who proclaimed Joffrey a bastard born of incest and demanded fealty from all true lords of Westeros. The letter was curt. It offered the North recognition of its old autonomy in part if Eddard Stark would declare for Stannis, bend the knee, and acknowledge him as the rightful king. There was no mention of Sansa or Arya. All was couched in Stannis's usual severity, with warnings of traitors who refused to accept his claim. When Robb read the letter, he scowled. Stannis declares himself king by right, but I recall Mother told me of the time you confronted the Queen's secret in King's Landing. You believe Joffrey is not Robert's son, so by law, Stannis might indeed be the next in line. Eddard nodded gravely. He is the rightful heir in that sense. But do we want the North bound to yet another Southern king? He doesn't mention Arya at all, nor does he promise help against the Ironborn. His letter focuses on unseating the Lannisters. That's not enough, and I fear we'd only be trading one master for another. Catelyn, standing near the hearth, folded her arms. Would Stannis make a better king than Joffrey? Almost certainly, but I do not trust him to show mercy or flexibility, and the North must safeguard its own interests now more than ever. Roose Bolton, who was present, angled his head. If we do not ally with Stannis, and he gains victory over the Lannisters, we risk his wrath. Yet if we join him prematurely, we might antagonize the Tyrells and all the southern forces that flocked to King's Landing. It is a tricky game. Robb's face grew grim. Father, your counsel? Eddard weighed the matter. I propose we respond courteously, acknowledging the truth he speaks of Joffrey's illegitimacy, but we make no firm commitment. We inform him we are at war with House Lannister due to their aggression, but that we cannot pledge fealty without certain guarantees, chiefly about my daughter Arya, and about the freedom of the North. We don't spurn him outright, but we don't leap into his arms. He can prove himself in the field if he wishes to challenge the Lannisters. That settled it, at least for the moment. Another letter was drafted, careful in tone, leaving the door open. Robb placed his seal beside his father's. Bolton said little more but observed closely. The Game of Thrones was a labyrinth of alliances, and Eddard felt a pang of regret at ever having left Winterfell to become Robert's hand. Had he refused Robert's summons, would the North still be at peace? Would his family be whole? He reminded himself that regrets solved nothing. He had to move forward with the pieces at hand. News from King's Landing arrived sporadically. Spies said that Joffrey still held court, flaunting his power, while Queen Cersei strove to keep him from alienating powerful lords. Tywin was rumored to be funneling gold and resources to secure fresh mercenaries. Meanwhile, the Tyrells had indeed aligned with the crown, forging a marriage pact between Joffrey and Margaery Tyrell. That gave Joffrey an influx of supplies from the Reach, and though some lords might resent the arrangement, the Lannisters were stronger for it. Eddard worried that a renewed offensive might break across the Riverlands at any time. Amid these concerns, Sansa quietly tried to settle into a semblance of normalcy. She spent time walking the gardens of Riverrun with her mother, took up needlework again, and even sang a few songs with some of the Tully ladies. Yet Eddard could see the shadows in her eyes. She sometimes startled at loud noises or flinched when a guard's voice rose in anger. The cruelty she had faced in King's Landing had wounded her deeper than any sword might. Catelyn did her best to console her, but motherly affection could only mend so much. One day, Eddard found Sansa in the castle's small sept, kneeling before the painted statues of the Seven. The flicker of candles cast dancing shapes on the walls. Sansa turned her head at his approach, then looked down quickly, as though ashamed to be found praying. He knelt beside her. "I'm sorry, Sansa. I didn't mean to intrude." She shook her head. "It's all right, Father. I was praying for Arya, for her to be safe, and for Bran and Rickon in Winterfell, for Jon at the Wall." Her eyes brimmed with tears she tried to hold back. "I even pray for King's Landing. The small folk were starving in parts of the city. Joffrey did nothing to help them." Eddard's heart twisted. She was barely more than a child, yet the world had taught her harsh lessons. He placed a hand on her shoulder. "You have a gentle heart. Do not let cruelty harden it." She lowered her gaze. "Sometimes I wonder if I should hate them all, Joffrey, the Queen, the Lannisters, but I can't stop thinking about the people there, the bakers and seamstresses, the girls my age who had no say in any of this. Is that weak of me?" "No," he said gently. "It's strength in its own way. Hating blindly is easy. Holding onto your compassion is much harder. Just be wary that your compassion doesn't blind you to danger." She nodded, tears sliding down her cheeks. Eddard put an arm around her, letting her lean against him. He recalled how, in another life, she might have wed Joffrey and become queen. That path was shattered now, a small mercy in truth, though the cost of discovering Joffrey's nature had been tremendous. Outside the sept, they found Catelyn waiting in a gallery. She offered Sansa a soft smile and guided her daughter away for some rest. Eddard remained alone for a moment, gazing at the light through the high windows. He whispered a quiet prayer to the old gods and the new alike. "Protect my children, each one scattered or imperiled. Let me find a way to end this war before we lose any more." In the weeks that followed, their scouts reported that Tywin Lannister was indeed moving. His forces stirred around Harrenhal, though no major march was underway yet. To the north, a small band of Ironborn had landed near Deepwood Motte, testing the defenses. Lord Glover's kin had fought them off, but barely. The time for half measures seemed to be drawing short. Eddard and Robb called another war council, trying to guess Tywin's next move. Word had arrived that King Stannis was laying siege to Storm's End, locked in struggle with the remnants of King Renly's forces that had not sworn to the Tyrells. The realm was fractured in 4 directions. Even travelers rumored that something stirred across the narrow sea. Targaryen whispers, though most dismissed them as idle tales. The memory of Robert Baratheon's offer to kill Daenerys Targaryen still haunted Eddard, but that seemed a lifetime ago. Now, the Targaryens had not appeared on Westeros' shores, only illusions in the east, if illusions they were. His more immediate concern was the letter from Castle Black that arrived in the midst of everything. It bore the seal of the Lord Commander, Jeor Mormont. Eddard broke the wax, scanning the contents. His jaw tightened as he read. Sightings of the dead rising, wildling tribes unifying under Mance Rayder, the so-called King Beyond the Wall. The Night's Watch was outnumbered and pleaded for aid, but the realm was at war with itself, heedless of dangers in the far north. That evening, Eddard shared the letter with Catelyn and Robb. "If this is true," he said gravely, "then everything we do here might pale before the threat beyond the wall. If the White Walkers are real. The last time they came, it was the Long Night thousands of years ago." Robb looked troubled. "I've heard old Nan's tales, but never thought them more than legends. Yet Lord Commander Mormont wouldn't send a plea like this lightly." Catelyn was pale. "Even if we believed wholeheartedly, what can we do? The Lannisters and Ironborn press us from two sides. The Tullys need our protection here in the Riverlands. How could we muster more men for the wall?" Eddard's voice dropped to a murmur. "I don't know, but if the stories are true, we'll need all the men we can spare. Winter is coming." A phrase we Starks have repeated for generations, often without truly understanding it. "I fear the real winter might be closer than we think." They resolved to send a reply, promising to do what they could, though Eddard had no illusions. The North was bleeding men daily in this war. The Southern lords paid the watch little heed. The letter weighed on him like a leaden cloak. Not long after, a surprise visitor arrived at Riverrun's gates. Brynden Tully, the Blackfish. He had been off scouting, setting ambushes for roving Lannister outriders in the Riverlands. When Eddard and Robb greeted him in the courtyard, they found his usually stoic face grim. "I bring news, and not of the pleasant sort," the Blackfish said, dismounting and pulling off his gloves. "We've taken a Lannister outrider alive. He claims Tywin is planning a lightning strike, perhaps at the Twins to sever our supply lines, or perhaps at Riverrun itself. They know you're pinned between protecting the Riverlands and the threat in the north. Tywin wants to force a decisive engagement." Catelyn joined them, her features taut with worry. "Is there any chance he's bluffing?" Brynden shook his head. "I doubt it. We found multiple scouts near our roads. They're mapping the terrain. My guess is that Tywin is waiting for the right moment, possibly receiving more men from the west. He's cunning enough to choose a time when we can't respond quickly. If he cuts us off from the Twins, we lose a vital route to the north." Robb let out a frustrated breath. "So do we strike first, or stay behind our defenses?" Eddard considered carefully, recalling every lesson from Robert's rebellion and the conflicts he'd witnessed before. "If we take the fight to Tywin on ground of his choosing, we risk an ambush or a trap. But if we hunker down and do nothing, he may isolate us. We should strengthen our grip on the key crossings, Seaguard, the Twins, the fords near Fairmarket. If we can fortify those, we force Tywin to a direct confrontation on ground that favors us." Robb nodded. "We'll speak with our bannermen. The Great John will handle one crossing, Roose Bolton another. The Blackfish can deploy archers to harass Lannister supply lines. Let Tywin see that we're not easy prey." They scattered to make preparations. Over the next fortnight, riders thundered out from Riverrun to muster men, reinforcing the strategic points along the Red Fork and the Green Fork. Eddard oversaw the forging of additional weapons, the accumulation of grain and salted meats. If Tywin wanted a siege, they would endure. If Tywin wanted a battle in open fields, they would try to choose the ground. All the while, Eddard's heart panged with longing for Winterfell, for the simpler life he had known. But he pressed on. One morning, as dawn broke over the camp, a horn blast echoed from the outskirts. Eddard, already awake, hurried outside to see a band of riders approaching under a flag of peace. At their head rode Kevan Lannister, Tywin's brother. Kevin was known to be steady and loyal, a far cry from the arrogance of some others in his house. He and about a dozen knights halted before the castle gate. Eddard, with Robb and the Blackfish flanking him, rode out to meet them in neutral ground beyond the moat. Kevin Lannister's manner was courteous but tense. "Lord Stark, Lord Robb, I come on behalf of Lord Tywin to propose terms." Eddard eyed him warily. "Go on." Kevin cleared his throat. "My lord brother suggests a truce for the duration of 1 moon's turn. During this time, both sides will refrain from offensive actions while we attempt to negotiate a lasting peace. Lord Tywin extends this courtesy in recognition that we have settled the matter of Jaime's imprisonment, and that your daughter Sansa is safely returned." "Not quite a matter of courtesy," Robb said, voice tight. "We hold the Riverlands at present and have wounded your forces more than once." Kevin bowed his head. "All the more reason to seek peace. Enough blood has been spilled. The realm is fractured by multiple claims, but House Lannister does not desire endless war." Eddard's thoughts churned. Tywin Lannister rarely extended an olive branch unless it benefited him. Perhaps he needed time to shore up alliances, or to see if Stannis' siege of Storm's End ended in his favor. This truce could be a ploy for Tywin to gather more men and supplies. Yet a pause in the fighting might save innocent lives and give the North time to address the Ironborn threat. Could it also open the way for more direct negotiation about Arya, or gleaning new intelligence? He exchanged a glance with Robb. The younger man's eyes were uncertain, but behind that uncertainty lay a flicker of hope that maybe they could spare their men further slaughter. Eddard turned back to Kevin. "We will consider this. Give us a day to discuss with our lords. Are you authorized to remain here and receive our reply?" Kevin inclined his head. "I am. I'll make camp north of the drawbridge." They parted ways, tension visible in every line of Kevin's posture. Eddard convened the council at once, explaining the proposed truce. Reactions were mixed. The Great John roared against it. Galbart Glover argued for the respite. Roose Bolton only said, "A cunning man might glean advantage from a pause in hostilities." Brynden Tully frowned, suspecting a trap. Catelyn recalled how in Robert's rebellion, the Lannisters had waited until the final moment before turning on the Targaryens, always taking the side that would benefit them most. Eddard listened to them all, then cast his gaze over the table. "I understand the risks, but a moon's turn of peace could allow us to replenish stores, see to the wounded, and perhaps handle the Ironborn. We must be cautious, though. If Tywin is simply buying time to crush us later, we could end up worse off." Robb drummed his fingers. "I say we accept, with conditions. We demand open supply lines to the north remain free from harassment, and that Tywin's raiders cease attacking villages in the Riverlands. If Kevin balks, we know Tywin's not serious about peace." That course was agreed upon. They brought Kevin Lannister into the hall the next day, presenting the terms. Kevin did not object outright. He assured them that Tywin could agree to such conditions as a show of good faith, though he would need to send a raven to confirm. While that raven flew to Harrenhal, Kevin stayed in Riverrun's guest chambers. Eddard maintained a polite distance, but curiosity gnawed at him. Kevin was known as an honorable man in a famously ruthless house. Perhaps if they spoke candidly, a path to real peace might emerge. Late one evening, Eddard found Kevin alone in the solar, warming himself by the fire. Stepping inside, Eddard nodded a greeting. Kevin gestured for him to join. "I recall you from the days of King Aerys," Kevin said, tone reflective. "You stood with Robert, but you never seemed one for southern intrigues. Now all these years later, here we are." Eddard studied him quietly. "I never wanted the conflicts that have befallen us. I only wanted to protect my family and keep the North safe." Kevin's mouth curved in a sad half-smile. "And Tywin wishes to protect House Lannister. We have clashed in the worst way, but maybe not all is irreparable. I know my nephew Joffrey has certain flaws. I do not condone all that has transpired. But Tywin believes that preserving Lannister power is the surest way to keep the realm stable." Eddard found himself speaking more openly than he intended. Stability at the cost of unleashing Gregor Clegane on the Riverlands? at the cost of threatening my daughter's lives. Kevin's eyes flickered. It shames me. I never ordered such things. You must understand that Tywin acts from a place of cold logic. He believes fear is sometimes necessary to subjugate rebellion. I do not always agree, but he is my brother, and I serve him. Eddard considered the man before him. Kevin, though a Lannister, was not made of gold and steel like Tywin. There was some true regret in him. If your brother truly wants a path to peace, Eddard said, let him reign in the mountain. Let him punish those who commit atrocities. Let him see that the North will not kneel while the Riverlands burn. Kevin inhaled slowly. I will relay your words. I can promise nothing. But if the truce is established, you and my brother may negotiate directly. Perhaps you will find a middle ground. Eddard nodded. We shall see. In the days that followed, a raven arrived from Harrenhal bearing Tywin's seal, approving the truce. A fortnight's time was set to begin in 3 days, lasting 1 moon's turn. Each side would hold to the conditions or be declared oathbreakers. The war camps stirred with uneasy relief. Some men believed it was a ruse, others hoped it might truly herald peace. When the day of the truce dawned, horns sounded along the lines, calling an end to active hostilities. Men who had been preparing for battle now found themselves idle. Eddard insisted on sending Tully patrols to ensure no Lannister foragers harassed the local villages. The Watchers reported minimal activity. Tywin's men seemed to be respecting the agreement, for now. Eddard used the lull to feed refugees, to reassign men to strengthen Moat Cailin. He also took the chance to write more letters, including one to Castle Black, explaining the possibility of a ceasefire and that he might attempt to send some measure of aid. But he stopped short of making promises he could not keep. On the 5th day of the truce, a battered party of travelers arrived at Riverrun's gates, including a few Black brothers of the Night's Watch. Among them, to Eddard's astonishment, was Yoren, the same man who had helped him escape King's Landing. He looked half-dead from the journey. His face was gaunt, a fresh scar cut across his brow, and his ragged cloak was more threadbare than ever. With him were several youths and a handful of rough-looking men, likely new recruits for the Watch. One of them stood out. A girl, lean and sharp-eyed, wearing a ratty cloak and clutching a wooden practice sword. She had short hair hacked unevenly, dirt smudged on her face. As Eddard peered closer, his heart jolted. "Arya?" he murmured, disbelieving his own eyes. She stared back. Her cheeks were hollow, and she looked older somehow, though she could not have been gone more than a few moons. Then her eyes widened. "Father!" she cried, voice raw and high. Before anyone could stop her, she shoved past the Black brothers and rushed into Eddard's arms. He swept her up, nearly staggering with the weight of relief, tears stinging his eyes. "Arya, you're alive, my brave girl." She clung to him fiercely, breath hitching. I didn't know where you were. They said you were dead, that Joffrey took your head. But Yoren said we could find my brother at Winterfell, or maybe you. We've been running and hiding, father. I'm so tired." Eddard held her tight, his heart close to bursting. Catelyn, having heard the uproar, came running and let out a sob at the sight of Arya. Sansa, too, emerged from the keep, pressing a trembling hand to her mouth as she recognized her sister. In moments, both sisters were weeping in each other's arms, as Catelyn embraced them. Robb hurried over, staring in amazement at his little sister, now looking nothing like the highborn girl in King's Landing, yet undeniably Arya all the same. Yoren stood aside, letting them have their moment, his weathered face betraying a slight smile. Eddard finally turned to him and clasped his hand. "You saved not just me but my daughter. How can we repay you?" Yoren shrugged. "Just do right by the Night's Watch, my lord. I found the girl in the city after all the chaos. Hid her among recruits heading north. Didn't expect half the troubles we ran into on the roads. But she's a tough one. Got a bite like a wolverine, that girl." Arya, tears still glistening on her cheeks, glared with playful indignation. "I'm not a wolverine," Yoren snorted. "Never said it was an insult." Eddard knelt to look at Arya properly, noticing the bruises, the dirt, how she had lost some weight. "You won't have to run anymore," he promised softly. "You're home now, or as close to home as we can manage, until we return to Winterfell." She nodded, though her eyes shone with tears of relief and exhaustion. "I just want to rest, and then maybe we can train with real swords, Father. I want to be able to protect us if something like that happens again." A pang of sorrow and pride lanced Eddard's heart. "We'll see. For now, let the maester check those bruises." Catelyn and Sansa took Arya inside, arms around her, practically carrying her in their haste to feed and bathe her. Eddard turned to Yoren, guiding him toward the hall. "We'll see you and your men clothed and fed. Then we'll talk of the watch. Is there more news from the wall?" Inside, around a hearty meal, Yoren explained that the situation continued to worsen in the far north. Mance Rayder's host was gathering. Strange sightings of whites of others. Several rangers had vanished. The Lord Commander was preparing an expedition beyond the wall, but he had too few men. The Southern Lords ignored his pleas, fixated on their wars. "But maybe now that you're free and have your family, you can speak for us?" Yoren asked, mopping up stew with a crust of bread. "I know you've bigger troubles, Lannisters, Ironborn, all that. Still, the Watch can't hold forever if half the realm tears itself apart." Eddard leaned back, rubbing his brow. "I will do what I can, though my voice may carry little weight beyond the neck. This war has torn everything asunder. Still, if we can maintain this fragile truce with the Lannisters, perhaps I can spare some men for the Watch." Yoren's gratitude was muted by caution, as though he believed nothing certain. After they had eaten, Eddard found himself in the corridor outside the guest chambers, swirling with thoughts of duty to the realm, the uncertain truce, and the sudden joy of having Arya safe. He realized that even amid the weight of war, he felt the slightest relief, both his girls under this roof at last. That night, the Great Hall hosted an impromptu feast in honor of Arya's return and the respite from open battle. The mood was subdued compared to feasts of old, for resources were scarce and the war's shadow still loomed. But there was music, a few strings, a drum, a flute, and men and women alike found cause to smile. Arya, scrubbed clean, wearing a simple dress, looked both uncomfortable and relieved. Sansa clung to her sister's hand as if afraid she might vanish again. Robb sat with them, occasionally ruffling Arya's short hair, to which she objected with mock glares. Eddard watched his children from the dais, beside Catelyn, who rested a hand on his thigh under the table. He thought of the missing pieces of their family. Bran and Rickon in Winterfell, Jon Snow at the Wall. It was not complete, but it was more than he had dared hope for when he knelt at the September of Baelor. Through the open windows, he glimpsed the stars, crisp and bright, and he whispered a silent thank you to the old gods for returning Arya to them. Come morning, reality intruded again. Yoren intended to stay only a short while before continuing north with his ragtag band of recruits, assuming the roads were safe. Eddard wondered if the new truce might allow safe passage. He vowed to see them provisioned, though the conversation brought back the same question. How could the Night's Watch be helped, truly helped, while the realm's lords were at each other's throats? Tywin Lannister's reply arrived soon after, requesting a formal parley between himself and Lord Eddard Stark. The place suggested was an old hunting lodge west of Harrenhal, within riding distance for both armies. Eddard read the message twice, suspicion brimming. Tywin had never seen him as anything but an obstacle. Yet a face-to-face meeting might be the only way to extend this truce. If Tywin was serious about negotiating, it could save thousands of lives. If it was a trap, Eddard might not come back alive. But he had to try. He had survived death once already. He would not shy from a necessary risk. Robb immediately volunteered to go in his stead, but Eddard refused. Tywin wants me, Eddard said. He may see me as the key to the north. If we're to talk peace, my presence might carry more weight. You stay here and protect Riverrun. Catelyn's face was taut with worry. Ned, if you go, who will guarantee your safety? Tywin is not known for scruples. Eddard placed a hand over hers. The terms of the truce must hold, or House Lannister will lose all credibility. I'll bring a suitable escort, though not so large as to provoke them. Tywin is cunning, but I don't think he would risk attacking me under a peace banner, not after going to such lengths for a ceasefire. Arya, eyes bright with alarm, piped up. You said Joffrey broke his word when. Eddard hushed her gently. Joffrey is different. Tywin, for all his ruthlessness, does not typically break his sworn word under such circumstances. But we will be cautious. It was agreed. Eddard would depart for the parley in 3 days, accompanied by Brynden Tully, 5 carefully chosen northern knights, and a score of men-at-arms. He spent the intervening time ensuring Robb had full instructions for various contingencies, if the Ironborn attacked in greater force, if Tywin used the parley as a distraction. He also spoke with Sansa and Arya, assuring them he would return, though the question in Arya's eyes suggested she doubted any guarantee in this treacherous world. The night before he left, Eddard sat by the fireplace in Riverrun Solar, polishing his sword. It was not ice. His ancestral blade remained lost, stolen by the Lannisters when they seized him in King's Landing. Instead, he used a plainer longsword from the castle armory. Polishing it felt strange, a reminder of how House Stark had been fractured. Catelyn joined him, her presence a balm to his restless mind. I can't help but think about everything that might go wrong, she said quietly, sitting beside him on a bench. I lost you once, almost. I can't bear it again. He set down the oil rag, taking her hand. I know. I promise I won't throw my life away. But if peace can be won, I have to try. She rested her head against his shoulder. Just come back to me. Come back to our children. He turned to place a kiss on her temple, his voice low. I will. At dawn, his party rode out. The Riverlands unfurled before them in a patchwork of fields and streams, scorched at the edges by older raids but now mostly quiet under the truce. Peasants emerged from hiding to till what land they could. The crisp air carried the scent of turned earth and damp leaves. Eddard felt a flutter of hope. Maybe, if cooler heads prevailed, the realm could heal. They neared Harrenhal's outskirts on the 3rd day. The ruins' towering black walls loomed in the distance, a scar on the landscape. Smoke rose from distant fires near the castle proper. They did not ride that far, instead diverting to a hunting lodge nestled in a copse of ancient oaks. Outside, Lannister banners snapped in the wind, gold and crimson. Men in plate armor stood watch, eyes sharp. Eddard's escort halted a short distance away. Brynden Tully dismounted beside him, scanning the lodge with a practiced soldier's gaze. A senior knight in Lannister colors approached, bowing stiffly. Lord Stark, I am Ser Flement Brax. Lord Tywin waits inside. May we offer stabling for your horses? Eddard nodded, signaling the men-at-arms to remain vigilant but not provocative. They led the horses to a small stable. Eddard and Brynden kept their swords belted. No one had asked them to disarm, a sign Tywin might mean for a genuine parley. Yet Eddard felt the tension coil in his chest as they entered the lodge. It was a grand structure, despite the fading glory. A high-beamed ceiling, trophies of past hunts, boar tusks, stag antlers hung from the walls. A long table stood in the center, laden with simple fare: bread, cheese, roasted pheasant, a jug of wine. Tywin Lannister stood at the far side, clad in gleaming plate polished to a mirror finish. He was tall, his hair gone pale gold-white with age, and his green eyes cool. Kevan Lannister stood to his right. A few more Lannister knights ringed the walls. Eddard strode forward. For a moment, he recalled seeing Tywin at the Red Keep, the man who had orchestrated the sack of King's Landing years ago. This was a formidable foe. Eddard bowed his head with measured courtesy. Lord Tywin. Tywin inclined his own head a fraction. Lord Eddard. You look better than last I heard. Rumor said you had lost yours on the steps of the Great September. Eddard returned a flat stare. Rumor said many things. Shall we dispense with pleasantries? Tywin gestured to the table. We have much to discuss, but let us sit. There is food. Unless you fear poison, of course. Poison is more your daughter's style, Eddard said quietly. But I'll trust you brought me here in good faith." He removed his gloves and sat, Brynden Tully at his flank. Tywin remained standing a moment longer, studying Eddard as if weighing him on invisible scales, then sat as well. Kevin poured wine into wooden cups, distributing them. He offered a cup to Brynden, who waved it off with a small shake of his head. Eddard accepted but did not drink, letting it rest before him. Tywin took a sip of his own before speaking. "We have a truce. The question is whether it leads to a more permanent peace or simply delays the inevitable. My position is that this realm cannot endure endless fracturing. I desire a swift end to this conflict, one that preserves order." Eddard listened, unimpressed. "Order, as you define it, subjugation under your grandson, the boy who nearly had me killed. You know as well as I that Joffrey's claim is questionable." Tywin's gaze flickered with controlled anger. "A rumor spread by my enemies. Joffrey sits the Iron Throne. The Tyrells are allied with him, solidifying his power. Stannis Baratheon wages war in the south. Would you prefer a realm under that iron-handed fanatic?" Brynden Tully spoke up, voice cool. "We prefer not to see the Riverlands in flames, with your dogs ravaging our people." Tywin ignored Brynden's jab. "If you kneel, acknowledging Joffrey as rightful king, I can guarantee the security of the North. The Riverlands can be spared further harm if they reaffirm their loyalty. House Tully would be forgiven. My granddaughter Marjorie shall be queen soon enough. Peace would follow. Is that not what you want?" Eddard flexed his fingers on the table. "Your grandson already tried to kill me even after I offered to swear fealty. Your men, Gregor Clegane and the rest, have committed atrocities in these lands. Why should I trust any vow you make?" Tywin set down his cup. "Because I do not break my word lightly. Wars are expensive, Stark. They sap gold and men. I have reason to see it ended. Joffrey acted rashly, yes, but I speak for the realm in practical matters. Believe me when I say that if the North yields, it will be allowed a measure of autonomy and none shall harm your family again. If you continue this war, you'll face not only House Lannister but House Tyrell, and perhaps others who will flock to the winning side." Eddard's mind whirled. His every instinct told him that bending the knee to Joffrey would be a bitter defeat. Robb's men had bled for their independence from Lannister tyranny. Still, might it spare thousands more lives? Sansa and Arya were safe, but what of Bran, Rickon, the rest of the North? He forced himself to speak calmly. And what of Stannis Baratheon's claim? What if he should triumph in the south? Do you propose the North forever fights in a Southern King's wars? We have no appetite for that. Tywin's expression cooled further. Stannis will not triumph against the combined might of the Crown and the Reach. The fool's assault will fail, and if he somehow persists, we shall handle him in time. You need not concern yourself with it. Accept the king we have, not the king you wish for." Eddard exhaled slowly. "If we were to consider acknowledging Joffrey, the conditions must be ironclad. No reprisals against the Riverlords who sided with us. Full restitution for the damage done as possible. Withdraw your raiders from the North. Recognize that the North shall not be taxed into ruin, nor forced to supply endless men for the Crown's wars. And we demand certain freedoms, including the right to choose our own wardens and to remain neutral in conflicts outside our borders." Tywin raised an eyebrow. "You ask for quite a lot. This realm has always required the cooperation of its great houses. You cannot simply declare neutrality whenever it pleases you." Brynden scoffed. "Look around. The realm is in chaos precisely because the Iron Throne meddles and breaks oaths left and right." Tywin drummed his fingers on the table, the only hint of impatience. "I will consider your terms, but do not expect a full acceptance. The boy Robb Stark has roused the North into rebellion. If you want him pardoned and your house left intact, the Crown must receive something in return, beyond your word that you won't rebel again. You will recall that my son Jaime was your prisoner. We have concluded that matter, but the humiliation remains." Eddard could hardly fathom the arrogance, but he kept his demeanor controlled. "Humiliation you brought on yourselves by imprisoning me first and threatening my children. This war was not of my choosing. Tywin's expression revealed nothing. Nevertheless, if there is to be lasting peace, we must both accept some measure of compromise. I suggest you speak plainly of how far you're willing to bend, and I will do the same. The alternative is that once the truce ends, the war resumes, and I promise you it will be bloodier than before. Eddard cast a sidelong glance at Brynden, who gave a small shrug. The Blackfish seemed to say, "This is why we're here, for better or worse." Eddard turned back to Tywin and said, "Very well, then let us begin. If your terms are too harsh, the North and the Riverlands will fight on. But if there is a path that spares the innocent..." A sudden commotion outside broke the tense conversation. Shouts rang from the stable yard, metal clashing. Kevan Lannister sprang up, hand on his sword. Tywin rose as well, face darkening. Eddard exchanged a swift glance with Brynden before all of them rushed outside. In the open air, they found men scrambling, swords drawn. One of Eddard's knights lay bleeding on the ground, and a Lannister man-at-arms was similarly wounded. Their horses stamped and snorted. Another Lannister soldier was being held at sword point by a Northman. The confusion roiled in a swirl of dust and curses. "What is the meaning of this?" Tywin snapped. "Stand down." One of Eddard's men, kneeling by the wounded knight, looked up with fury in his eyes. "This Lannister cur tried to search our saddlebags, said we must be spies. Our man told him to back off, and steel was drawn." The pinned Lannister guard spat. "We had orders to ensure they brought no hidden crossbows or poison. I was doing my duty." Kevan strode forward. "Fools! The truce forbids such hostilities." Brynden Tully bent by the fallen Northman, cursing under his breath. Blood pooled on the dirt. Eddard swore softly. This was exactly the sort of spark that could ignite the entire meeting into a bloodbath. Tywin, however, took a swift, decisive stance. "Release my man," he commanded. "And you," he shot a glare at the guard, "are relieved of duty. Go stand aside until I decide your punishment. If you disobey me again, you'll lose your head." The guard's face went pale. He muttered apologies. Eddard's man warily lowered his blade, stepping back. Eddard knelt to check on the wounded knight. The man coughed, blood on his lips. "It's not good," he rasped. Eddard had him carried inside the lodge, where a maester, one Tywin had brought, did what he could. The tension was thick as the aftermath settled. A single incident like this could shatter the precarious trust. Eddard faced Tywin again. "Call off any further searches. My men will not submit to such insults. If you truly want peace, do not provoke them." Tywin gave a curt nod. "Agreed. This was a misunderstanding. We will exercise more care." Through the rest of the day, negotiations resumed, but the atmosphere was more hostile. Eddard laid out the North's demands. Tywin responded with scorn at some, cautious acceptance at others. They paused for a spare meal of bread and ale, hammered out more details, circled back to the same core issue, Joffrey's sovereignty and the North's subservience. Little progress was made. By nightfall, both sides were frustrated. Tywin finally stood. "We'll continue tomorrow, unless you wish to conclude that peace is impossible." Eddard also rose. "We'll see what the morning brings." They withdrew to separate quarters within the lodge, each side posting sentries. Brynden paced like a caged animal. "We're dealing with a viper, Ned. He might strike once we lower our guard. I don't trust any of this." "I know," Eddard sighed. "But if we don't try, the war continues. Too many will die. Tomorrow we press him for a final stance. If he won't yield anything, we'll return to Riverrun and prepare for the worst." Brynden murmured agreement, and they settled into uneasy rest. In the morning, they found Tywin already seated at the table, reviewing a sheaf of notes. Kevan was beside him, looking grave. Eddard and Brynden took their seats, bracing themselves for more of the same. Tywin wasted no time. "We have considered your demands. Some are acceptable, others not. Here is my proposal." He proceeded to list terms that would require House Stark to proclaim Joffrey as the rightful king, disband all northern forces south of Moat Cailin except a small token presence, and reaffirmed the Riverlands as sworn to the Iron Throne. In return, Tywin pledged that all Northmen who participated in the rebellion would be pardoned, that the Tully lords would be allowed to keep their lands, and that the crown would not levy punishing taxes for the cost of the war. He also offered a marriage pact, suggesting a union between a son of House Lannister, Tyrion perhaps, and a daughter of House Stark, specifically Arya, to seal the alliance. Eddard bristled. Arya was hardly old enough for marriage, and the idea of wedding her to a Lannister made his blood boil. He wrestled down his temper and said, "She is too young, and House Stark will not barter a child again." Memories of Sansa being betrothed to Joffrey stung like a fresh wound. Tywin's gaze was chilly. She can be betrothed now and wed when she comes of age. That is how these matters are done. Blood ties prevent future conflict. Brynden leaned forward. "You speak of a child as if she's livestock. We have no interest in strengthening your hold." Tywin allowed a small, humorless smile. "Then perhaps you have no interest in peace. We need a binding alliance, not a handshake that can be broken. Without a marital tie, your alliance with the crown rests on air." Eddard remembered how quickly the Lannisters had torn up old alliances when it suited them. Any vow with them was precarious. Yet, if it spared the realm, he felt sick at the notion. "And if we refuse?" Tywin's eyes glinted. "Then you continue this war, and let us see how well you fare when the Tyrells bring their grain and armies to the crown's cause." Eddard inhaled sharply. He was about to speak when a fresh interruption arrived. A Lannister rider, dusty and sweating, burst into the lodge, gasping. Kevin grabbed his arm. "What is it?" The rider gulped air. "News from King's Landing, my lords. An attack. Stannis Baratheon attacked by sea. They say wildfire destroyed his fleet, but he reached the city anyway. The fighting is fierce. King Joffrey is said to be safe, but the outcome remains uncertain." Tywin went rigid, green eyes narrowing. "Storm's End fell, then?" "He marched on King's Landing." The messenger shook his head. "He slipped past the royal fleet somehow. The city's gates are closed, but the fighting rages outside the walls, on the Blackwater. The Queen begs for reinforcements." All color seemed to drain from Tywin's face. He stood abruptly. "This changes everything. If Stannis captures King's Landing, the entire realm may be upended. Kevin, we must gather the host immediately and march." Eddard traded a stunned glance with Brynden. The war in the south had come to a head sooner than expected. Stannis was at the gates of King's Landing. If Joffrey was overthrown, everything Tywin negotiated here could be rendered meaningless. Eddard felt a surge of conflicting emotions. A chance to see Joffrey toppled, the boy who nearly killed him. But the city would run red with blood. Countless innocents would suffer. And if Stannis won, would he demand the North's fealty in turn? Tywin pointed a trembling finger at Eddard. "We will have to suspend these talks. The capital is in peril." Eddard, compelled by the horror of what might unfold, heard himself say, "Stannis is cunning, but if you can rally your forces quickly, you might save the city. Though, would it be saving it or burning it further? If wildfire is in play, King's Landing could become a ruin." Tywin gave a curt nod, ignoring the rhetorical question. "I cannot linger. We ride at once. If you have any sense, you'll not oppose us. Let us pass or risk everything." Eddard stood. "I won't hamper your march south, but the terms of our parley." "Parley is ended," Tywin snapped. "If we emerge victorious against Stannis, we can resume. If he wins..." He let the implication hang. Then, in a swirl of his cloak, he strode out, barking orders to gather his men. Eddard and Brynden stepped outside, calling for their horses. Lannister men bustled about, quickly dismantling tents, harnessing wagons. In less than an hour, Tywin's host was streaming south, racing to save Joffrey from the onslaught. A hush fell as the dust settled. Brynden Tully muttered, "I never thought I'd see Tywin Lannister panic, but that was near enough." Eddard stared after the departing troops. "War spares no one, not even the proudest lion. Let them clash with Stannis. We'll hold our positions in the Riverlands, See how this plays out. They gathered their escort and rode north for Riverrun. Eddard's mind whirled with possibilities. If Stannis claimed King's Landing, he might demand the North's allegiance. If Tywin repelled him, the Lannisters would be stronger than ever, their alliance with the Tyrells sealed in blood. Either way, this war was far from over. Yet Eddard's family was together. That was no small comfort in a realm unraveling at the seams. When they returned to Riverrun, the news was shared. Stannis had launched his assault, was on the verge of breaching the city. A massive battle raged on the Blackwater. Lord Tywin had marched with all haste to relieve the capital. Everyone waited anxiously for tidings of how the clash would end. In the meantime, the fragile truce in the Riverlands might hold a little longer, or it might dissolve if Tywin demanded more troops from the west. Within those uncertain days, Eddard gathered Catelyn, Robb, Sansa, and Arya together in a private solar. He spoke of what he had learned, how Tywin was forced to respond. Sansa looked worried, remembering the city's cramped streets, the starving poor, the vicious gold cloaks. Arya frowned, as if measuring how many people might die. Catelyn let out a shaky breath. Robb paced, gray wind at his side. So the war's center has shifted south, Robb said. What do we do now? Eddard looked to each of them in turn. We wait, we fortify, we hold the Riverlands. If Tywin triumphs, he may come back in force, or he may decide to settle for terms. If Stannis captures the throne, we'll see if he's more amenable to letting the North stand apart or at least have certain liberties. Either way, we will not blindly rush into another's war. Arya, arms folded, looked up at her father. And if they both destroy each other? Could that happen? Eddard's lips thinned. War is unpredictable, child. If the capital burns, it might invite yet another power to rise. Maybe the Tyrells enthrone someone else. Maybe the Iron Islands strike more boldly. The realm could shatter further. Catelyn clasped Eddard's hand. Then we must hold fast as a family, as the North. War upon war will do no one good, but we must stay strong for the people who look to us. Sansa, quiet until then, added softly, let the gods have mercy on the small folk in King's Landing. None of them asked for this. They were words from a girl who had lived among those small folk, seen the squalor and fear. Eddard nodded, proud of her compassion. He felt that old sense of paternal protectiveness overwhelm him. We will do what we can. The next moves are not ours alone. The realm may change drastically depending on the outcome of that battle. Days passed with excruciating slowness. As each morning men searched for new ravens, the autumn sun grew pale. At last, a bird arrived from a contact near King's Landing with momentous news. Stannis Baratheon had broken through at the Blackwater, but at terrible cost. Wildfire had destroyed much of his fleet. The Tyrells and Lannisters had rallied in the final hours, launching a surprise attack that scattered Stannis' forces. Many men died on both sides, but in the end, Stannis' army was forced to retreat in disarray. King's Landing remained in Joffrey's hands. Eddard heard the news in stunned silence. So Tywin had arrived in time. The Tyrell reinforcements had proven decisive. Stannis lived, apparently, but was driven back. His dream of taking the throne shattered for now. If he regrouped or not, no one could say. The city would be left half-ruined, the fields around blackened and soaked in blood. Catelyn pressed her hand to her mouth. All those lives lost in a single battle. Robb cursed. So the Lannisters are triumphant. That means they might turn back to crush us next. Eddard nodded slowly. Likely. Tywin will not forget we hold the Riverlands. He may return in triumph, or he may decide the cost of war is too high and try for a settlement. But we must brace ourselves. As if to confirm his fears, a raven arrived mere days later from an officer in Tywin's command. Tywin demanded the Riverlands reaffirm loyalty, demanded that Robb Stark and Eddard himself come to the table again, this time as the losing side of a war, though no pitched battle had been fought to decide it. The letter was laced with veiled threats. Should they refuse, Tywin would march with the full might of the Crown's forces, augmented by the Tyrells, to lay waste to Riverrun and beyond. The lords of the North raged at this. Great John Umber wanted to meet them in the field. Roose Bolton quietly suggested retreating behind the neck, forcing the Lannisters to fight a long, brutal campaign to reach Winterfell. Catelyn argued that might only leave the Riverlands to burn. Robb listened to them all, turning often to Eddard. In the end, Eddard gathered his family once more. The choice was stark: accept humiliating terms, effectively bending the knee to Joffrey, or fight on against overwhelming odds. They might hold out in a protracted guerrilla war. Winter snows would soon hamper large armies in the north. But the Riverlands would suffer. Walder Frey might betray them. The Ironborn might seize the moment to strike Winterfell. The cost in lives could be catastrophic. Arya's lip curled. We should fight. Joffrey is whore. Ibble father. Sansa, trembling, murmured, he is horrible, but how many must die? Catelyn folded her arms. Could Tywin be forced to concede some measure of peace if we hold out? Or would he simply raise half the realm? Robb's voice was low. They'll kill many, but I cannot kneel to that boy after all he's done. Our men wouldn't abide it. They've called me king in the north, father. They'll fight if I ask them. Eddard weighed it all, feeling the burden like a physical weight on his shoulders. He thought of the old memories. Robert's rebellion, the sacking of King's Landing, the children butchered. War-bred horror. Tywin had been behind that horror once. Now he threatened it again. Eddard also thought of the letter from the Watch, the threat beyond the wall that no one was heeding. If the North exhausted itself in a massive war with the Lannisters, who would stand against the true enemy when it came? Slowly, he looked at each of them. We will not kneel blindly, but perhaps there is a third way. We negotiate again, more cautiously, and we demand the freedom to prepare our defenses against the Ironborn and any threat from beyond the wall. If they refuse us that, then we fight. But I'll not see the Riverlands pay the price alone while we hide behind the neck. Robb took a shaking breath. You would try to talk terms with Tywin once more after all this? Yes, Eddard said quietly. Once more. We have to try, if only to buy time. If the realm tears itself further, we all might perish. But I'll not sign away our dignity. Let Tywin come to us, or let us meet him halfway. Maybe we can find an outcome that spares countless innocents, or at least grants us a better position before the snows fall. Catelyn reached for his hand. I stand with you, Ned. Sansa and Arya both nodded, though Arya still looked mutinous, as if any peace with Joffrey was an affront. Eddard could not blame her. Robb rubbed the back of his neck, waging an internal war, then conceded. Very well. We'll see if Tywin will talk rather than unleash another bloodbath. Outside, the wind shifted from the north, carrying the first hints of winter's bite. Eddard felt it on his face as he walked the battlements of Riverrun. The twilight sky was streaked with red and gold, as if the very heavens were drenched in the realm's blood. Footsteps approached, Brynden Tully, silent as a cat. You plan to keep trying for peace, Brynden said, half question, half statement. Eddard nodded. We must. Even if it's in vain, I must try to protect my children from another war. If Tywin refuses all reason, then we'll stand firm with sword in hand. But not until every other path is closed. Brynden gazed across the horizon. I've fought my share of battles, Ned. None bring me joy. I respect your choice. Still, be ready. If Tywin sees an advantage, he'll strike, no matter what words are spoken. I know, Eddard said, voice solemn. He is a lion, and lions rarely yield their prey. But the direwolf does not yield either. If he underestimates us, he'll learn that lesson. Brynden inclined his head, then turned to leave. Eddard remained, letting the dusk deepen around him. The realm was still in turmoil. Joffrey on the throne, Stannis licking his wounds, the Tyrells ascendant, the Ironborn marauding, the Watch pleading for aid. Yet here he stood, with both daughters safe, his wife and son at his side, and the North's banners still flying. The odds were steep, but Eddard Stark had been to the edge of death and returned. He had learned the price of underestimating the cunning of southern lords, learned that honor alone would not always prevail. He drew in a slow breath, letting the crisp air fill his lungs. If he could save even some of the realm from the flames of war, if he could shield his children from further horror, if he could keep the North strong for the winter to come, then he would endure the weight of these negotiations, these compromises, these new battles. He thought of Winterfell's godswood, the silent face carved into the weirwood tree, and prayed that the old gods still watched and guided him. Night fell, and with it came the quiet hush of possibility. It could be the hush before a storm, or the hush of a realm edging toward uneasy peace. Whichever it was, Eddard Stark would meet it unflinching, carrying the twin burdens of duty and love. In every breath, he remembered the feel of ice at his neck, the moment he had nearly lost his life. He would not let fear rule him now. One day at a time, one choice at a time, he would strive to outmaneuver the falsehoods, stave off the storms, and guide his family through the shadows. The North remembered, and so did he. And as long as he drew breath, he would fight for a future better than the nightmares that had nearly consumed them all. The nights in Riverrun stretched long in the aftermath of King's Landing's narrow escape from Stannis Baratheon's assault. War had battered the realm, yet somehow, the great conflagration still smoldered rather than burning itself out. Eddard Stark sat beside a dying hearth in the castle's solar, turning events over in his mind for the countless time that evening. He could not banish the image of green wildfire exploding across the Blackwater, nor the knowledge that Tywin Lannister and the Tyrells had swept in to save Joffrey's throne. And now, with that victory behind them, Tywin had turned his gaze back to the Riverlands, and to the north. Robb Stark stood near the window, arms folded over his chest, as if bracing himself. He was so young, hardly more than a boy, yet Eddard could see the lines of worry deepening around Robb's eyes, the sudden angles in his face that made him appear older than his years. Grey Wind, Robb's direwolf, rested near his feet, ears pricked. The past hours had been spent reading, rereading, and debating the latest raven from Lord Tywin. The demands that House Stark yield, that they reaffirm fealty to Joffrey Baratheon, that they permit the Crown's armies access to the Riverlands. In return, Tywin dangled a promise of sparing them all from annihilation. "It's not so different from the other letters he sent," Robb said, voice tight with anger. "Only now he believes he has all the leverage in the world." Catelyn, seated near the table where she had been nursing a cup of spiced wine, cast her gaze across the solar to where Eddard Saturday because he does. With the Tyrells at his side and Stannis beaten back, Tywin has no reason to concede anything. And we remain entangled here in a war on two fronts, one with the Lannisters, the other with the Ironborn. And we cannot forget the Freys, who might betray us if they sense it will serve their ends. Eddard stirred from his silence, his voice soft yet firm. "Aye, this is the situation we've dreaded. Had Stannis broken through fully and toppled Joffrey, the shape of this war might have changed. Now Tywin can marshal armies from the west, the capital, and the Reach if need be." Arya Stark, who had slipped into the room despite it being well past the hour when she should be abed, piped up, "Let me help fight. I'm not a child anymore." She sounded fiercely determined, though it was impossible to miss the hollowed look under her eyes. The echoes of her time on the run, the long weeks disguised as a boy under Yoren's protection. Catelyn shook her head. "You've been through enough. We must find a way to end this war without throwing our family into the jaws of the Lannisters." Arya made to protest, but Sansa, quiet, pale Sansa, placed a gentle hand on her sister's forearm. "Father and Mother want to protect us," Sansa said. "We don't know what Tywin might do. If he's won at King's Landing, he may not honor any truce." Robb let out a low breath. "What do our lords say, Father? Glover, Umber, Bolton, the rest?" "They're divided," Eddard admitted. "Some claim we should abandon the Riverlands, pull back behind Moat Cailin, and wait for the snows to come. Others argue that yielding the Tully lands to Tywin would be a betrayal of our allies and an acknowledgement we can't stand against the crown. Great John wants open war. Roose Bolton says any peace is better than a lost cause. Though his Ibble father, Sansa, trembling, murmured, "He is horrible, but how many must die?" Catelyn folded her arms. Could Tywin be forced to concede some measure of peace if we hold out? Or would he simply raise half the realm? Robb's voice was low. They'll kill many, but I cannot kneel to that boy after all he's done. Our men wouldn't abide it. They've called me king in the north, father. They'll fight if I ask them. Eddard weighed it all, feeling the burden like a physical weight on his shoulders. He thought of the old memories. Robert's rebellion, the sacking of King's Landing, the children butchered. War-bred horror. Tywin had been behind that horror once. Now he threatened it again. Eddard also thought of the letter from the Watch, the threat beyond the wall that no one was heeding. If the North exhausted itself in a massive war with the Lannisters, who would stand against the true enemy when it came? Slowly, he looked at each of them. We will not kneel blindly, but perhaps there is a third way. We negotiate again, more cautiously, and we demand the freedom to prepare our defenses against the Ironborn and any threat from beyond the wall. If they refuse us that, then we fight. But I'll not see the Riverlands pay the price alone while we hide behind the neck. Robb took a shaking breath. You would try to talk terms with Tywin once more after all this? Yes, Eddard said quietly. Once more. We have to try, if only to buy time. If the realm tears itself further, we all might perish. But I'll not sign away our dignity. Let Tywin come to us, or let us meet him halfway. Maybe we can find an outcome that spares countless innocents, or at least grants us a better position before the snows fall. Catelyn reached for his hand. I stand with you, Ned. Sansa and Arya both nodded, though Arya still looked mutinous, as if any peace with Joffrey was an affront. Eddard could not blame her. Robb rubbed the back of his neck, waging an internal war, then conceded. Very well. We'll see if Tywin will talk rather than unleash another bloodbath. Outside, the wind shifted from the north, carrying the first hints of winter's bite. Eddard felt it on his face as he walked the battlements of Riverrun. The twilight sky was streaked with red and gold, as if the very heavens were drenched in the realm's blood. Footsteps approached, Brynden Tully, silent as a cat. You plan to keep trying for peace, Brynden said, half question, half statement. Eddard nodded. We must. Even if it's in vain, I must try to protect my children from another war. If Tywin refuses all reason, then we'll stand firm with sword in hand. But not until every other path is closed. Brynden gazed across the horizon. I've fought my share of battles, Ned. None bring me joy. I respect your choice. Still, be ready. If Tywin sees an advantage, he'll strike, no matter what words are spoken. I know, Eddard said, voice solemn. He is a lion, and lions rarely yield their prey. But the dire wolf does not yield either. If he underestimates us, he'll learn that lesson. Brynden inclined his head, then turned to leave. Eddard remained, letting the dusk deepen around him. The realm was still in turmoil. Joffrey on the throne, Stannis licking his wounds, the Tyrells ascendant, the Ironborn marauding, the Watch pleading for aid. Yet here he stood, with both daughters safe, his wife and son at his side, and the North's banners still flying. The odds were steep, but Eddard Stark had been to the edge of death and returned. He had learned the price of underestimating the cunning of southern lords, learned that honor alone would not always prevail. He drew in a slow breath, letting the crisp air fill his lungs. If he could save even some of the realm from the flames of war, if he could shield his children from further horror, if he could keep the North strong for the winter to come, then he would endure the weight of these negotiations, these compromises, these new battles. He thought of Winterfell's godswood, the silent face carved into the weirwood tree, and prayed that the old gods still watched and guided him. Night fell, and with it came the quiet hush of possibility. It could be the hush before a storm, or the hush of a realm edging toward uneasy peace. Whichever it was, Eddard Stark would meet it unflinching, carrying the twin burdens of duty and love. In every breath, he remembered the feel of ice at his neck, the moment he had nearly lost his life. He would not let fear rule him now. One day at a time, one choice at a time, he would strive to outmaneuver the falsehoods, stave off the storms, and guide his family through the shadows. The North remembered, and so did he, and as long as he drew breath, he would fight for a future better than the nightmares that had nearly consumed them all. The nights in Riverrun stretched long in the aftermath of King's Landing's narrow escape from Stannis Baratheon's assault. War had battered the realm, yet somehow, the great conflagration still smoldered rather than burning itself out. Eddard Stark sat beside a dying hearth in the castle's solar, turning events over in his mind for the countless time that evening. He could not banish the image of green wildfire exploding across the Blackwater, nor the knowledge that Tywin Lannister and the Tyrells had swept in to save Joffrey's throne. And now, with that victory behind them, Tywin had turned his gaze back to the Riverlands, and to the north. Robb Stark stood near the window, arms folded over his chest, as if bracing himself. He was so young, hardly more than a boy, yet Eddard could see the lines of worry deepening around Robb's eyes, the sudden angles in his face that made him appear older than his years. Grey Wind, Robb's direwolf, rested near his feet, ears pricked. The past hours had been spent reading, rereading, and debating the latest raven from Lord Tywin. The demands that House Stark yield, that they reaffirm fealty to Joffrey Baratheon, that they permit the Crown's armies access to the Riverlands. In return, Tywin dangled a promise of sparing them all from annihilation. "It's not so different from the other letters he sent," Robb said, voice tight with anger. "Only now he believes he has all the leverage in the world." Catelyn, seated near the table where she had been nursing a cup of spiced wine, cast her gaze across the solar to where Eddard Saturday because he does. With the Tyrells at his side and Stannis beaten back, Tywin has no reason to concede anything. And we remain entangled here in a war on two fronts, one with the Lannisters, the other with the Ironborn. And we cannot forget the Freys, who might betray us if they sense it will serve their ends. Eddard stirred from his silence, his voice soft yet firm. "Aye, this is the situation we've dreaded. Had Stannis broken through fully and toppled Joffrey, the shape of this war might have changed. Now Tywin can marshal armies from the west, the capital, and the Reach if need be." Arya Stark, who had slipped into the room despite it being well past the hour when she should be abed, piped up, "Let me help fight. I'm not a child anymore." She sounded fiercely determined, though it was impossible to miss the hollowed look under her eyes. The echoes of her time on the run, the long weeks disguised as a boy under Yoren's protection. Catelyn shook her head. "You've been through enough. We must find a way to end this war without throwing our family into the jaws of the Lannisters." Arya made to protest, but Sansa, quiet, pale Sansa, placed a gentle hand on her sister's forearm. "Father and Mother want to protect us," Sansa said. "We don't know what Tywin might do. If he's won at King's Landing, he may not honor any truce." Robb let out a low breath. "What do our lords say, Father? Glover, Umber, Bolton, the rest?" "They're divided," Eddard admitted. "Some claim we should abandon the Riverlands, pull back behind Moat Cailin, and wait for the snows to come. Others argue that yielding the Tully lands to Tywin would be a betrayal of our allies and an acknowledgement we can't stand against the Crown. Great John wants open war. Roose Bolton says any peace is better than a lost cause, though his motives are always his own. As for your Uncle Brynden, he doesn't trust Tywin to keep to any treaty." Catelyn's jaw set. "My uncle is wise in this. Tywin might talk, but the moment we withdraw, the Lannisters will swoop in to claim the entire Riverlands. Where will that leave my father's house, or all the folk who have sheltered us?" Eddard stared into the dim embers of the hearth. "We are tethered here, whether we wish it or not. If we vanish northward, we cede Riverrun and all these lands to Tywin's predations, and he might come after us anyway." "You'll try to negotiate again?" Sansa asked, voice trembling. She clearly recalled the horrors of King's Landing, how Joffrey had nearly killed her father despite promises of mercy. Eddard nodded grimly. "I must. If he will not bend, then we must be prepared to meet him. But I can't in good conscience rush the realm into more slaughter without exhausting the last avenue of peace. Perhaps there's something Tywin wants beyond simple subjugation. A trade, an arrangement that spares the Riverlands." Robb's lip curled. And if what he wants is Arya's hand for some Lannister marriage or something equally foul, how far would we go to keep our armies alive? A grim silence took hold. Eddard had endured Tywin's attempt to barter Arya's betrothal in their last parley. The thought of giving any child, especially Arya who had been through so much, was unthinkable. Yet war devoured innocence every day. He reached up, rubbing at the faint scar on his neck, the place where Ser Island Payne's sword had hovered before Yoren intervened. I will not wed any of you to a Lannister, nor will I sign away the North's honor. But we have to be mindful that Tywin holds cards we do not. A sharp rap sounded on the solar door before it swung inward, revealing Brynden Tully. The Blackfish wore his customary half-scowl, though he dipped his head in apology for disturbing them at such an hour. We've had word from Moat Cailin, another Ironborn landing in the north, near Deepwood Motte. They say Theon Greyjoy himself leads it. The reports are scattered, but it seems they're entrenching, as if to make a permanent hold in our lands. The news was a fresh knife twist. Eddard remembered Theon as a boy fostered in Winterfell, taught in the ways of the North. Yet Balon Greyjoy's ambition ran deeper than any sense of gratitude or fealty. Theon, desperate for his father's approval, had apparently embraced House Greyjoy's cause. Robb's face hardened. We can't let them roam free in the north. My brothers are their Bran Rickon. If Theon's men press on, they could threaten Winterfell itself. Brynden nodded. Aye, they could. We have some few men posted at Moat Cailin, but not enough to mount a full defense. They rely on the strong walls and the bogs. If the Ironborn bypass it by sea, we'll be flailing. Arya clenched her fists. It's not fair. The Ironborn kill us in the north, and the Lannisters kill us here. No matter which way we turn, some enemy is at our back. Catelyn rose from her seat, crossing to place a hand on Arya's shoulder. We'll make them account for it, but we have only so many swords to go around. Eddard thanked Brynden for the tidings. The room seemed to constrict around them, tension pressing in from every angle. He turned to Robb. We might send a contingent north to reinforce the garrison. Waiting, cloak stirred by a faint breeze, Brynden at his side. The rest of their escort hung back, crossbows stowed but ready. Tywin halted a dozen paces away. Up close, Eddard could see the man's face was drawn, lines of frustration or fatigue bracketing his mouth. Though the victory at King's Landing was fresh, the war had weighed on Tywin, too. Kevan inclined his head politely, and the knight behind Tywin made a stiff bow. Lord Stark, Tywin said without preamble, voice carrying easily across the space. You've come to treat with me again. Pray we reach more fruitful discussions than last time. Eddard nodded, stepping forward. Lord Tywin, you proposed we meet, so here we are. I trust you come in good faith. As good as the times allow, Tywin answered. He slid off his horse, every movement controlled, as if determined to show no hint of weakness. Kevan followed suit, though the third knight stayed mounted, scanning the area for threats. Brynden Tully took a half-step forward, letting the Lannisters see that House Tully was not cowed. Tywin surveyed the hilltop. At least it's a more pleasant setting than that dreary hunting lodge. Let us dispense with pleasantries, yes? I have a war to conduct, unless you are prepared to end it. A muscle in Brendan's jaw flexed. Eddard inclined his head. We all want an end to the bloodshed. The question is whether your terms remain as harsh as before. Tywin gestured for them to be seated around a fallen oak trunk that formed a rough bench. Kevan stood behind him like a silent sentinel. The Lannister lord smoothed his cloak and addressed Eddard directly. The crown's position is unchanged. Joffrey is the rightful king. We require that House Stark, and indeed the entire North, bend the knee, reaffirming loyalty. The Riverlands must similarly reaffirm their fealty or face retribution for harboring rebels. In exchange, the king will grant pardons and allow your house to continue ruling the North as wardens, though on condition that any future insurrection is punishable by attainder of all your lands and titles. Eddard did not react outwardly, but he felt his stomach tighten. This was the same ultimatum as before, or worse. What about the Ironborn incursion in my lands? and the atrocities done to the Riverlands by your bannermen." Tywin inclined his head in a gesture that was almost a sneer. "The Ironborn are your problem, Stark. The crown has no quarrel with them at present, unless they threaten the Lannister coast. As for the Riverlands, if they surrender, we will, of course, deal with each lord according to his part in the rebellion. Some may keep their lands, others may forfeit them. War has consequences," Brynden snapped. "You talk of consequences while your men have burned villages and slaughtered innocent folk." Tywin did not blink. "A regrettable necessity of war. The same could be said of Stark men who put Lannister men to the sword. Let us not rehash every offense, or we'll never see an end." Eddard fought to keep his composure. "I recall that your men tried to execute me on the steps of Baelor September, though I had confessed to treason under duress. You destroyed any goodwill the moment you threatened my daughters." Tywin's gaze flickered with impatience. "My grandson was acting in the heat of the moment. You were a declared traitor, Stark. Let us not dwell on that. You are alive, your daughters are safe. The realm moves forward." In that moment, Eddard understood that Tywin was either unwilling or unable to show remorse. To him, war was a game of positions. Compassion, personal relationships, none of it carried weight compared to the main objective of Lannister supremacy. Eddard pressed on, voice taut. "Then your stance is that we kneel, hand over the Riverlands, and let you decide which lords are punished. And in return, you won't wipe out House Stark. Do you truly expect me to accept that?" Tywin studied him coolly. "If you refuse, I will call upon the Tyrells, the crown's levies, and all the Lannister strength to crush your pockets of resistance. Your son's expedition north cannot hope to stand. A protracted war will bleed your lands dry, as well as the Riverlands. Are you so proud that you prefer thousands more to die, rather than acknowledge the rightful king?" Eddard's hand clenched around the edge of the oak trunk. Memories seared him. The moment he had nearly lost his head, Sansa's terror, Arya's flight, the villages burned around them. He forced himself to speak calmly. "I can't speak for all the River Lords. They have a voice of their own. As for the North, we have bled enough at the Crown's hands. If we are to kneel, it must be under terms that protect our autonomy and safeguard the Riverlands from further destruction. Otherwise, this war will continue." Tywin's lip curled in a dismissive smile. "Autonomy? That is a pretty word for secession. The North belongs to the Iron Throne, as it has for centuries. Any illusions to the contrary are rebellious fantasy. You will pay taxes as commanded, supply men when called. This is how the realm endures." Brynden Tully looked ready to spit on the ground. "Spare us your lectures on the realm, Lannister. You sacked King's Landing once. You unleashed your men to ravage these lands. How is that safeguarding the realm?" Tywin ignored him, focusing on Eddard. "Make your choice, Stark. If you want more favorable terms, you must meet us partway. Lay down arms in the Riverlands. Allow the king's justice to proceed. If you do, I can promise leniency. The Tullus will remain in some capacity, though likely under watch. Your house will be left to handle the Ironborn as you please, so long as you continue to acknowledge Joffrey. And if you wish an alliance of marriage to secure peace, that may still be arranged. A betrothal for your younger daughter, or for one of your wards, to a suitable Lannister cousin. No immediate wedding if that is your sticking point, but a tie that prevents future rebellion." Eddard wanted to recoil at the suggestion. Arya had only just returned, traumatized by weeks fleeing the Lannisters. To tie her once more to that house felt like a betrayal of her spirit. Yet here was Tywin, demanding it as a seal on the bargain. Eddard's heart pounded. Kevin Lannister cleared his throat. "Lord Stark, you know my brother is not one to repeat himself. If this war continues, more small folk will burn. More families will be torn apart." Brynden hissed under his breath. Eddard realized the man was trying to bite back a retort that might end the parley. Eddard inhaled slowly, meeting Tywin's eyes. "I will speak with my bannermen, the lords of the Riverlands, and my family. We will consider what you've proposed. But I'll not promise that they or I will bend so easily." We've reason enough to mistrust every vow that comes from King's Landing. Tywin inclined his head in a mocking sort of courtesy. Very well, take your time, but not too long. My patience wears thin. The truce we stand upon is as brittle as old parchment. If I do not have your answer within a fortnight, I will proceed as if you have refused. With that, the Lannisters signaled their men. Tywin and Kevan rose, leading their horses away without further pleasantries. Eddard and Brynden stood watch as the Lannisters rode off, the lion banners disappearing behind the next hill. Only then did Brynden allow himself to curse openly. "Arrogant bastard," he spat. "He truly believes we should be grateful for any scrap of mercy." Eddard nodded, exhaustion weighing him down. "That is his way. Let's break camp. We have much to discuss at Riverrun." They mounted and rode, traveling at a brisk pace, minds churning. The proposals Tywin offered were scarcely better than unconditional surrender, giving up full autonomy, letting the Lannisters decide which Riverlords survived or lost their lands, and on top of all that, a forced betrothal for Arya. Yet if they refused, Tywin threatened to unleash the combined might of the realm, aided by the Tyrells. Eddard could not dismiss the risk. Even with Robb's skillful command, the North could not stand indefinitely against such numbers, especially while the Ironborn nibbled at their coasts. That night, they made a cold camp half a league from Acorn Hall, posting double watches. Brynden asked quietly at one point, "What do we do, Ned? Unless a miracle arrives, Tywin could crush us. But we can't yield to such demands. The Tullus would lose everything." Eddard set his jaw, staring at the thin smoke of their small fire. "I won't sign away everything. We might consider some lesser concession, but the betrothal? That is a step too far. And letting them pick which Riverlords lose their heads. How can I condone that? No, we'll speak to Cat, to the others. If the Riverlords choose war, we'll stand with them. The North is not so easy a prize as Tywin imagines." Brynden merely grunted, huddling deeper into his cloak. The night pressed in cold and dark. They reached Riverrun by midday on the following day. The portcullis clanked up, allowing them inside. Catelyn hurried to meet them in the courtyard, eyes bright with concern. Sansa and Arya hovered behind her, flanked by a few Tully guards. At a glance, Eddard read the question in their faces. Had Tywin offered anything resembling real peace? He offered them only a terse shake of the head. "Inside," he murmured. "We'll discuss it." Gathered in the great hall, Eddard relayed Tywin's demands, sparing no detail. He watched Arya's face go pale when she heard talk of betrothal. Fury lit her eyes, but she bit her lip, saying nothing. Sansa pressed a hand to her mouth, tears threatening. Catelyn looked to her uncle and then to Eddard. "We cannot allow them to dictate the fates of the Riverlords like that, nor can we give them Arya. That would be monstrous, after everything she's endured." Eddard took her hand. "I agree, but we also face annihilation if Tywin commits his full force. The realm is allied behind him, unless Stannis resurfaces with new strength. The only glimmer of hope might be that the war in the south flares up again, drawing Tywin's attention away. But we can't count on that. We must find a middle path, if it exists." Roose Bolton, who had arrived for the meeting with a retinue of Dreadfort men, spoke in his usual dispassionate tone. "We could feign a willingness to accept some portion of Tywin's terms, stall him while we gather fresh forces and fortify, or while we see if your son can rid the north of the Ironborn. If the winds of war shift again, we might come back to the table in a stronger position." Catelyn eyed Bolton warily. "And in the meantime, the Lannisters continue to savage the Riverlands." Brynden scoffed. "They already do that under the truce, sending out foragers and tax collectors who are little more than looters. Ser Edmure Tully, her brother, recently recovered from a wound, nodded fiercely. We can't bow to them. Riverrun will stand, no matter the cost. A rising chorus of voices argued. Some lords feared the Lannisters' might. Others demanded a stand to the last. Eddard let them vent, then raised a hand for silence. We must unify our stance or Tywin will exploit our disagreements. I will send him our refusal of the betrothal. We will demand that the river lords keep their lands unmolested. If Tywin grants that, we might agree to lesser homage, some acknowledgement that Joffrey sits the Iron Throne. But no more. If he cannot accept that, then we prepare for war. There were murmurs. Many suspected Tywin would never settle for so little. Yet no one proposed a better path. Catelyn clasped Eddard's arm. And if he marches on us? Then we fight, Eddard said softly. Or we retreat to the north if it becomes hopeless. The choice will be ours. I'd prefer not to see the Riverlands ravaged further. But we can't hand you all over to Tywin's mercy. Arya stared at her father, lips parted. I don't want to go back to being their prisoner. You won't, Eddard promised, voice firm. Never again. Sansa hesitated. Father, will they punish me for how Joffrey was humiliated? If they capture us? Fear flickered in her eyes. Eddard's heart twisted. I won't let them take you. Remember that. He ended the council shortly after, sending men to draft a formal response to Tywin. They stated House Stark's refusal to sign over the fate of the River Lords, the refusal of any forced betrothal, but left open a window for a compromise. The North might recognize Joffrey as king, so long as the realm left them unmolested and did not punish any Tully bannermen. It was a risky balance, but it was all Eddard could offer. He sealed it with the direwolf stamp, adding the Tully sigil as well. Then, with a final swirl of tension in the Great Hall, the letter was dispatched by Raven. Days slipped by in uneasy waiting. Riverrun's gates were closed. Watchfires lit atop the walls every night. Refugees whispered of Lannister outriders, though no large force yet approached. Bolton left with some of his men to guard the approach from the east. The Great John patrolled the western roads. Anxiety coiled like a serpent in every corridor. One late afternoon, as Eddard paced the ramparts, he saw Sansa and Arya in a corner of the courtyard with wooden swords, practicing stances. Arya's quicksilver movements contrasted with Sansa's hesitant thrusts. Sansa had never shown much aptitude for swordplay, yet here they were. He descended to watch quietly, not wishing to embarrass them. Arya coached her sister, showing how to hold the wooden blade, how to step. It was a clumsy effort, but Sansa persevered, cheeks flushed with the strain of it. When Arya caught sight of Eddard, she paused. I'm teaching her what Syrio Farrell taught me, Arya said with pride, naming the former First Sword of Bravos who had died defending her. Because if it comes to a fight, we should all know how to defend ourselves. Sansa lowered the wooden sword, looking uncertain. I'm not very good. Eddard approached, placing a gentle hand on Sansa's shoulder. You've courage, at least. I don't expect you to become a master-at-arms overnight. Just be careful. Then he turned to Arya. Thank you for teaching your sister. But let's not forget your mother might have a fit if she sees you two bruising each other. Arya smirked. We're only practicing with wooden swords. We'll be careful. He nodded, stepping back, letting them continue. Something about the sight of them cooperating, once so often at odds, stirred a bittersweet ache in him. War had forced them to grow up too soon, to take up burdens no child should bear. Yet here they were, forging a kind of unity in the face of all that threatened them. That evening, another raven arrived, but this one bore no Lannister seal. It was from the south, a ragged dispatch from a Tully scout near the Stormlands. The letter claimed that King Stannis, though defeated at Blackwater, was far from finished. He had retreated to Dragonstone, mustering forces anew, and there were wild rumors that dark sorcery or the Red Woman's powers might soon be unleashed on House Lannister. The writer of the letter could not confirm more, but insisted that conflict in the south might reignite. When Eddard read this to Catelyn and the lords, the Great Hall buzzed with speculation. If Stannis rose again, Tywin might be forced to redeploy, giving the Riverlands some breathing room, or it might lead to a new wave of devastation. No one could say. Catelyn's voice broke through the clamor. Do we reach out to Stannis? Offer him an alliance if he topples the Lannisters? Eddard rubbed his brow. Stannis demands fealty to him as the rightful king. He will not accept the North's independence any more than Joffrey would. Our position is precarious either way. Yet if he draws Tywin's armies south, that buys us time. We might not need to reach out. His war alone could shift the tides. Roose Bolton, who had returned from a patrol, said in a low murmur, "If we push too openly towards Stannis, Tywin will see it as treachery. He'll punish the Riverlands faster. A hidden channel of communication might be possible, but that is risky. And if Stannis fails again, we'll be left at Tywin's mercy." Eddard nodded, acknowledging the logic. War demanded cunning moves, but the memory of Littlefinger's betrayals in King's Landing made Eddard loath to engage in secret deals and subterfuge. "We'll watch the developments. For now, we stand by the letter we sent. If Tywin replies with a better offer or an ultimatum, we'll deal with it." So they waited. Another week crawled past, full of tension and rumor. More refugees drifted in, telling of outlaws roaming the countryside, of the mountains' men torching outlying farms. Eddard quietly dispatched scouts to confirm these tales. They returned with grim faces. Yes, Lannister raiders lurked beyond the Red Fork, though not in overwhelming numbers. It seemed Tywin was not launching a full invasion yet, but he made sure the small folk remained cowed. Eddard prayed that Robb had reached the north in time. The occasional raven from Moat Cailin came with scraps of news. Robb's army had passed safely, skirmishing with a band of Ironborn but driving them back to their ships. No word of Theon's final whereabouts. Eddard tried to focus on those tidings rather than the gathering shadow in the Riverlands. Every day that passed without a Lannister onslaught was a small mercy. At last, as the fortnight neared its end, a raven from Tywin arrived. Eddard gathered the river lords and the high officers in Riverrun's hall. Reading it aloud, "Lord Stark, your response has been considered and found unsatisfactory. The king will not allow rebels to dictate terms. You will present yourself and the leaders of this so-called host in King's Landing to bend the knee before his grace. Your illusions of a separate peace for the Riverlands are null. Surrender the castle of Riverrun and all arms therein within 10 days of receiving this message, or face the combined wrath of the Iron Throne and its loyal vassals. Do not presume further parley unless you accept the king's rightful authority in all matters." It was signed in Tywin's bold hand, with Joffrey's seal attached below. The hall erupted in shouts. The Great John wanted to ride out at once and challenge Tywin in open battle. Edmure Tully insisted they could hold Riverrun against a siege. Others clamored to meet Tywin at the fords and at the Twins. Eddard had to raise his voice to restore calm. "Tywin has made his position plain," Eddard said quietly. "He demands utter surrender. We've no reason to think he'll treat us kindly if we comply. He may simply execute us as traitors, or else strip the Tullus of everything, and demand the North do his bidding. I see no choice but to fight, unless the gods send a miracle." Catelyn's eyes shone with tears she refused to let fall. "Then we stand firm at Riverrun. This castle has withstood sieges before, and we have strong lords in the field." Brynden Tully stood, squared his shoulders. "We can harry them, pick off their foragers. If Tywin wants a direct siege, he'll find it costly." Roose Bolton's smooth voice interjected. "He has the Tyrells for grain and gold. A long siege may cost him, but it may cost us more. Our supplies are limited, especially with so many refugees." A hush settled. Eddard weighed each word. War was rarely just swords and lances. It was famine, disease, the slow strangulation of a city or castle starved of supplies. Riverrun could hold out for a while, but if the siege dragged on, the small folk inside would suffer. And Tywin might savage the surrounding countryside further, punishing any who aided them. At length Eddard said, "We gather. What harvest we can from the fields, bring it inside the walls. Evacuate as many small folk as we can shelter. I fear Tywin's next blow is imminent. Let him come. We'll meet him at the fords if possible. But if that fails, we seal the gates. I would prefer an open battle, but the choice might not be ours." The lords nodded, grim-faced. Plans were set in motion. Scouts fanned out to watch the roads. Farmers were urged to bring livestock behind the castle walls, though many refused to abandon their meager lands. Eddard spent long hours conferring with officers about defenses and supply. He also wrote a flurry of ravens, one to Robb, warning him that Tywin might soon cut off any route south, others to lesser lords in the Riverlands, urging them to rally or retreat to Riverrun. In the swirl of preparations, Eddard found little time to sleep. Late one evening, he wandered the corridors, mind too restless for slumber. He discovered Sansa awake as well, kneeling by a window that overlooked the courtyard, a single candle flickering near her. Her eyes glimmered as she turned at his approach. "Father," she said, her voice soft. "I couldn't rest. I keep thinking about the people here, how they're frightened. They come to me and Arya sometimes, saying they're so glad House Stark is protecting them, that they prayed to the Seven we'd keep them safe. I don't feel very strong. I feel powerless." Eddard sat on the windowsill beside her, placing a hand gently over hers. "You survived King's Landing and Joffrey's cruelty, Sansa. Strength isn't always about a sword arm. It's about endurance, about caring for others in the darkest times. These people trust you because they see your compassion." She bit her lip, eyes welling. "If Tywin besieges us, will the walls hold? Will we starve? Or—" He exhaled slowly. "I'll do all in my power to prevent that. We'll gather as many stores as we can. If the worst happens, we'll endure. Winterfell endured many sieges in its history. Riverrun can too. But let us pray to the gods it doesn't come to that." Sansa nodded, pressing her hands together as though in prayer. If only the realm weren't so broken. If only Joffrey could see the damage he causes. He never cared about anything but himself and his own twisted amusements. Sometimes I dream about Myrcella or Tommen. They weren't so cruel. Why couldn't one of them be king? Eddard closed his eyes. He recalled Myrcella's sweet nature, Tommen's gentle spirit. In another world, perhaps. For now, we face Joffrey with Tywin behind him. Rest if you can, sweet girl. Tomorrow will bring more challenges. He gave her hand a reassuring squeeze and walked her back to her chamber, leaving her under the watchful eye of a Tully guardsman. Then he paced the castle halls, too filled with worry to find his bed. Memories shadowed him. The moment Robert Baratheon had pressed the office of hand upon him, the moment Peter Baelish had promised help and then betrayed him, the last flickers of hope in King's Landing as he knelt at Baelor's September. So many turns in the road had led here, to this precarious stand in Riverrun, with so many relying on House Stark to keep the darkness at bay. Before dawn, horns sounded from the watchtowers. Eddard was already half awake, dozing in a chair in the solar. He jolted upright at the alarm. By the time he hurried to the ramparts, the eastern sky was just beginning to lighten in shades of pale gray. Brynden Tully was there with a spyglass, frowning across the river. Catelyn joined them a moment later, hastily wrapped in a cloak. "What is it?" Eddard asked, heart pounding. Brynden lowered the spyglass. "A Lannister vanguard, maybe a few hundred riders. They carry lion banners, heading along the Red Fork. Looks like they're testing our outer defenses." Soldiers rushed to arm themselves. The city watch within Riverrun braced for an assault, though a few hundred men were hardly enough to lay siege. Eddard watched from the battlements as the column emerged from the mists, scarlet cloaks shining steel. They halted some distance away, beyond bow range. A single rider advanced under a white flag, calling for parley. Catelyn's knuckles whitened on the stone. "Another parley so soon?" Eddard shook his head. "Likely a demand that we open the gates. Or a threat." He turned to Brynden. "I'll go out with a few guards." Brynden scowled. "Be wary. This might be a trick to lure you from the safety of the walls." Eddard nodded. "We'll keep a close watch. Cat, stay here. If they try anything, raise the portcullis and do not let me hamper your response." Catelyn's lips pressed into a tight line, but she squeezed his arm in understanding. Eddard descended to the gatehouse, summoning half a dozen men. They lifted the portcullis just enough to allow him and his guards to ride out. The crisp morning air smelled of dew and churned earth. The white flag rider waited near a small rise in the terrain. As Eddard approached, he recognized the man as a knight sworn to House Lannister, Ser Davin Lannister, a cousin. Davin removed his helm, revealing a broad, bearded face. "Lord Stark," he called, raising his voice to be heard. "I bear a message from Lord Tywin." Eddard stopped his horse a few yards away, his guards forming a protective arc around him. "Speak it here." Davin cleared his throat. "Lord Tywin calls upon you to surrender Riverrun immediately. His main host marches behind me with the blessings of King Joffrey. Yield and your lives will be spared. Resist and you face utter destruction." Eddard's pulse thrummed. He glanced at the line of Lannister riders in the distance, noticing more dust clouds behind them. So Tywin had begun his approach in earnest. "Riverrun will not open its gates to invaders," Eddard said evenly. "We stand under the rightful rule of House Tully and House Stark. If Tywin wishes more blood, that is on his head." Ser Davin sniffed, unimpressed. "Then expect no mercy. He's grown tired of your defiance. But if you do yield, he will treat you as honorable prisoners, perhaps even allowing some measure of leniency in the future. Better than the fate awaiting those who die for a lost cause." Eddard's anger flared. He recalled Tywin's letter, the demands, the refusal to yield anything. "We have given our final answer. Return to your lord and tell him we stand ready. The Tullus will not be cast aside like chaff, nor will the North." Davin's gaze flickered over Eddard's guards, perhaps weighing the chance of a sudden attack. But Eddard did not move to unsheath his sword. He let the man see that House Stark was not about to stoop to dishonorable ambush. With a curt nod, Davin turned his horse and rode back to his column. Immediately, a horn sounded in the Lannister ranks, its brassy note echoing across the fields. The riders split into detachments, some heading upstream, others downstream, clearly searching for weaknesses or fording points. Eddard retreated behind Riverrun's walls. As soon as the gates slammed shut, Catelyn hurried down from the ramparts. "We saw them spreading out. Are they attempting to surround us?" "Likely," Eddard said. "This is only their vanguard. Tywin's main force must be coming from Harrenhal or from the west. They'll look to cut us off from any escape. We must gather more men behind the walls. I suspect a siege within days." The rest of the day was a frenzied rush of last-minute preparations. Livestock herded into the outer courtyards. As many peasants as could be found hustled inside with sacks of grain and root vegetables. Some refused to leave their farmsteads, resigned to fate. Eddard's scouts rode along the perimeter, trading arrows with Lannister outriders. By sundown, the watchers atop Riverrun's towers reported large dust plumes to the west, an army on the move. That night, Eddard convened his final war council in the Great Hall. Catelyn, Brynden, Roose Bolton, Edmure Tully, the Great John, returned from a scouting mission, were present, along with lesser lords and knights. Tension ran high. "We can try to break out and meet them in open field," the Great John rumbled. "Better to die in battle than starve behind walls." Edmure scowled. "Open field? We'd be outnumbered. At least behind the walls we have a chance. Riverrun's defenses are strong." Brynden nodded. "A siege might buy us time for Robb to return or for some shift in the broader war. If we sally out now, Tywin's full might could overwhelm us quickly." Roose Bolton murmured, "Sieges are dangerous for both sides if winter comes. Tywin may try to starve us out quickly, or he might prefer a swift assault. Harrenhal isn't far. He can pull supplies from the west. The Tyrells hold the roads to the south. We have only the possibility of supply by river, if it remains open." Eddard looked around at the anxious faces. "We hold. Riverrun has not fallen easily in generations. Let Tywin come. We'll do what we can to harass him, but we keep our main strength within these walls. If he attacks, we repel him. If the siege drags, we endure." He paused. "We pray that events elsewhere force Tywin to break it off. If Stannis rears up again or if the Ironborn threaten Lannisport, something may force him to divert." None looked particularly optimistic, but a grim consensus formed. They would not abandon Riverrun. They would not attempt a desperate open battle. The men saluted Eddard, though the notion of a Stark commanding Tully men in their own seat was still somewhat alien. Yet he was the father of Catelyn Tully's children, the figure who had led them thus far in resistance. Eddard felt that weight keenly. Before midnight, the watchman blew a horn. Lights flickered on the western horizon, the glow of many torches in the distance, moving slowly. Lannister men establishing a perimeter, building camps. By dawn, the watchers counted thousands. The siege had begun in earnest. Eddard stood atop the gatehouse with Catelyn at his side, gazing out on the host. He saw the red and gold banners snapping in the wind, the lines of tents spreading across the fields that had once sustained local farmers. He could make out siege engines being assembled, tall shapes like monstrous insects hunched against the pale sky. Beyond them, a forested rise bristled with more tents, likely the command station. It was an unsettling sight, a silent promise of violence. Catelyn's voice shook slightly. "They've come prepared. I see at least 4 great trebuchets and more on the way. Gods help us." Eddard set his jaw. "Trebuchets can do damage, but Riverrun's walls are thick. We'll keep water on hand to douse any flaming missiles. Our archers will pick them off when they advance. The real danger is if they strangle our supplies." She gave him a sad, brave smile. "We'll endure. My father's castle has seen worse." He placed a hand on hers, drawing strength from the contact. "We'll endure," he repeated softly. Below, the gates bustled with activity as men carried stones to strategic positions, readied the scorpions and catapults on the battlements. Archers patrolled the ramparts. Civilians huddled in corners of the yard, wide-eyed. Children cried from the overcrowded Great Keep. Eddard's heart ached at the suffering that was about to descend upon them. The siege lines tightened over the following days. Lannister patrols ringed the castle, preventing anyone from slipping out. Occasionally, the defenders launched a sortie, small bands that crept out under darkness, striking the outlying pickets or burning siege works before retreating. Brynden Tully led one such raid himself, sowing chaos in the Lannister vanguard. Each success lifted the defenders' spirits, but each day the Lannisters brought more men, more supplies. The strangulation began. One late afternoon, horns blared from the western rampart. Eddard raced up the stairs, finding archers knocking arrows at a mass of Lannister infantry advancing with tall wooden mantlets, pushing them forward as mobile shields. The Great John loomed among the defenders, roaring curses. A Lannister war horn answered from below. Then the siege engines rattled into position, lobbing the first stones. One soared overhead, crashing against Riverrun's outer gatehouse with a thunderous crack. Dust and splinters rained down. Eddard braced himself, shouting for the men to hold positions and fire in coordinated volleys. Arrows hissed from the battlements, peppering the men behind the mantlets. Some fell, but others pressed forward, covering the engineers who moved the trebuchets closer. Over the next hour, the thunder of stones and the hiss of arrows rang across the battlefield. Smoke rose where flaming pots struck the curtain wall. The defenders doused them promptly, minimizing damage. At last, with casualties mounting, the Lannisters pulled back their battered line, leaving scattered corpses in the field. A ragged cheer went up from the defenders. Eddard stood among them, sweaty and dust-choked, his ears still ringing from the impact of boulders. That evening, the castle counted its wounded. 12 men dead, thrice that injured by flying rubble or arrow wounds. Eddard moved through the infirmary with Catelyn, offering what comfort he could. He paused by a young archer who had lost an arm to a chunk of stone. The lad stared at the stump, trembling. Eddard knelt and grasped his remaining hand, telling him he had fought bravely, that House Stark and House Tully honored his sacrifice. The lad's eyes brimmed with tears. Eddard's throat felt tight, for these were only the first casualties. The siege could last weeks or months. Each day after brought fresh salvos. Tywin's men tested the walls in various spots, sometimes feinting from the east, sometimes pressing from the west. The defenders repelled each assault, the walls holding firm. But inside, supplies dwindled. They rationed bread, salt fish, and root vegetables. The stench of too many people in cramped quarters grew. Morale wavered with each new wave of wounded. Despite the gloom, Eddard found a kind of quiet resolve. He remembered waiting out winter storms in Winterfell, trusting in the thick walls and ancient architecture. Riverrun had strong defenses, plus the moat that formed around two rivers. It would take cunning or brute force for Tywin to break in. Eddard prayed that something would draw Tywin away. A letter from Lannister, perhaps, or news that Stannis was marching again. But no such tidings came. Still, the defenders inflicted pain on the besiegers. Brynden Tully led nighttime raids that burned one of the trebuchets. Roose Bolton's men, cunning as their lord, slipped through the water gate in small skiffs, harassing the Lannister lines from the rear and then rowing back under cover of darkness. Screams and clangs echoed across the night, sowing fear. Eddard tried to coordinate these efforts so that they did not risk too many men. Every soldier was precious now. On the 7th day of the siege, a messenger under a white flag approached once more. This time, Eddard observed from the battlements. The messenger yelled up that Lord Tywin demanded the immediate surrender of Riverrun, or else he would begin catapulting corpses of plague-ridden animals over the walls. A hush fell among the watchers. Disease was an old, vile tactic in siege warfare. Catelyn's voice was tight. Will he truly do that? Infecting the castle with filth? Eddard stared at the messenger. He might, he said quietly, heart twisting at the cruelty. Then, raising his own voice to carry down, he called, "Tell Lord Tywin we remain resolute. If he resorts to such methods, it only proves he is as monstrous as the rumors say. There will be no surrender." He turned sharply and strode away. The messenger galloped back to camp. Not 2 hours later, the siege engines rumbled to life again, and flaming projectiles streaked across the sky. Some broke upon the walls, others crashed into the courtyard. One vile missile splattered the stench of rot across the stones. Half a decayed ox. Men coughed and cursed as they shoveled the mess aside. By nightfall, the defenders wore scarves around their faces to block the rancid odor. Eddard's stomach churned each time another putrid carcass slammed into the walls. The relentless bombardment tested the fortitude of every man, woman, and child within Riverrun. Lannister horns blared periodically, as if mocking them. Yet the castle stood. Archers returned fire, scorpions flung stones in answer, though with limited range. Fires were quenched swiftly by bucket lines. Surviving the night felt like an achievement in itself. At dawn on the 8th day, Eddard surveyed the battered courtyard. Collapsed sections of smaller outbuildings littered the interior. Flames had scorched part of the outer wall, but it held. The stench of corruption hung in the air. He saw wretched families huddled near the keep. Some children were ill, retching from the foulness. A dull anger burned within him. He recalled Tywin's sneer, his talk of the realm. Is this what the realm had become? A place where the innocent paid for lords' ambitions? Roose Bolton joined him, face impassive as he watched a line of men clearing debris. We must hold on. Our best chance is that Tywin's men tire of this or run into supply issues. But with the Tyrell alliance, they may have no shortage of provisions. Eddard nodded grimly. He can starve us if he chooses, though that might take months. The autumn nights grow colder. Once winter truly arrives, siege warfare can turn savage. He paused. We pray Robb can handle the Ironborn quickly and perhaps come south with fresh men. But that's no guarantee. Before Bolton could reply, another watch horn sounded. Eddard instinctively tensed. Attack, he said, bracing himself. The watchman atop the gatehouse shouted down. Riders approaching from the north side. They carry banners of House Lannister. There are many riders behind them. Can't see if it's friend or foe. A confused flurry followed as men scrambled to vantage points. Eddard raced to the north rampart, climbing the stone steps 2 at a time despite the ache in his leg. Catelyn was already there, squinting into the distance. Clouds of dust signaled a significant force. Banners fluttered. He glimpsed the silver eagle of House Lannister, plus others he did not recognize at first. Closer they came, and horns blared from the Lannister lines, signifying a threat from behind. Men on the walls murmured excitedly. Catelyn gasped, grabbing Eddard's arm. "Look," she said, pointing. Another banner emerged from the dust. A gray direwolf on a white field. The Stark sigil. Eddard's heart leapt. Could it be Robb, returning unexpectedly from the north? Or some allied force carrying his standard? The columns of horsemen slammed into the Lannister blockade from the rear, the clang of steel reaching even across the distance. Lannister tents collapsed. Men scattered. A swirling chaos of battle erupted as the newcomers drove a wedge straight through the siege lines. Eddard watched in astonishment as waves of riders cut down Lannister pickets, capturing or killing them. The watchers on Riverrun's ramparts cheered. "Open the north gate," Eddard yelled, energy surging. "We'll sally out and assist them." Catelyn put a hand on his shoulder. "Careful, it might be a trap." But Eddard saw the direwolf banner, the fierce momentum, the Mallister eagle. Something told him these were indeed allies. He signaled the men to raise the portcullis, rallying a sortie. With a scramble of harness and hooves, a company of Tully knights, Stark guards, and Eddard himself thundered out into the fray. The Lannisters tried to muster a response, but their lines were stretched, caught unprepared. Eddard's sword flashed as he cut down a Lannister soldier who lunged at him. The courtyard in front of Riverrun became a churn of hooves and screaming men. Smoke hung thick in the air from the siege. But from the north, the allied horsemen pressed onward. Eddard glimpsed a tall man at their head, Ser Jason Mallister, recognized by the eagle sigil. And riding near him, carrying the Stark banner, was a younger man in northern armor Eddard did not immediately know. Another swirl of conflict parted, revealing more. Eddard spurred his horse forward, meeting them in a clash of swirling dust and the reek of blood. "Lord Stark!" shouted Ser Jason Mallister, reining in his mount. "We come from Seagard with news. Your son the young wolf sent us to aid you. We've joined with the Mallisters and some others who want to break the siege." Eddard's eyes widened. So Robb had enlisted support from coastal lords, or perhaps this was part of a coordinated plan. He turned, sword raised, shouting at the Tully knights to push the advantage. The Lannister men reeled, disorganized. In the distance, siege engines burned as pockets of allied fighters set them ablaze. A band of archers rained arrows on the retreating Lannisters. One group of Lannister knights rallied around a golden banner, forming a wedge. They charged, nearly breaking through. Eddard parried a lance that thrust at his chest. Sparks flew. He angled his horse, slashing the knight's arm. The man toppled with a scream. Brynden Tully galloped past, finishing off another Lannister who lunged for Eddard's flank. Around them, the swirl of battle raged. Eddard's lungs burned from the dust. Gradually, the impetus of the Mallister Stark cavalry overcame the besiegers. More Tully men spilled out of Riverrun to join the fight, and the Lannister lines wavered. Shouts rose. "Fall back! Fall back!" Lannister horns sounded a retreat. Eddard glimpsed pockets of men scattering, grabbing what they could. Many left behind siege equipment. Tents and supply wagons were set alight by the allies, smoke billowing in black columns. By the time the sun dipped to the horizon, the Lannister siege was broken, at least temporarily. The field outside Riverrun lay strewn with the dead, with abandoned catapults and debris. Allied riders corralled prisoners, while Tully infantry doused the fires as best they could. Eddard dismounted, breath ragged, blinking sweat from his eyes. Ser Jason Mallister approached, a weary smile on his weathered face. "Lord Stark," he said, "you have your son to thank." Word reached him through some path. He learned Tywin was laying siege here, so he sent me and a number of northern outriders who came down by sea to Seagard. He hoped we could break the siege from behind while you defended from within. Eddard clasped his forearm, gratitude flooding him. I had no idea he would act so swiftly. I thought he was still fighting the Ironborn in the north. He may still be, Mallister said. But he sent a contingent by ship to White Harbor, then down the coastline. We marched overland from Seagard. Timing was uncertain, but the gods were kind. Brynden Tully joined them, wiping blood from his sword. We were on the edge of starvation. Another few weeks, and the siege might have succeeded. You came just in time." Cheers erupted around them as more allies arrived. Eddard noticed a group of battered knights in northern sigils who had evidently traveled with Lannister. He recognized some faces from Winterfell's garrison, though not all. They greeted him with relief, telling him that Robb's cunning had freed them to come south while he held Moat Cailin. Eddard's heart swelled with pride. His son had understood the bigger picture. In the aftermath, as darkness blanketed the battlefield, Riverrun's gates stood open for the first time in days, letting fresh air and some measure of hope inside. The siege camp lay in ruins. The Lannisters scattered or retreated to regroup. None could say if Tywin had been present or if it was one of his lieutenants commanding the siege. Many believed Tywin would not give up so easily, but for now the castle was relieved. Catelyn found Eddard amid the wreckage, tears glinting in her eyes. "We're saved. He did it. Robb saved us." She clutched him. He pressed his forehead against hers. "We're saved today," Eddard said softly. "But Tywin is still out there. He might gather new forces. We must be ready." She nodded, though emotion trembled in her voice. "At least we have this victory. The people have some respite. We've proven that the Lannisters are not invincible." Eddard's gaze drifted to the night sky, where stars shimmered above the drifting smoke. For the moment, relief warmed him, dispelling the gloom of the siege. Robb's cunning stroke had shown that the North and the Riverlands still had fight left. Eddard recalled Tywin's sneering demand for total surrender. He thought of Sansa and Arya, safely inside the castle, not bartered away to Lannister schemes. Let Tywin see that they would not be so easily crushed. In the weeks to come, fresh storms might break over them. Winter was not far, and the realm's troubles were legion. Yet Eddard Stark stood at Riverrun's gate, battered but unbowed, a father protecting his children, a lord defending his allies. He felt the cool night breeze brush over him, carrying the tang of river water and the faint smoke of burned siege towers. They had walked through the valley of death and emerged still breathing. Tomorrow, no doubt, the war would press on. Tywin might mount a new offensive. The Ironborn might tighten their hold in the north. Stannis might reappear, or new horrors arise from beyond the wall. But for tonight, Eddard allowed himself a moment to accept the gift of victory. He remembered the day he knelt before the headsman's block in King's Landing and thought all was lost. Now he stood free, with a battered sword in hand, forging a new legacy for House Stark. And as the old gods looked on, he pledged to fight on until the realm knew peace, or until his last breath failed. He turned, gazing up at the castle walls, where archers waved torches in celebration. He saw a flicker of motion near one tower, Arya and Sansa together, peering down, relief clear in their posture. They had survived King's Landing. He had survived the Lannisters' noose. And now, by the grace of the gods, they had survived the first siege of Riverrun. Let the realm know, the direwolf still had teeth. And as long as it could howl in the night, there was hope yet for the living. Eddard Stark leaned against a charred section of Riverrun's outer wall, the glow of smoldering fires painting the stones with ruddy light. All around him, men and women moved like phantoms in the half-dark, finishing the grim work of piling bodies, tending the wounded, and salvaging whatever the Lannisters had not destroyed during their siege. The night air carried a mixed scent of smoke, blood, and the raw tang of the river below the castle's moat. A cold wind gusted across the yard. Autumn was close to tipping into winter. He should have been exhausted. He had ridden out personally in the final push against the besieging lines, his legs still not fully recovered from the wounds sustained in King's Landing. Every muscle ached from strain, and new bruises peppered his arms from where Lannister footmen had hammered his shield. Yet he could not bring himself to rest. The energy of relief, of improbable deliverance, coursed through him still. A handful of hours ago, Riverrun had seemed doomed to a slow, strangling surrender. Now the battered fortress stood free, with the Lannister siege broken by the timely arrival of allied forces riding under a direwolf banner. He turned, scanning the bustle until he spotted Ser Jason Lannister, the eagle of Seaguard upon his breastplate, helping a limping man to the nearest makeshift infirmary. Eddard swallowed the dryness in his throat, grateful that House Lannister had answered the call. More precisely, they had answered his son's summons, for it was Robb Stark who had orchestrated this sudden relief force. The details remained sketchy. Robb had apparently dispatched men south by ship from White Harbor to Seaguard, coordinating with Lord Jason Lannister to bring an unexpected blow to the Lannisters' rear. War demanded cunning and risk, and Eddard's son had proven more than capable of both. Seeing no immediate crisis that required him on the walls, Eddard gathered what strength remained in his aching body and walked down from the rampart. At the base of the stairs, he found Catelyn standing with Arya and Sansa, each one bearing that same half-dazed look of victory tempered by shock. A swirl of Tully guards parted to let him pass. At once, Arya dashed forward, flinging her arms around his waist. "It's over, right?" Arya asked, voice muffled against his cloak. "They're gone." "For now," Eddard murmured, pressing a brief kiss to her temple. She was taller than she had been even a few weeks prior, though still so slight in his arms. "We've driven them back. Some likely fled west. Others were taken captive. Riverrun is ours again, but keep your sword hand ready. War rarely ends in a single stroke." Arya nodded, though the fierceness in her eyes was undercut by the trembling of her hands. Sansa stood just behind, her face shining with tears. Before Eddard could speak, Sansa hugged him as well, and he felt the warmth of her relief. Catelyn watched them with a stiff smile, eyes reflecting the torchlight. "They say Lannister's men have captured a fair number of Lannisters. Among them are minor knights, squires, and sellswords. None so highborn as Tywin or Kevin, but there's talk one of the men might be a cousin of the family. We'll have to decide how to treat them." "Let them sweat a while," Eddard said quietly, though he tempered that with a note of caution. "But we do not follow the Lannisters' example of cruelty. We keep them as honorable prisoners. No floggings, no torture. We'll hold them for ransom or potential exchanges. When word reaches Tywin that we have more of his kin in chains, it may give him pause." He paused, noticing that Sansa was shivering despite the mild temperature. Arya still clung to his side. The night had worn on them all. "You too should rest," he said gently. "Try to eat something if you can. I'll come find you soon." They both nodded. Arya reluctantly let go, biting her lip as though she wanted to say more. Then she followed Sansa and Catelyn back toward the keep, stepping carefully over rubble and scattered timbers. The courtyard was crowded with wounded men on stretchers, the living moaning softly, the dying quiet. Eddard winced at the sight of a boy no older than Bran, his arm clumsily wrapped in bandages. A bleak reminder that every victory carried a price. A swirl of energy near the battered main gate drew Eddard's attention. A cluster of newly arrived Lannister and Stark riders dismounted, leading their horses across the drawbridge. Torchlight caught the steel rims of shields and the lumps of dried mud upon the riders' boots. Among them, Eddard glimpsed a tall figure in blackened mail with the sigil of House Stark pinned to his cloak. Not a lord he immediately recognized. As Eddard approached, the man noticed him and quickly pulled off his open-faced helm, revealing a young, lean face with a dusting of freckles and hair the color of muddy straw. "My lord," the rider said, bowing. "Ser Perwyn Lawliston, sworn to Winterfell. I bring greetings from Robb Stark, your son." Eddard offered a tired but genuine smile. "Then you are twice welcome, Ser Perwyn. How is Robb?" "Pressed on two fronts last I saw him," Perwyn answered, speaking quickly as if the words had been dammed up. "He's driven off the Ironborn near Deepwood Motte. Theon Greyjoy fled that battle, but rumor says he's holed up in an old northern keep. The Ironborn have scattered along the coast. They're not wholly beaten, but Robb has them on the back foot. He learned from a raven that Tywin Lannister had attacked here in force. So he commanded me and a handful of northern knights to sail from White Harbor to Seaguard, gather Lord Lannister's men, and march as swiftly as possible to relieve you. Our fleet was small, but enough to slip past any Greyjoy watchers. We reached Seaguard quickly, and from there it was mostly forced marches across the Riverlands. We worried we might be too late. Eddard nodded, imagining the effort required. Too late you were not. The gods were kind, or else my son's cleverness was. You arrived exactly when we needed you most. He clasped Ser Perwyn's shoulder. Well done. All of you. Ser Jason Mallister himself came up, removing his eagle-plumed helm. His hair was more gray than Eddard remembered, and he had a fresh slash across his jaw sealed with congealed blood, but he stood proud. He placed a fist to his breast. Lord Stark, we're grateful to repay some of the loyalty you've always shown the Riverlands. I only regret we couldn't save more of your folk from the siege's ravages. Your timely arrival saved countless lives, Eddard said, and you gave these men hope. Mallister dipped his head, acknowledging the praise. He drew a breath. I must see my wounded quartered somewhere safe. We lost not a few on the approach. Tywin's outriders harassed us, but we pressed on. May I speak with you once our men are settled? There's word we carry from Seaguard that might concern you. Of course, Eddard said, a flicker of apprehension curling in his gut. You have the run of the castle. We'll find space. I'll post Tully men to help you get the wounded into the Great Hall. Our own infirmary is already crowded, but we'll make do. Mallister gave a grateful nod and strode off, shouting orders to his retinue. Eddard signaled a Tully captain to provide assistance. At last, Eddard allowed himself a brief lull, leaning against the courtyard's broken fountain. He shut his eyes for just a moment, listening to the swirl of voices around him. They were exhausted, battered, but victorious in the immediate sense. He forced himself upright. The demands of leadership would not pause for him to gather his breath. Already, the great John, Lord Umber, was bellowing near the stables, seeking a lost retainer. Brynden Tully prowled the perimeter, ensuring no hidden Lannister pockets lurked. Even in respite, there was too much to do. By the time Eddard managed to find his way inside, half the Great Hall had been converted into an impromptu triage. Firelight gleamed on metal pans where the maester's assistants boiled water. The smell of blood and seared flesh from hot irons made Eddard's stomach clench. He spotted Catelyn near one wall, holding the hand of a dying guard who had served House Tully for decades. She looked up, meeting Eddard's gaze with a silent plea for comfort. He moved to her side, laid a hand on her shoulder, and murmured quiet words that neither truly heard. The old guard passed a moment later. Catelyn pressed her eyes shut, a tear sliding down her cheek. At the head of the hall, a dais had been cleared where injured men lay on bedrolls. Eddard and Catelyn led Ser Jason Mallister there once. He returned from settling his knights, finding a relatively quiet corner. By the flickering light of torches, Mallister spoke in a low voice. My lord, at Seaguard we received word that the Lannisters mean to raise another force out of the west, possibly near the Golden Tooth. They aim to retake any ground we've regained in the Riverlands. Tywin Lannister himself may have slipped away from this siege before we arrived. Our scouts never saw his banner, so it's possible we faced only a portion of his host here. Eddard's brow furrowed. That means he could regroup swiftly. If we linger, we risk another confrontation soon. Mallister nodded. We can fortify ourselves in Riverrun or harass them further. Either path is dangerous. And there's more. Rumor says Lord Tywin is incensed at losing men and siege equipment. He might strike back in a fury or attempt a cunning trap. Our success here won't stop him unless we move boldly. Catelyn glanced between them, exhaustion etched into her features. But we can't leave Riverrun undefended, nor can we chase Tywin across half the Riverlands. The castle is battered. The people are hungry. We must have respite. Eddard rubbed at the ache in his leg. We do, he agreed, voice quietly firm. The men cannot march straight into another battle. We need supplies, repairs, rest. Tywin won't reappear at our gates tomorrow. He needs time to gather what's left of his scattered armies. We'll use that time to strengthen our position and see if we can glean more about Tywin's movements. We can send outriders to the Golden Tooth or to the hills near Harrenhal to track any sign of a new host. Meanwhile, we feed the hungry, bury our dead, and mend these walls. Lannister inclined his head in reluctant acceptance. Sensible. Only be warned that if Tywin is cunning, he may strike swiftly somewhere else, somewhere we're not expecting. Eddard exhaled. He might. We can't guard every corner of the Riverlands. But if he aims for another seat, say the Twins or Seaguard, he'll face resistance. House Frey might be unpredictable, but the fortress at the Twins is formidable. Seaguard is yours. We can send riders to warn them all. A tense silence followed. Then Lannister clapped Eddard on the shoulder. Very well, my lord. You have my men at your command for the time being. I only ask that we act sooner rather than later if the Lannisters regroup. We mustn't let them crush the Riverlands again. We will do what we must, Eddard said. He parted ways with Lannister and took Catelyn's hand, guiding her aside. She looked ready to collapse, though her Tully pride kept her standing. You need rest, he said gently. She began to protest, but the words died when he arched a brow. Then she let out a shaky sigh. Yes, I suppose I do, but so do you, Ned. Let's see if there's a corner left in the keep where we can lie down without stepping on a wounded man. They found a small side chamber that had escaped the worst damage. There, on a pallet near the wall, they sank into each other's arms. Sometime in the night, Eddard drifted into a half-sleep, images swirling in his mind. His daughter's frightened faces, the clash of steel at the gates, Robb's direwolf banner in the distance. He dreamt of King's Landing again, that fatal day at the Great September, but in the dream, the sword never descended. Instead, Yoren reappeared, parting the crowds. He jerked awake, heart pounding, relieved to find that life was not so easily undone this time. When dawn broke, a pall of morning fog clung to the outside yard, muting the shapes of rubble and broken siege works. Eddard rose stiffly, kissed Catelyn's cheek, and went to find water to wash. Soldiers had begun clearing the battlefield, stacking Lannister corpses in pyres near the river's bend. The smell would grow worse as the day warmed, but they could not leave the bodies to rot. Eddard joined in the grim labor, stooping to help drag one corpse, no more than a squire. A lock of blonde hair fell across the lad's pale forehead. Eddard murmured a quiet prayer to the Seven, though he was a man of the old gods. War gave no respite for creeds or loyalties. Death claimed all equally. He did what he could, then turned to the next order of business, reorganizing Riverrun's defenses. The battered walls needed reinforcing with timbers, gaps needed patching with rubble. The outer gatehouse had cracks from repeated bombardment. Engineers hammered wooden buttresses to keep it stable. Archer towers needed new arrow slits. The moat's water reeked from thrown carcasses. Eddard directed men to fish out what remains they could. Disease was a real teach. By mid-morning, the Great John strode into the courtyard, chest heaving with barely contained energy. The big man's face bore fresh bruises, and dried blood caked his knuckles, but he looked invigorated. That was a fine scrap, my lord, Great John boomed, and the cowering lions ran with tails betwixt their legs. Let me and my men ride them down before they regroup. Eddard shook his head, gesturing to the men huddled in the yard. We're in no condition to muster an immediate pursuit. We lost many men, and the survivors are exhausted or wounded. The horses need rest. The castle needs securing. We cannot risk a wild chase. The Great John grunted. Sometimes boldness wins more than caution. But you're the lord. I'll follow your lead. He squared his shoulders, then lowered his voice. But if Tywin flees too far, he'll have time to gather his wits and strike again. He's like a wounded lion, dangerous. We can send small scouting parties, Eddard said. Nothing more. Rest your men, Great John. We'll likely need your fury in the days to come. Satisfied enough, Great John ambled away to see about ale and food for his wounded. Eddard next sought out Brynden Tully, who was emerging from the stables with a lathered horse. Bryndon's black fish sigil on his surcoat was blotched with mud. His eyes burned with the intensity of a man who had not slept. I'm heading out to see if any Lannister stragglers still linger in the nearby farms, Brynden said. A quick sweep. Good, but keep your party small and swift. Report any sign of a gathering host." Brynden gave a curt nod, swung into the saddle, and rode off with a half-dozen Tully men. Eddard watched the gate close behind them, feeling again that swirl of uncertainty. At any moment, the tides could shift anew. He had to remain steady. He turned to gather a few men for a different task, dealing with the Lannister prisoners taken in the final clash. The Tully guards had locked them in a cramped dungeon beneath Riverrun. Eddard intended to question them, gleaning any intelligence about Tywin's broader plans. He dreaded the chore but saw no alternative. Intelligence could save hundreds of lives. 2 Tully soldiers led him into the dim corridor of the dungeons, torches guttering on the walls. Mice scampered in the shadows. The smell of damp stone and stale fear pressed close. At the far end, a line of cells contained perhaps 15 prisoners. Some glared, others hung their heads in silent resignation. One older knight kept muttering prayers under his breath. "Which one is the Lannister cousin?" Eddard asked quietly. The guard pointed to a cell where a sullen young man with shaggy blonde hair sat on a wooden bench, arms folded. His clothes bore the remnants of a lion sigil, though half-torn in the fighting. Eddard stepped up to the iron bars. "Rise," he commanded. The prisoner looked up. He had a bruise blooming under one eye, and dried blood streaked his temple. But he wore the pride of his house in his gaze. Slowly he stood, wincing at some unseen injury. "Your name?" Eddard asked. The prisoner drew himself up. "Daemon Lannister, a cousin to Lord Tywin. Not his direct nephew, but recognized in the family. Ser Daemon, if you must know." Eddard nodded. "Ser Daemon, I am Lord Eddard Stark. You stand accused of aiding in the siege that nearly starved thousands. Men under your command burned farmland, bombarded the castle with plague-ridden animals. My question to you is simple. What is Tywin's next move?" Daemon pressed his lips into a thin line. "You think I'll betray my own blood? I'm no craven turncloak. Do as you wish with me. I'll say naught." Eddard studied him quietly, letting the silence draw out. Daemon stared back, defiant but uneasy. "I'm not asking you to betray your house, but if Tywin plans to raise more men for another assault, it could cost thousands of lives, including those under the Lannister banner. Tully, Lister, Lannister. It makes no difference to the crows who feast on the dead." He let that sink in. Daemon's jaw worked, as if he wanted to spit retorts, but perhaps an inkling of doubt flickered in his eyes. "He's defending the rightful king," Daemon said at last. "You were the one who conspired against King Joffrey, if memory serves." "That's the official story, yes?" Eddard replied, voice calm. "You and I both know the realm is in chaos. If Tywin truly wants to preserve the Lannister line, he might do so by negotiating rather than shedding more blood. Help me understand his plans, so we might find an alternative." Daemon barked a humorless laugh. "An alternative? You want me to say Tywin's cowering somewhere? Or that he's petitioning for peace? He's not. He's a lion, not a sheep. He'll gather men from the west, from the loyal houses, from the gold-laden coffers in Casterly Rock if need be. Then he'll see your head spiked on the Red Keep's walls, no matter how many times you slip the noose." Eddard's face betrayed no emotion, though the words stung. "Then I take it Tywin has no intention of stopping this war?" Daemon hesitated, then shrugged. "He sees only one path, your unconditional surrender or your downfall. He might arrange a parley if that helps him, but you'll gain nothing." Eddard sighed. "Very well. Then there's no point in pressing you further." He gestured to the guard. "Ensure he's fed and has water. No torture, no mistreatment." To Daemon, he said, "If you change your mind about assisting us to find a better path, let me know." He turned, footsteps echoing, and moved to speak briefly with a few other prisoners. Most were common foot soldiers or sellswords, lacking real insight into Tywin's high strategy. They confirmed only that the Lannisters had more men in reserve, possibly at Harrenhal, the Golden Tooth, or even along the Blackwater. None had spoken directly with Tywin in weeks. Eddard left the dungeons feeling no closer to a resolution. Outside, he found Arya waiting by the steps. She had a bruise on her chin, likely from sparring or from the chaotic battle. At sight of him, she pushed off from the wall. "Father, is it true we have Lannisters locked in the cells?" "Yes," he answered, pausing. "What's on your mind?" Arya's fists clenched. "I hate them." She looked up at him with eyes that had seen too much for her years. I know you said we're not like them, but sometimes I think I want them to feel what I felt when they hunted me through King's Landing. When I saw that gold lion sigil, it made me want to." Her voice shook. Eddard crouched so his eyes were level with hers. "I know. It's a terrible thing, war, and hatred is a poison we drink hoping it hurts our enemies. But it only hurts us too. Some of these men might be scoundrels, some might be misguided, or simply stuck in the middle of a conflict they never chose. If we kill or torture them all, we become no better than Joffrey's thugs. That's not who we are." Arya lowered her gaze. Syrio Farrell used to say fear cuts deeper than swords. Maybe hate does too. Eddard gently rested a hand on her shoulder. "Hold on to that wisdom. Keep your spirit and your sense of justice, but don't let hatred rule you. I want you alive and whole when this is done." She nodded, blinking back sudden tears. "I'll try, Father." He enveloped her in a brief hug, then watched her hurry away, wooden practice sword clacking against her leg. The burden she carried was far too heavy for a girl her age, but war had left them no choice. Eddard stared after her, a sigh escaping his lips. A summons from the gatehouse distracted him. Brynden Tully and his scouts had returned, riding hard. Eddard crossed the courtyard in quick strides, meeting them as they dismounted near the stables. Brynden's face was grim, dust caked on his clothes. "We found small clusters of Lannister stragglers 10 miles from here," Brynden reported. "Some we scattered, others we slew, but it's clear they're heading west, no doubt trying to rejoin their main force. There's talk among the local folk that Tywin himself has gone north, toward the Twins or maybe Harrenhal. Hard to confirm, but we saw no sign of a large host near Riverrun right now. Seems we frightened them off for the moment." Eddard mulled this over. If Tywin is heading north, he might be trying to block Robb's return from the north, or he might be intercepting any potential alliance from the Freys. Catelyn joined them, a worried frown on her lips. "And we all know Lord Walder Frey is an opportunist. If Tywin courts him, he might betray us." "Yes," Brynden said curtly. "We should warn the Freys. They're sworn to Tully, but Walder has never been the picture of loyalty. If he thinks it's in his interest, he'll open the Twins to the Lannisters, and then we'll have an enemy crossing the Green Fork into the north, or even descending on Riverrun from behind." Eddard grimaced. "We'll send envoys to the Twins. Though if the old man is dead set on playing both sides, our words may not sway him. But we should try. We must keep that crossing out of Tywin's hands." Catelyn placed a hand on Brynden's arm. "Uncle, could you ride to the Twins personally? Lord Frey knows you. If we send a lesser messenger, he might dismiss them or stall them." Brynden scowled. "I can, but do we dare let me out of Riverrun again, after nearly losing the castle once? If Tywin shifts direction, Riverrun stands more secure now," Eddard said, "and your presence at the Twins might be the difference between loyalty and treachery. Go, but be cautious." Brynden exhaled, tension rippling across his features. "So be it. I'll leave tomorrow at first light with a small party. Let's hope Walder still recalls the promises he made to Robb." They parted ways. Eddard spent the evening locked in discussions with Ser Jason Mallister, Roose Bolton, who had reemerged from the chaos with a fresh band of men, and the Great John. They hammered out a plan to scour the immediate region for any Lannister remnants, gather more grain, and rebuild the battered defenses. None pretended that the war was over. The best they could do was brace for the next blow. That night, as Eddard tried to slip into uneasy sleep, he listened to the steady breath of Catelyn beside him and the faint wind rattling the shutters. He recalled that first monstrous day in King's Landing, the secret swirling around Joffrey's parentage, the trap that had consumed his men, the cell where he had waited for death. So much had changed, yet the realm felt no closer to peace. If anything, the conflict had only spread. At least Sansa and Arya were alive, he reminded himself. At least Robb was proving himself a capable commander. The North still stood. For the moment, that would have to suffice. In the days that followed, Riverrun slowly began to recover from the siege's devastation. The people cleared debris, repaired walls, and patched roofs. The gates stood open during daylight, allowing refugees to come and go. Lannister's men helped restore some sense of order in the outlying villages. Bolton's men prowled the roads, driving off brigands. Eddard had a portion of the farmland plowed again, though it was late in the season. Perhaps they could eke out a small harvest before winter's chill made planting impossible. No one expected a bounty, but even a meager crop might stave off hunger. Arya resumed her training with the sword, this time with a real steel blade in controlled lessons overseen by a Tully master-at-arms, a compromise Eddard had decided on after seeing her handle the wooden practice swords with an uncanny grace. Sansa spent time assisting the maids who cared for the wounded, singing gentle songs to ease men's agony. Eddard watched her from afar once, the melody stirring an ache in his chest. All around, the castle breathed with a new sense of cautious hope, though tension remained thick. On the 4th day after the siege was lifted, a raven arrived bearing the seal of House Stark from Winterfell. Eddard's heart jolted. Might it be from Robb himself? He hurried to the maester's turret, unrolling the parchment. As Catelyn entered behind him, he read the words aloud. "Father, all is much changed in the north. We have turned back the Ironborn at Deepwood Motte and Torrens Square, though Theon Greyjoy eludes capture, rumored to have fled with a handful of reavers into the forests near the stony shore. The damage is great, but Winterfell remains secure. I leave Roose Bolton's son, Ramsay, to watch some local trouble. Though I know little of him, it seems wise to keep him under oversight. I keep moving with my main force, hoping to rejoin you in the Riverlands soon. We travel lightly for speed. Word reached me that Tywin Lannister besieged Riverrun, but I pray you have held. By the time you read this, I hope you are safe. Your son, Robb Stark." A shaky exhale escaped Eddard. He's still undefeated, still pushing the Ironborn back. He handed the parchment to Catelyn. "He mentions Bolton's son, Ramsay. I've heard unsettling rumors about that one. Something about cruelty. But perhaps they are only rumors." Catelyn skimmed the letter, eyes flicking up. "Then we must be cautious. But it sounds as though Robb is heading south as soon as he can. If he arrives with his host, we might stand an even better chance against Tywin." Eddard nodded, relief threading through him. "Yes, we hold here. With Lannister's help, we can keep Riverrun secure until Robb arrives. Then, perhaps, we can muster enough force to negotiate from strength, or to face Tywin head-on, if negotiation fails again." Catelyn set down the letter, her gaze drifting to the window where pale sunlight streamed in. "I only pray the snows don't come too soon. Winter is close enough to smell in the air. Marching large armies becomes perilous in heavy snow." Eddard agreed, but for now they had no choice. The realm was torn by war. Winter would bring new hardships, but the war itself was an inferno that consumed all in its path. While the castle busied itself with rebuilding, Brynden Tully departed for the Twins, carrying the hope that Walder Frey could be kept on their side. That same morning, a small group of riders loyal to House Derry arrived from the east, reporting Lannister foragers near their lands. Eddard dispatched the Great John with 200 men to chase them off. The next day, Roose Bolton found a hidden Lannister supply cache in the foothills, seizing wagons of grain. Skirmishes flared, but no major host materialized. It felt like a lull, an uneasy silence before a deeper storm. On the 7th day after the siege, a watch horn sounded from the battlements at midday. Eddard ascended with Catelyn, both expecting some new threat. Instead, they found a single rider approaching under a white banner. He wore no Lannister sigil. The gates creaked open enough to let him in. Eddard went down to meet him in the yard. The man dismounted, removing a dusty cloak. He was nondescript, middle-aged, with a short beard and worn leathers. Yet his eyes gleamed with a cunning that set Eddard on edge. "My lord Eddard Stark?" the messenger asked. I come on behalf of one who wishes to speak discreetly. He is a man of high station, yet cannot appear in public. He requests a meeting with you beyond the walls at twilight, near the old fisher's hut by the river bend. Eddard's eyes narrowed. And who might this man of high station be? The messenger gave a slight shrug. He did not give me leave to speak his name. He said only that you would find it worth your while, that old alliances should not be forgotten. A flicker of suspicion cut through Eddard. Could it be someone from King's Landing, or a renegade Lannister officer, or even Littlefinger, though the thought made him scowl. Why does he not come openly? He fears for his life, my lord, the messenger said. Said that if certain forces learn of his presence, he'd be undone. Catelyn stepped forward, voice stern. So you expect Lord Stark to ride out alone into some trap? That hardly inspires trust. The messenger met her gaze without flinching. He asked for no retinue, true, but if Lord Stark wishes to bring a few guards, he may. Only keep them at a distance. If the man sees a large troop, he'll vanish. Eddard exhaled. The realm was rife with intrigue. Could this be a trap laid by Tywin, or a trick by Walder Frey or some messenger from Stannis? The possibilities tangled. Yet sometimes clandestine meetings carried vital information. I'll think on it, he said curtly, motioning for a guard. Take this man to the guardroom. Give him food and water. Keep him comfortable until I decide. Catelyn frowned as the man was led away. If it's a trap, we can ill afford to lose you, Ned. But if it's genuine, we might glean precious intelligence. Eddard rubbed the back of his neck, feeling the old tension in his shoulders. I dislike the secrecy, but you're right. We cannot ignore a possible advantage. I'll bring a small escort. Great John is still away harrying foragers, so perhaps I'll take Roose Bolton or a few of our more discreet men. And I'll go armed. Catelyn's eyes flicked with worry. Be careful. I need you alive. He reached for her hand, gave it a gentle squeeze. I promise. When twilight came, Eddard prepared. He donned a subdued cloak over his mail, kept his sword belted at his side. 2 Tully guards accompanied him, along with a quiet man from House Lannister. Catelyn remained behind, face tight with anxiety. They slipped out the north gate, passing among the high grasses and half-flooded ditches near the river. The air smelled of wet earth and rotting reeds. At a distance behind them rode a squad of 5 more men, hidden among the terrain in case trouble arose. They reached the old fisher's hut as the sun's last glow faded behind the hills. The structure leaned precariously by the water's edge, its thatched roof half collapsed. No lamp shone within. Eddard gestured for his guards to wait back, then advanced carefully, sword hand ready. The door to the hut squeaked open. A hooded figure stepped out, silhouetted in the dimness. Eddard paused, tension coiling in his gut. Lord Stark, the figure said in a low whisper. You came. Eddard studied the stance, the voice. It was a man's voice, half hidden by the cowl. You summoned me. Show yourself. The figure exhaled, then lifted the hood. In the faint moonlight, Eddard glimpsed a face that startled him. The hair was short and dark, shot with a hint of silver at the temples, the nose long and sharp, the grin edged with cunning. It was Peter Baelish, Littlefinger. Eddard's pulse spiked with anger and wariness, recalling how Baelish had lied to him in King's Landing, culminating in the betrayal that led to Eddard's imprisonment. Part of him wanted to draw steel immediately, but he checked himself. Lord Baelish, Eddard said softly, though each word ground out. I assumed you'd slithered under some rock in King's Landing. Why do you come here? Peter gave a soft laugh. King's Landing is no longer hospitable to me, I fear. The Lannisters suspect I'm not as loyal as I once pretended. The tides shift quickly, Lord Stark. I had to slip away or risk a knife in the dark. Imagine that. A man like me, forced out of the city I strove to manipulate for so long. Eddard's jaw tightened. You say forced out, but I doubt you left without a plan. You always have one. Baelish shrugged lightly, the movement calm as a cat. I do prefer to land on my feet. Nonetheless, I come to you with an offer of information. Something I suspect you want to know, something about your beloved North or the realm's future. And perhaps we can mend the rift between us. After all, I once told you that chaos is a ladder. We stand in a time of supreme chaos, do we not? Eddard's anger flared. You betrayed me once. My men died, I nearly lost my head. Why should I believe you now? Littlefinger spread his hands. You shouldn't, but I can prove my sincerity. Tywin Lannister hunts me as well. He found out I was negotiating with the Tyrells at one point, possibly for my own gain. The Lion does not share power easily. In short, I have no love for Tywin or for Joffrey's regime. If I can help you bring them down, I might earn a place in the new order. The words hissed from Eddard's lips before he could stop them. What new order? I make no bargains to seat you in power. Baelish smiled thinly. You mistake me. I only want to survive and prosper. The Lannisters are on the rise now, but I see storms gathering. That boy king is a viper's nest all by himself. So I come bearing intelligence that might help you, information about Tywin's next move, about the whispers in King's Landing. I can also confirm something about Stannis Baratheon's new alliance, or possible new enemy. Word travels in curious ways to my ears, even on the run. Eddard tamped down his urge to throw Baelish into the river. Talk, but if I sense any deception, I'll walk away. Baelish inclined his head. Very well. Tywin Lannister is building a fresh alliance with the Freys. He paused, letting that land. Walder Frey has always been cunning, but Tywin is sweetening the pot with gold and marriage promises. The Lannisters might wed a Frey daughter into their extended family. In return, Walder's men and the crossing at the Twins become open to them. That means a direct path north. If Walder commits, your position here in the Riverlands could be flanked from both sides. Robb's forces might be cut off from rejoining you. Eddard stilled, eyes narrowing. We suspected that possibility. Brynden Tully went to treat with Walder. But if Tywin is offering a marriage alliance, that might sway the old man. He's always wanted greater prestige for his brood. Littlefinger gave a satisfied little nod. You see, I bring timely news. But that's not all. Word from the capital is that Joffrey is increasingly erratic. The fiasco at the Blackwater left him shaken, though Stannis lost that battle. Cersei tries to hide it, but the boy grows crueler, lashing out. Meanwhile, the Tyrells sense an opportunity. Marjorie is betrothed to Joffrey, but the Tyrells quietly cultivate favor among the courtiers. If they tire of Joffrey's tantrums, well... He trailed off with a cunning smirk. Power could shift quickly. I suspect the Tyrells might eventually side with whomever offers them stable rule. If you or your allies can show them a path, they might consider betraying the Lannisters. Eddard processed that, feeling the old wariness of southern intrigues. Even if the Tyrells betray Joffrey, they might demand we yield the north to them. Another southern king is not what we want. Littlefinger shrugged. No doubt. But if you prefer to destroy the Lannisters, you'll need powerful allies or at least a wedge that can fracture their coalition. The Tyrells are that wedge. Now, I also know something about Stannis. They say he conjures dark forces on Dragonstone, preparing another strike. Some whisper of shadows and black magic. I can't vouch for the truth of it, but the realm quakes at every rumor, making men uncertain. Tywin tries to keep them loyal with gold and fear, but fear can shift in a heartbeat. Eddard let out a long breath. So you come to me with half a web of rumors. We already guessed Walder Frey might be courted. As for the Tyrells, they joined the Lannisters to keep Stannis from the throne. I see no reason they'd leap to our side. Baelish's eyes glinted. Perhaps not your side precisely, but if you forge some understanding with them, grant them shipping privileges in the north, or betroth one of your younger kin to a Tyrell, it might start a conversation. They want advantage, not necessarily Lannister rule. All I'm saying is you have options if you act cunningly. And I, dear Lord Stark, can keep feeding you tidbits from the capital. I still have spies, even if I must keep my head down. Eddard studied him in silence. The mistrust coiled in his gut. Baelish was a viper, But sometimes, a viper's bite could be directed at your enemies if handled carefully. And what do you want in return? Littlefinger smiled that crooked smile. A seat at the table when the dust settles. My holdings remain the Vale's coin, but I lost favor with Lisa Arryn once. If a new order arises, I might need a safe place. Perhaps a small castle in the north or a guarantee you won't brand me a traitor. A chance to keep living, building my fortune in a corner that doesn't belong to Tywin. Bitterness laced Eddard's voice. You realize I owe you no kindness. You cost me many men. Nearly cost me my life. Peter's eyes flickered with something like regret, or maybe it was feigned. I had little choice. I was caught between Cersei and your too trusting nature. The Game of Thrones is not a gentle pastime, Ned. I did warn you. Eddard's hands tightened, wanting to lash out, but he held steady. You told me once to trust you, then you put a dagger at my throat. Baelish's lips parted in a faint sigh. Yes, a necessary betrayal to keep Cersei's favor at the time. But you lived. I found ways to shield Sansa from greater harm when Joffrey's men were eager to torment her. Not enough, perhaps, but some. Let me help you now. Let me atone in small measure. Eddard stared at him, reading the half-truths in every line. Then he looked away, catching the faint glimmer of moonlight on the water. I'll consider your offer, Baelish, but do not expect trust easily. If your information proves false, if this is some scheme to lure me into a trap, I'll see you pay for it. Peter nodded as if expecting no less. Fair enough. I'll find a way to send messages. If you leave Riverrun, I'll discover it. My men watch the roads. If you have tidings for me, I'll make myself available. But for now, I must remain hidden. Tywin's bounty on my head grows. He stepped back, pulling up his hood. You see, Lord Stark, the Lannisters aren't the only ones who see me as a threat. I know too much about too many people. Before Eddard could respond, Baelish gave a slight bow and disappeared around the corner of the hut, footsteps fading into the murk. Eddard stood unmoving, the old anger roiling. Finally, he gestured, and his men rushed forward, searching for Baelish. But the man was gone, likely having a horse stashed in the tall reeds or an escape route planned. A cunning fox indeed. Eddard's guards cursed. One asked, "Should we hunt him?" Eddard shook his head, sheathing his sword. No point. He'll have planned for that. Come. We returned to Riverrun. All the ride back, Eddard's mind churned. If Baelish was truthful about the phrase, then Brynden Tully's mission was more urgent than ever. Tywin might be offering a golden alliance to Walder Frey. That alone was worth the risk of hearing Peter's secrets. As for the Tyrell angle, Eddard had no appetite for more alliances by marriage, certainly not with Sansa or Arya. The memory of Joffrey's betrothal to Sansa was bitter, but war demanded harsh bargains sometimes. He ground his teeth, resenting that he might even have to consider such manipulations. Still, a wedge in the Lannister-Tyrell coalition could tip the scales. By the time they returned to Riverrun, it was full dark. Catelyn waited anxiously in the courtyard, relief and alarm mingling in her face when she saw him unharmed. She demanded an account. Eddard took her aside to a quiet corner of the yard, telling her of Baelish's reappearance. Her expression turned thunderous at the name. "He can't be trusted," she said, voice trembling with old hurt. "He always pined after me in our youth, but he was never honorable. If he's come now, it's because he sees advantage." "Agreed," Eddard said. "But his warning about the phrase might be genuine. Tywin has every reason to buy Walder's loyalty, and Walder might well accept. He cares only for his family's advancement." Catelyn pressed her lips together. "Then we must double down on persuading Walder. If Uncle Brynden can't sway him, we could lose the twins. That would open the entire north to a pincer attack." Eddard recalled how Robb had needed Walder Frey's cooperation to cross south in the first place, promising a marriage to one of the Frey daughters. That promise was unfulfilled, to Eddard's knowledge, and Walder would brood on it. Eddard rubbed the bridge of his nose. "Let's pray Brynden finds a way. We can't do more than that right now. Meanwhile, we keep a watch for any sign of Baelish's messages. I suspect he'll appear again like a ghost in the night. Catelyn nodded, her breath unsteady. I hate this cloak and dagger dance, Ned. But I hate the thought of losing more good people to Tywin's cruelty even more. He slipped an arm around her waist, leaning his forehead to hers in a quiet moment of shared weariness. So do I. We carry on, one day at a time. She closed her eyes, and for a heartbeat, they simply stood, letting the hush of the courtyard wrap around them. Then reality intruded. A stable boy running up with news that a band of Tully scouts had just brought in a handful of new refugees. Eddard sighed, giving Catelyn a last squeeze before they parted to their duties. In the following days, the calm at Riverrun began to fray under the pressure of rationing and the constant threat of renewed war. Word came that Greyjohn's detachment clashed with Lannister foragers near Maidenpool, driving them off but suffering losses. The rumor that Tywin was forging an alliance with Walder Frey spread among the rank and file, stirring fear of betrayal. Brynden Tully remained absent, presumably still at the Twins. Eddard tried to keep discipline and hope alive, overseeing daily drills, ensuring some measure of normalcy for the refugees. But tension hung thick in every hallway, every courtyard. Arya practiced with her sword each morning, lashing out at straw dummies with fierce intensity. Sansa helped the maester brew potions for the sick, her voice soft as she comforted the wounded. Catelyn managed the endless demands for supplies. Eddard roamed the walls with a watchful eye, scanning the horizon for any sign of approaching banners. Some nights he found himself wishing for a simpler fight, steel against steel, rather than the swirl of politics and alliances that strangled the realm like choking vines. One late afternoon, a pair of riders approached under a neutral banner. They were recognized as lords from minor Riverlands houses, Blaintree and Vance, both of whom had thus far tried to remain out of the direct path of the war. Eddard greeted them in the courtyard, noticing how drawn and tired they looked. "Lord Stark," said Lord Vance, a wiry man in a travel-stained cloak. "We come from the east. Our lands have seen roving Lannister parties, but also rumors that the mountain Gregor Clegane has returned to the field. We fled before he could reach us, but others might not be so lucky. He's pillaging again, we think on Tywin's orders." Eddard clenched his teeth. That brute. Where was he sighted? Near Saltpans, heading inland. We're not certain of his objective, only that he spreads fear. They say he leaves no survivors in the hamlets he passes. Catelyn, who had joined them, sucked in a breath. "We can't let that monster roam free. Too many innocents have died already." Eddard agreed, yet he knew well how elusive the mountain could be. "We have men at arms, but we're stretched thin. We can send a contingent to chase him, though it may be like chasing smoke. He appears, kills, then vanishes." Lord Blaintree bowed his head. "We beg your aid. The small folk are terrified. And if Gregor's presence is a herald of Tywin's next push." Eddard lifted a hand. "We'll do what we can. I'll dispatch Bolton or Mallister with a force to intercept. But I must also protect Riverrun from a direct assault." As the two lords expressed thanks, Eddard's stomach twisted with the realization that Tywin was indeed applying pressure across the region. The siege at Riverrun had failed, so the Lannisters resorted to terror once again. Despite the respite, the realm's woes had only multiplied. He consulted with Roose Bolton in the Great Hall that night. Bolton listened carefully, his pale eyes glimmering. "I'll go after him if you wish, my lord," Bolton said. "I'll bring enough men to corner the mountain if he lingers near Saltpans. But if we guess wrong, he may strike elsewhere. And that leaves us weaker here." Eddard studied the man, uneasy. Bolton's mild tone masked a ruthless cunning. "If you think you can track him, do so, but do not overextend. The mountain has crushed many good men in open battle. Use stealth if possible, and treat the small folk well. We want them on our side." Bolton smiled faintly. "Of course, the Dreadfort men will be civil, I promise." Something in that smile unsettled Eddard, but he dismissed it. Beggars could not be choosers in a war such as this. He needed Bolton's cunning. They arranged for Bolton to ride out at dawn with 200 cavalry and some archers. Eddard prayed it would be enough to hamper Gregor's raiding. Days trickled by in a haze of vigilance. Eddard wrote more letters, including a plea for White Harbor to send additional grain shipments by river if possible. That might risk interception, but they had to try. The Great John returned from his foray, boasting of burning a Lannister outpost, though he lost a score of men to an ambush. Bolton's riders vanished east, their fates unknown. Meanwhile, the storehouses at Riverrun slowly refilled with gleanings from the countryside, meager though they were. Late one evening, a new raven arrived from the north, sealed with Robb's name. Eddard read it by lamplight, Catelyn at his elbow. "Father, we march south within a fortnight, having stabilized the coastal areas. The Ironborn remain a nuisance, but they've lost their foothold. Winterfell stands. I have near 4,000 men fit for battle, plus more in reserve. We will push quickly to the neck, then decide whether to come directly to Riverrun or to block the roads near Harrenhal if we hear Tywin lurks there. Stay strong. I will see you soon. Robb." Catelyn let out a breath of relief. 4,000 men. That might tip the scale. If Tywin tries to gather a new host, he'll face more than we had last time. Eddard gripped the parchment, heart lifting. Yes, that could be enough to hold the Riverlands or even press forward. Perhaps we can meet Robb halfway. If we time it right, we might catch Tywin in transition. They debated strategies late into the night with Ser Jason Mallister, the Great John, and the Tully captains. Some favored riding out to join Robb once they knew his route. Others insisted on waiting for Brynden Tully's news from the twins, not wanting to leave Riverrun vulnerable. In the end, Eddard decided they should remain for now. If Brynden returned with favorable tidings about Walder Frey's loyalty, they might then pivot swiftly north to link with Robb. If the tidings were ill, they might be forced to hold position and brace for an attack from two directions. War demanded patience as well as valor. At long last, close to midnight, Eddard excused himself from the war council, shoulders tight with fatigue. He found the corridor outside surprisingly still, the torches burning low. A hush had fallen over the castle, only a few guards pacing. He paused at a window, looking out over the moonlit yard. Above, the sky shimmered with distant stars. Eddard closed his eyes, letting the nighttime hush cradle his weary mind. So many pieces on the board, so many possible catastrophes. Yet here he stood, alive when once he had been condemned to die at Joffrey's whim. There had to be a purpose in that survival. If the gods spared him, perhaps it was to guide the north and see his children safe. A gentle sound behind him made him turn. Sansa approached, holding a small lantern. She had a robe over her nightdress, hair loose around her shoulders. She dipped her head in apology for disturbing him. "Sansa," he said, voice soft. "What's the matter? You should be asleep." "I couldn't," she confessed. "I keep dreaming of King's Landing and the things Joffrey did. Then I wake up thinking the Lannisters are at the gates again." She bowed her head. "I walked the halls. I saw your light." Eddard set a hand lightly on her shoulder. "The Lannisters were driven off for now, and your nightmares will fade in time. But I know it's hard. I'm sorry I couldn't protect you from all this." She swallowed, meeting his gaze. "Father, do you think the war will end soon?" He wanted to say yes to reassure her, but lies never came easily to him. "I hope it will. Robb is coming with fresh strength. Tywin must see that the realm can't endure endless bloodshed." She nodded slowly, lips trembling. "Maybe then we can go home, to Winterfell. Perhaps," he said, remembering the old gods would. The silent watch of the weirwood tree. Winterfell had never felt so distant as it did now. "For tonight, try to rest. I'll walk you back to your chambers." They moved quietly along the corridor, Sansa's lantern illuminating the worn tapestries of Tully ancestors. Outside, the wind swept across the battlements, carrying a faint chill that spoke of the coming season. Soon the last leaves would fall, and the real cold would begin its march south. War in winter was a nightmare Eddard did not wish to see. After settling Sansa back in her chamber, Eddard retreated to his own with Catelyn. He found her in a restless doze, stirring when he entered. She murmured something about Walder Frey, half asleep, then fell back into slumber. Eddard watched her a moment, feeling a surge of gratitude that at least his family was together, mostly safe. That alone was a blessing in these times. He sank onto the pallet, ignoring the stab of pain in his leg, and let the day's weight bear him into uneasy dreams. He dreamed again of the Tower of Joy, years past, the day he had found his sister Lyanna dying in a bed of blood, whispering his name. The image shifted to show Robb grown, a crown of bronze and iron on his head, leading northern men across a field of snow. Then the vision changed to the weirwood in Winterfell, eyes weeping red sap. A voice seemed to whisper, "Winter is coming." But the tone was neither threat nor comfort, something older, deeper. Then darkness swallowed all. Morning came with a flurry of new tasks. A Tully rider who had ventured near Harrenhal returned with word that large numbers of Lannister tents were pitched around that cursed fortress. The occupant was apparently Ser Amory Lorch, or so rumors said, though Tywin might be directing matters from behind the scenes. Harrenhal had become a place of cruelty once more. Rumors spoke of dungeons echoing with screams. Eddard felt an old chill at the mention of that sprawling ruin. He decided to send a pair of Lannister scouts to confirm. If indeed Harrenhal was heavily manned, that meant Tywin commanded a strategic position, one that guarded crucial roads in the Riverlands. Breaking that stronghold would require a siege within a siege, or a cunning infiltration. Neither prospect appealed to Eddard. With a shake of his head, he dispatched the scouts. So many men being whittled away on small missions. War devoured them all. The next day found Eddard in the training yard, ironically quiet for a realm embroiled in conflict. Arya was practicing with the Tully master-at-arms, a gruff man named Ser Donnell. She danced around the practice ring, slender sword flicking. Sansa sat on a bench nearby, sewing half-heartedly while occasionally glancing up in worry for her sister. Eddard paused to observe. Arya's footwork had improved. Syrio Farrell would be proud, he thought. Then the main gate horns blew, signaling approaching riders. Eddard hurried to the gatehouse. Was it Brynden Tully returning from the twins? Or maybe Bolton's party from the east? He gazed down from the ramparts to see a dusty column of men, banners hidden in the swirl of road dirt. The watchers readied weapons, half suspecting another Lannister attack. But as the dust cleared, Eddard spotted a familiar black fish banner at the head, as well as the Tully trout. Relief flared. Brynden Tully was back, accompanied by at least 24 men. The portcullis rose, letting them enter. Eddard rushed down to meet Brynden, who slid off his horse with a scowl. "Uncle," Eddard said, not bothering with formality. "You're safe. And the twins." Brynden grimaced. "Your message about Tywin's courting of Walder Frey was no surprise to me. The old wretch made no secret that he was entertaining all offers. I tried to reason with him, but he's playing a dangerous game. He demands we reaffirm every promise Robb made. Marriage pacts, wards, gold. And he wants new concessions, recognition of several Frey outposts as minor lordships. If we refuse, he claims he might find a better arrangement with the Lannisters." Eddard's face hardened. "He's extorting both sides." Brynden nodded, wiping sweat from his brow. I secured a short-term pledge that he'll not open the twins to Lannister forces, but it's worth as much as the paper it's written on. He gave me a fortnight to return with a formal acceptance of his demands, or he'll consider other alliances. He's always testing how far he can push. I fear if Tywin sweetens the pot enough, Walder will cast us aside. Catelyn arrived in the courtyard, picking up on the tension. "Uncle, so there's no final decision?" Brynden shook his head. "No. He wants to speak directly with Robb or with you if Robb can't come. He wants more from this war than just crossing rights. The man's a vulture. I saw all his brood scuttling about, eager for a match that might bring them power." Eddard forced down frustration. "We can't bend too far. Robb has his own promise to Lord Walder that he'd wed one of the Frey girls, but I don't know if that stands. We haven't pressed him on it since he marched north to fight the Ironborn." Catelyn's eyes flickered with sorrow. We cannot simply force Robb into a marriage he doesn't want. Yet if Walder feels spurned, he'll sell us out to the Lannisters in a heartbeat. Brynden sighed. All for that cursed crossing. The twins is a narrow pass, but oh so crucial. Walder Frey has grown fat on its necessity. Eddard rubbed his temples, a headache building. Then the question becomes, do we try to meet Walder's demands at least partially to keep him from Tywin? Or do we risk him betraying us? If Tywin crosses the twins, they could bottle us in the Riverlands and cut Robb off from rejoining. The results would be catastrophic. A hush fell. Brynden's usual confidence looked strained. Catelyn touched Eddard's arm. We must be practical, Ned. Let us see if we can find a compromise with Walder short of giving him everything. Eddard inclined his head. We might have to. Let's speak with the lords at council again. Then perhaps we send an envoy or ask Walder to come here, though I doubt he'd risk leaving the twins unguarded. Brynden grimaced. He won't come. He's too paranoid. But maybe we can send a joint delegation. Myself, Lady Catelyn, a northern lord. Someone to reaffirm the alliance in Robb's absence. If we hold him at bay a bit longer, maybe we can wait until Robb returns south in strength. They agreed to convene in the Great Hall within the hour. Eddard watched Brynden limp off to find food and water. The blackfish looked older than ever, the lines around his eyes carved deep by worry. Eddard felt a surge of sympathy. The Tullis had endured so much. Catelyn, Edmure, Brynden. Watching their homeland ravaged, uncertain of the next betrayal, he mounted the steps to the keep. In the hallway, Arya nearly collided with him, her hair sweaty from training. She took in his expression, eyes flicking from his furrowed brow to the fatigue in his stance. Is something wrong? She asked. Eddard forced a small smile. Just more troubles with Walder Frey. Grown-up concerns. You keep at your sword practice, or see the maester about that bruise on your arm. Don't fret on my account. She set her jaw. I can't help it, father. Every day there's another problem. He placed a gentle hand on her head. I know, but you're doing well. We'll see this through. She studied him, then nodded, though the worry didn't fade from her expression. Then she dashed off, presumably to find the maester or Sansa. Eddard felt both pride and sorrow watching her go. War forced children to grow faster than they should. He remembered her once complaining about needlework, never imagining she'd wield a real blade. Sighing, he continued to the Great Hall. Inside, the next war council began. Lannister was there, the Great John, and various Tully bannermen. Brynden recounted his talk with Walder Frey, eliciting curses and mutters from the assembled lords. The debate flared hot. Some insisted that they must yield to Walder's demands for the sake of the war's bigger picture. Others argued they should let Walder do as he pleased. He was untrustworthy anyway, and paying him off might only encourage further extortion. Eddard tried to guide the discussion calmly. In the end, they formed a plan to send a new embassy to the twins within a few days, offering partial concessions, reconfirming that Robb would honor his earlier vow to marry a Frey girl, or at least consider it if the war concluded in time. They might also promise a small piece of land near the Trident for one of Walder's sons to manage. Less than Walder wanted, but hopefully enough to keep him from throwing the crossing open to Tywin. The final details needed to be hammered out, and, of course, they had to consult Robb. But letters would move too slowly. If Walder demanded face-to-face negotiation, they would have to buy time until Robb arrived from the north. This done, the council broke up in a swirl of fatigue. The Great John decided to ride out again, eager to chase Lannister remnants, while Lannister offered to remain as second in command at Riverrun. Eddard closed his eyes briefly, leaning on the high table once the lords departed. Catelyn touched his shoulder. You need rest, she whispered, echoing words he had spoken to her not long ago. He gave a wry nod, too weary to argue. They walked together to the courtyard. The sun was setting, painting the sky with streaks of purple and gold. In that fading light, Eddard glimpsed the future as a series of uncertain steps. Hold Riverrun, keep Walder Frey from defecting, wait for Robb, watch for Tywin's next assault. And beyond that, the biggest question: how to end this war once and for all. He paused by the parapet, the water glinting below the castle. Winter was coming, creeping closer each day. The nights grew colder. The wind carried a sharper bite. If the war raged on through the snows, the realm would suffer beyond measure. Eddard stared at the reflection of the sky in the river's surface, wishing for a moment of absolute clarity. Instead, he felt only the swirling eddies of possibility. He set his jaw, recalling that day on the steps of Baelor's September when he had nearly lost everything. Compared to that, this was a second chance. He would not waste it. Catelyn slipped her hand into his. He squeezed it, grateful for her presence. "Ned," she said softly. "Whatever comes, we face it together, yes?" He turned, meeting her eyes. "Yes," he murmured, voice low but steady. "We stand together for our family, for the North, and for the Riverlands, too. If the realm sees we won't be cowed, perhaps others will find courage as well." She leaned her forehead against his, and for a moment, they stood in silent communion. Then the clamor of the yard below reminded them that the day's work was not done. With a final shared look, they descended the steps, drawn back into the war's daily demands. As the sun dipped below the horizon, torches flared along Riverrun's walls. In the distance, farmland stretched away, marred by scars of siege. Within the castle, children tried to sleep in cramped corners, while soldiers readied for another uncertain night. Eddard Stark walked among them, a quiet pillar of resolve. The war was far from over. Tywin lurked, the Freys schemed, the Ironborn still prowled the northern coasts, and rumor spoke of Stannis conjuring shadows in the south. Yet Riverrun stood unbowed, and the direwolf banner still flew. If the realm would not find peace, Eddard would fight to carve out some hope for his children, and for all those who believed in honor over tyranny. It might cost him everything, but he would not bend, not after all he had survived. He lifted his gaze to the sky, letting the first stars shimmer in his vision. The path ahead was fraught with peril, but for now, he had this moment of relative calm, this battered fortress reclaimed from the jaws of defeat. Perhaps that was all any man could ask of the gods. One more chance to stand for what was right, one more day to hold back the darkness. And so Eddard Stark, Warden of the North and guardian of his family, prepared for the next trial, unaware of how soon the winds of war would shift once again, but resolute that no matter the cost, he would not let the realm drown in Lannister cruelty. Winter was coming, but the North remembered, and it would endure. Eddard Stark rose before first light, roused by the insistent chill that seeped in through the arrow-slit windows of Riverrun solar. He had dreamed of the direwolf again, prowling through a winter-blasted forest, snarling at faceless shapes. The image lingered in his mind like a warning. Outside, the autumn darkness slowly gave way to a gray dawn, but the wind's bite made it clear that the season advanced mercilessly. Each morning felt colder than the last, as though winter might begin at any moment. Even the Riverlands, typically more temperate, had begun to see frost clinging to the reeds in the moat. He dressed in layered woolens, tugging on boots that had not yet dried from the previous day's trek across muddy fields. War did not allow for easy comforts. Every movement reminded him of the old leg injury that still flared with pain since his time in King's Landing. An ache that ran deep when he thought of the betrayal that nearly cost him his life. But that was in the past. He was alive, he was needed, and he would not falter for a little pain. Down in the courtyard, the first watch was changing. Guards yawned and shivered at their posts. Sentries paced along the walls, gazing out over farmland still scarred by the recent siege. The flicker of torches on the ramparts lit Catelyn Tully's auburn hair as she walked with Ser Jason Mallister, discussing logistics. Eddard made his way down the spiral staircase, nodding to a Tully guard who saluted groggily. When he stepped out onto the stone of the yard, the crisp air jolted him fully awake. Catelyn noticed him immediately. She murmured a few last words to Mallister, then approached. "You're up early," she said, tucking stray hair behind her ear. Deep shadows lay beneath her eyes, but she lifted her chin in that resolute way he had come to admire. "Too many worries on my mind," Eddard replied, voice soft. "And you? Did you sleep? An hour or two?" she admitted. "I've been checking on the supply wagons from Seaguard. They arrived late last night, grain, salt fish, some barrels of pickled vegetables. Not enough to last us the entire winter, but it helps. Lord Lannister has done more than his share." She glanced across the courtyard to where Ser Jason was instructing a group of porters. Eddard nodded, glancing at a cluster of peasants huddled near the horses. Many had sought shelter in Riverrun after the siege. "He's proven a steadfast ally. I only wish we had more like him." They walked together in the direction of the kitchens, hoping for a hot cup of something to banish the chill. Along the way, they passed half a dozen men in the livery of House Lannister, slumping on benches as they picked at bowls of thin stew. The men nodded respectfully to Eddard and Catelyn. Suddenly, the yard's outer gate swung open, and a pair of Tully outriders rode in, their horses skittish. One of the riders wore a long scratch across his cheek, scabbed over. He slid from the saddle, wincing, and hurried toward Eddard and Catelyn. "My lord, my lady," he gasped. "We just came from the western hills. Spotted movement, several columns of Lannister men, maybe 200, though we couldn't get close enough to count. They seemed to be searching or patrolling. Not an entire army, but more than a simple scouting party." The news sent a ripple of tension through Eddard's gut. "How far?" "Not a day's ride away, my lord, maybe less. We circled wide to avoid them. They carried a lion banner, but we didn't see Lord Tywin's personal standard." Catelyn's lips pressed thin. "They may be testing our perimeter or trying to hamper supply lines from Seaguard. If they're that close, we can't ignore them." Eddard considered quickly. "We can send men to drive them off. If they settle in the hills, they'll waylay travelers, frighten the local folk. We can't have that, but we also can't empty the castle." He looked to Catelyn. "We'll raise a mounted force, perhaps 100 strong, to flush them out." She touched his arm. "I'll see it done. Better we act now than wait for them to gather allies." Ser Jason Lannister, noticing their discussion, approached in time to hear the plan. He rubbed at the scar on his jaw, inflicted during the siege. "I can lead the strike, my lord. My men know the terrain. We'll be careful not to overextend." Eddard gave him a grateful nod. "I'd be obliged. Take some Tully archers, too. But be swift. We can't risk staying out there if they're only bait for a larger trap." While Lannister hurried off to organize the sortie, Eddard and Catelyn made for the kitchens, grabbing what passed for a quick breakfast. Rye bread and thin, hot ale. The great hall stood mostly empty at this hour. Only a few wounded men slept on pallets near the walls. Eddard recognized one as a guard who had taken a crossbow bolt during the siege. The man muttered in his sleep, evidently reliving the horrors. Eddard's heart twinged. War chewed people up and spat them out, leaving the survivors to cope as best they could. Sansa and Arya appeared together, rubbing sleep from their eyes. Arya wore breeches and a snug leather jerkin, her hair chopped short. Sansa, in a warm woolen dress, had braided her long auburn locks. It was strange, Eddard thought, how each had changed so drastically from the day they first arrived in King's Landing. He forced a smile for them, though the morning's news weighed heavily on him. They gathered around a small table in the corner, warmed by the glow of a single lantern. Catelyn passed them a wooden plate of bread. Arya tore into it, hungry from her early training. Sansa nibbled politely. "Has something happened?" Arya asked, noticing the tension in Eddard's face. "Lannister patrols spotted west of here," Eddard said, keeping his voice level. "Ser Jason is leading men to chase them off." Arya frowned. "Why can't I go too? I can fight. I'm as good as half the men here." Catelyn placed a gentle but firm hand on Arya's shoulder. "We need you safe, Arya. Chasing Lannister patrols is no small matter. Let Ser Jason handle it." Arya glowered, but Sansa squeezed her hand. "You're not fully grown, little sister. Besides, you have training to do, yes? One day you'll match even the best swordsman. But not yet." Arya sighed, frustration evident. Eddard understood her fervor. She had tasted danger and come out alive. She wanted to prove herself again. but he could not risk her in a roving skirmish that might go awry. "Listen to your mother, Arya," he said softly. "There will be plenty for you to do here, if a fight comes to our gates." She muttered something under her breath, then took another bite of bread. Sansa eyed her warily, no doubt recalling how differently she had once viewed Arya's tomboyish ways. But war had a way of blurring old differences. Their meal was cut short by the arrival of a messenger bearing a sealed letter. The boy was panting as he found Eddard, bowing with a flourish. "From Moat Cailin, my lord. Urgent tidings." Eddard broke the wax seal. The letter was scrawled in a hasty hand, but the signature was that of a Captain Wenlock, one of the men left to hold Moat Cailin. Eddard read, brow creasing, "My Lord Stark, we have received word that Lord Robb marches south with his main force, nearing the Neck. The roads have been quiet, though we fear watchers from the Iron Islands may lurk. The men are in fair condition, morale high. Lord Robb instructs that if you can dispatch any updated intelligence on Tywin Lannister's movements, do so by Raven at once. He also mentions he hopes to cross the Neck within the week. We stand ready to facilitate. Captain Wenlock." A flare of relief warmed Eddard. Robb was coming. "He'll be here soon," he murmured, glancing at Catelyn, who breathed a short, hopeful sigh. Sansa asked, "Robb is returning to the Riverlands?" "Indeed," Eddard said, "with his host. If the roads remain unblocked, they'll pass Moat Cailin and should be well on their way." He half smiled at Sansa's brightening face. "We must ensure Tywin has no easy path to cut him off. The Lannisters might still try to claim the twins with Walder Frey's help or block the main roads. But if Robb's quick, he may slip around any obstacles." Catelyn exhaled. "I'll have Maester Vyman send a raven to Moat Cailin, telling them about the recent skirmishes near Riverrun and the rumor that Tywin's men amass in Harrenhal. Robb should be forewarned." Eddard agreed. As soon as Sansa and Arya finished eating, Catelyn took them away to oversee daily tasks, leaving Eddard to handle the swirl of new demands. Before midday, Ser Jason Mallister and his mounted force thundered out of the gates, intent on driving back the Lannister patrol. Eddard stood atop the battlements to watch them vanish among rolling hills, a dust cloud trailing behind. He prayed they would not encounter an ambush. The castle seemed a hive of motion. Refugees washing clothes, guards drilling with pikes, Tully knights practicing formation. Eddard caught sight of the Great John in a corner of the yard, recounting some half-fantastical story to wide-eyed peasants about how he had torn out a wolf's throat with his teeth. The Great John roared with laughter, and the peasants, though frightened, managed small smiles. In the early afternoon, Brynden Tully emerged from within the keep, looking restless. He had only just returned from the twins a few days prior, bearing Walder Frey's unsubtle demands. He greeted Eddard with a brisk nod. "I can't abide waiting around," Brynden said, squinting up at the sun. "We have Lannisters stirring near Harrenhal and on the roads. I'd like to scout again. If there's any sign Tywin is mustering a large army, we should see it first." "You've hardly slept?" Eddard pointed out, mindful of the circles beneath Brynden's eyes. Brynden huffed. "I'll catch my sleep on the ride if I must. Riverrun can't be caught unprepared again." He hesitated. "Any word from Walder Frey?" Eddard shook his head. "None. We can only assume he's waiting on a better offer or that he's stalling until Robb arrives to confirm the marriage arrangement. The old leech wants to squeeze everything he can from both sides." Brynden's mouth twisted. "I don't trust that vow of his as far as I can spit. I'll keep an eye on the roads near the twins, too, in case we see Lannister riders creeping up that way." Eddard nodded, clasping Brynden's forearm. "Be careful. If you spot more than you can handle, return swiftly." Brynden flashed a dry smile. "You know me, Ned. I don't pick fights I can't finish." Then he strode off, calling for half a dozen Tully men to join him. A hush settled on Eddard once Brynden was gone. He found himself feeling strangely alone in the bustle of the courtyard. Nearly everyone had some urgent purpose, repairing armor, hauling crates, feeding the hungry. Lord Stark, for all his responsibilities, had a moment to breathe. He made his way to the old stables that had been partially burned during the siege. Workers were still mending the roof. In one corner, a half-dozen new colts whinnied, oblivious to the realm's strife. Eddard patted the flank of a chestnut mare, letting the animal's warmth ground him. He thought of the times in Winterfell's courtyard, when life was simpler. A passing memory surfaced of teaching Bran to ride a pony, or leading a reluctant Rickon to feed sugar lumps to the stable horses. The swirl of longing tightened his chest. War had scattered them. Bran and Rickon were in Winterfell still, presumably safe, though so many threats hovered. He prayed he would see them soon, that the realm would not crumble before the family was reunited. Footsteps approached. He turned to see a quiet Lannister squire carrying a rolled parchment. The squire bowed awkwardly. "My lord." A letter arrived by Raven from the east. "It bears the seal of House Bolton. Lord Roos's men, I believe." Eddard sighed, unfolding the message. The text was terse. "We have engaged Gregor Clegane's party near the salt pans. The Mountain and his brigands resisted fiercely. Casualties on both sides are high. Clegane fled inland with a handful of men. We continue pursuit. Lord Bolton leads a separate contingent to cut off their retreat. Expect further tidings soon. Maester Whaleys of the Dread Fort." Eddard's brows nodded. At least they had forced Gregor to retreat. But if the Mountain still roamed, more innocents would suffer. He passed the parchment back to the squire. "Have Maester Vyman file it. If we get more details, I want to know at once." "Yes, my lord." The squire hurried off. Eddard lingered in the stable yard, frustration coiling inside. The realm was too large, the enemies too scattered. Tywin Lannister had turned the Riverlands into a battleground of 100 cuts. Raids, terror, manipulation. Meanwhile, Walder Frey dangled the threat of an alliance with the Lannisters. Robb was on his way, but until he arrived, Eddard felt as though they were forever reacting, unable to deliver a decisive blow. A faint rumble of thunder made him glance at the sky. Dark clouds gathered in the west, promising rain. Or perhaps an early flurry of snow. He thought of the old Stark words, "Winter is coming," and how they had never felt more ominous. The day's warmth gave way to a biting breeze, rustling the half-repaired stable roof. Eddard drew his cloak tighter around his shoulders. In the distance, horns sounded from the direction of the gate. At once, Eddard felt a jolt of alarm. Not the hurried blasts of an attack, but the steady note of returning riders. Could Ser Jason Lannister be back already? He strode toward the gates, ignoring the complaining ache in his knee. By the time he arrived, the portcullis was being drawn up. Through the iron bars he glimpsed muddy, tired horses trotting in. Lannister's men bore no standard, an odd sign. Eddard's heart lurched with the possibility that something had gone wrong. But as they emerged fully into the courtyard, Eddard realized these were not Lannister's outriders at all. They wore mismatched gear, dull leathers and helms. At their head was a man in black, cloak pulled up. At first Eddard tensed, worried it might be a band of free riders or sellswords, but then he recognized something about the man's posture, and the direwolf sigil on the chest of a second rider. It hit him like a hammer blow. Robb Stark swung down from the saddle, looking older than Eddard remembered, taller and broader across the shoulders. His hair, once auburn, had deepened to a brownish red, grown longer around his neck. Mud clung to his boots, and exhaustion marked the lines of his face. Yet his eyes shone fiercely as he turned, scanning the courtyard. When they settled on Eddard, relief and emotion flickered across his features. "Father," Robb said. His voice was deeper than Eddard recalled, resonant with the weight of command. Eddard found himself striding forward, ignoring the flare in his leg. He clasped Robb's arms, searching his son's eyes. "You're here," he murmured, half disbelieving. "We thought you'd be further away still." Robb gave a weary grin. "We pressed hard from the neck, leaving some of our heavier wagons behind. My men are trailing, maybe a day behind me. I came ahead with a vanguard, eager to reach you." Caitlyn's voice rang out. She had arrived at the gate as well, eyes brimming with tears. "Robb!" she exclaimed, rushing to embrace him. Robb let out a ragged breath, hugging her fiercely. Around them, the courtyard filled with the mutter of onlookers. Men removing helms, peasants peering curiously. Sansa and Arya burst through the throng, Sansa's hands flying to her mouth, Arya's eyes wide. Robb released Catelyn and grinned at his sisters. Arya leapt forward first, locking her arms around him. "Robb, you're all right," she cried. He ruffled her short hair. "I am, though you look different, little sister. The new style suits you." Arya made a face, stepping back to let Sansa come forward. Sansa's eyes glistened as she looked up at her older brother. He dwarfed her now more than ever. "Welcome home, Robb," she said softly. "We've missed you." He gently touched her arm. "And I you. It's good to see you safe after everything. Father wrote of the siege and the horrors you endured. You're all so strong." Eddard let them have a moment, glancing behind Robb at the men who had arrived with him. Some wore the sigils of smaller northern houses, Tallheart, Serwyn, Mormont. Others had no sigil, likely retainers or fresh recruits. One man stepped forward in partial plate, a battered wolf's head helm tucked under his arm. Eddard recalled him as a sworn sword from Winterfell, one Jory Castle had recruited years ago. The man bowed, murmuring that the rest of Robb's forces marched as fast as the roads allowed. Eddard nodded, mind swimming with relief. At last, Eddard addressed Robb directly. "Let's get you inside, feed you, let you rest. Then we'll talk. There's much to share. The realm has not grown kinder since you left the Riverlands." Robb let out a weary chuckle. "I don't expect kindness from war." He turned to the men behind him. "Stable the horses, see to the wounded if any. We'll gather in the great hall soon." Then he followed Eddard, Catelyn, and the girls inside. It was surreal walking with Robb through the corridors of Riverrun. Eddard remembered the day they parted, when Robb was just a boy thrust into command. Now he carried himself like a man full grown, though only months had passed. The torches along the hallway cast shifting light over the battered walls. Eddard recalled how the castle looked after the siege, the scorch marks, the cracks. War had aged them all. They settled in a private solar used for war councils, a brazier glowing in the corner. A servant brought bread, cheese, and ale, while Robb's younger siblings hovered outside, likely eager to see him again but respecting the need for a private talk. Catelyn took a seat, pressing her hands together as if to steady herself, while Eddard leaned against the table with arms folded. Robb set aside his gloves and rubbed at his temples. Catelyn spoke first. "You've come with fewer men than expected, my son. Where is the bulk of your army?" "Marching behind in 2 columns, Robb said. "I commanded them to keep a day apart to avoid crowding the roads. After we cleared the neck, some needed to circle a flooded region near the Fever River. I suspect they'll arrive in full by tomorrow or the day after." Eddard nodded. "Good. Once they're here, Riverrun will be more secure, though we fear Tywin is gathering forces at Harrenhal or forging an alliance with Walder Frey. The latter is especially concerning." Robb's jaw tightened. "Lord Walder again. I recall too well the bargain I made to cross the twins. He insisted on a betrothal to one of his daughters. That vow remains unfulfilled, and if he's dealing with Tywin, he might break faith with us. Or he might demand I keep that promise at once. But we have more pressing matters, do we not? The war in the Riverlands has only intensified." Eddard exchanged a glance with Catelyn. "Yes, we repelled a siege here, thanks to help from Seaguard, but the Lannisters remain active. They raid outlying lands, terrorize villagers. Gregor Clegane prowls near the salt pans, though Bolton's men forced him to retreat. Word is Tywin might still be orchestrating everything, though we haven't seen him in person. Meanwhile, we wait for news from your Uncle Brynden, who's out scouting again." Robb rapped his knuckles on the table. "We can't let Tywin run rampant. If he secures Harrenhal and the twins, he'd trap us from 2 sides. Even with the men I bring, we need a decisive plan. And there's also the matter of the Ironborn in the north. They're scattered but not wholly defeated. Theon Greyjoy remains at large. Some say he might attempt to strike Winterfell if he musters enough reavers. Catelyn's face went pale. Gods forbid. Bran and Rickon. Safe, Robb assured, placing a hand on her arm. Maester Luwin keeps me informed. They rarely leave the castle walls now. My men watch day and night. Eddard inhaled. We have many fronts. The best we can do is quell the Lannisters here while holding the north. If Tywin is the true threat, we might meet him in battle, or try to force a parley on our terms. We have enough men now, especially once your full host arrives, that perhaps Tywin cannot easily crush us. But he might retreat behind Harrenhal's massive walls, forcing a stalemate. Robb's eyes glinted with the fierce determination of youth. I'd prefer a fight in open ground. Harrenhal is a fortress too large to storm without heavy losses. We must outmaneuver him, starve him of supplies, or lure him into making a mistake. Catelyn's tone was weary. It's always luring the Lannisters into a mistake. Yet Tywin seldom makes them. He's cunning as a cornered lion. Another angle might be the Tyrells. Some say they chafe under Joffrey's rule. If they ever shift loyalties, Tywin would lose a vital ally. Eddard remembered Baelish's claim about a potential wedge with the Tyrells, but he distrusted everything that man said. It's possible, he allowed, but we have no direct line to the Tyrells. Unless we attempt to open one. That too is risky. We could antagonize them if they remain loyal to the crown. Robb tapped the table. We'll weigh all these matters tomorrow in a full council. For now, I'd ask leave to wash and rest. My men will expect me to greet them properly once they arrive. But first, he glanced at Eddard, a reluctant smile tugging his lips. Father, I've missed you. I never thought we'd speak again after you were taken in King's Landing. Eddard stepped forward, clasping Robb's shoulder. I know, son. We both came close to losing everything. Let's not squander this second chance. Robb nodded, blinking rapidly as though holding back emotion. Catelyn stood and embraced him once more before letting him go. He left to find a chamber. Riverrun had precious few rooms left unoccupied, but the Tully servants would surely find a space for the young wolf. Eddard and Catelyn watched him go, hearts full of mingled relief and concern. The war had battered them, but at least father and son had reunited. That evening, the great hall buzzed with subdued excitement as word spread that Robb Stark had returned. He appeared at the dais, wearing a fresh tunic bearing the direwolf sigil, hair still damp from a bath. Men from both the north and the Riverlands greeted him with cautious cheers. Many had fought under his command and revered him as the king in the north. He looked the part more than ever, though no crown adorned his head. There was steel in his gaze, a quiet authority that made Eddard both proud and a touch sorrowful. Robb was not a carefree boy but a leader molded by bloodshed. They shared a meal of stewed mutton and bread, better fare than usual thanks to the new supplies from Seaguard. Arya sat close by, devouring everything with unconcealed hunger, while Sansa tried to feed scraps to a scrawny cat that wandered the edges of the hall. Catelyn spoke in low voices with Robb about small matters, conditions in Winterfell, how Rickon sometimes had nightmares, Bran's growing skill in archery. Each piece of normalcy felt precious in the midst of chaos. Soon, the talk turned to strategy. Lords trickled in, curious to hear from Robb. The Great John boomed his delight, pounding Robb's back with enough force to stagger an ox. Ser Jason Mallister returned from the day's mission, reporting that the Lannister patrol had been driven off with minimal losses. He bowed to Robb, acknowledging his leadership. Others, like Roose Bolton's men, had not yet returned from chasing Gregor Clegane, but Eddard suspected they would surface soon with their own accounts. Robb stood near the dais, refusing to seat himself above the rest. "Tell me of the siege," he said, voice carrying in the lantern-lit hall. "How close did we come to losing Riverrun?" The men glanced at Eddard, who recounted the events. Tywin's vanguard, the flaming projectiles full of carrion, the final break when Ser Jason and the force from Seaguard arrived. Eddard's voice grew softer when he spoke of the hungry families sheltering in the castle, the battered walls, the stench of rotting animals. Robb's face hardened. When Eddard finished, the hall was silent except for the crackle of torches. "This is what the Lannisters do," Robb said quietly. "But we've shown them we won't bow. Now that my men are arriving, we can stand stronger than ever. Tywin may regret not finishing the job when he had the chance." A few scattered cheers broke out. Robb looked at Eddard. "Father, do we know if Tywin tries to muster an even larger army? Could the crown send more men from King's Landing?" "Possible," Eddard replied, glancing around the hall. "But we hear that King's Landing remains uneasy after Stannis Baratheon's attack. The Gold Cloaks can't be spared easily. The Tyrells remain allied with Joffrey for now, but if they sense weakness or if Stannis rises again, they might hold back. Tywin's main resources likely lie in the Western Lands, Casterly Rock, the Golden Tooth, plus Harrenhal here in the Riverlands. Not an endless pool. Still formidable. We'll strive to outmaneuver him," Robb declared. "I learned from the Whispering Wood and from my time in the north. We strike fast and unexpectedly. We never let Tywin pin us down. If we do have to face him in open battle, we choose the ground carefully." Eddard felt a ripple of hope in the crowd. Robb's confidence was contagious. Still, Eddard tempered it. "We must not forget Walder Frey. If Tywin gains that crossing, we'll be flanked. Uncle Brynden tried to reason with Walder, but he demands too much. We await your guidance on that, including the matter of your betrothal vow." A flicker of annoyance crossed Robb's face. "A vow forced under duress. But yes, I remember. If it keeps Walder from throwing his gates open to the Lannisters, I might have no choice but to honor it." He paused, glancing at Catelyn, who lowered her gaze. "We'll see how negotiations progress. I'll meet him if I must, or confirm my pledge in writing. The war demands sacrifices." Some lords murmured in agreement, while a few looked distinctly uncomfortable. Everyone knew Walder Frey's brood was not exactly sought after marriage stock, but none dared gainsay Robb's pragmatic stance. The war overshadowed personal preferences. Later, Eddard took Robb aside to a smaller chamber, away from the bustle of the great hall. A single lamp on a table cast long shadows across the walls. Catelyn and a few trusted lords followed, among them Ser Jason Mallister and the Great John, forming an impromptu war council. The wooden shutters rattled with the wind's growing force. Rain began to spatter the courtyard. Robb stood by the fireplace, arms folded. "I want the latest on Harrenhal," he said. "Is it still in Lannister hands?" "It is," Eddard said. "Reports say Ser Amory Lorch commands a garrison, though Tywin might come and go. Harrenhal's no easy prize. Its walls are immense." Catelyn nodded. "Last we heard, the men there terrorized the surrounding villages, capturing peasants for forced labor. If we plan to move against Harrenhal, we need either a siege or a cunning infiltration. That fortress has a sinister history," Ser Jason murmured, crossing himself reflexively. "It's been rumored to bring ruin to each house that holds it. Right now, the Lannisters hold it, but if we try to break it open, the cost could be high." The Great John let out a harumph. "We could starve them out if we control the roads, though they might have stockpiles enough for months." Robb paced a few steps. "Given the size of our force once it's gathered, Harrenhal might still be too big a target for a direct assault. Let's consider alternatives. If Tywin is indeed there, perhaps we can lure him into the field. If he's absent, we can isolate the garrison. Either way, we must keep an eye on it. We can't let Harrenhal be a safe harbor for Lannister raids." Eddard agreed. "We'll gather more intelligence. For now, with the storm coming, we likely can't march soon. Your men will arrive tomorrow or the next day, so let them rest. We'll plan a move after that, especially if Brynden returns with fresh information." Robb exhaled. "I hate waiting, but yes, we need our full strength. Meanwhile, we can't let Walder Frey drift into Tywin's camp." "Father, do you trust me to handle negotiations with him? Or do you think we should send an envoy first?" Eddard hesitated, recalling how Walder had sneered at the notion of courtesy. "You're the one who made the vow. Perhaps hearing from you in person or receiving a letter in your hand will carry the most weight. But be cautious. The old man might demand you come to the twins in person, effectively a hostage situation. I'd rather not risk that. Catelyn looked concerned. We might persuade Walder to send envoys here instead. Or meet at a neutral location along the Green Fork, with equal numbers on each side. But Walder rarely leaves his towers. Robb set his jaw. Then a letter it is for now. I'll reaffirm the promise, request a neutral site for finalizing details, and hint that if he remains loyal, we may bestow further honors on his house after the war. That might keep him from Tywin's gold. They concluded the council with that plan. Each parted, weighed down by the knowledge that every choice carried dire consequences. Outside, the rain intensified, drumming on the rooftops and muddying the courtyard. Through the storm-whipped darkness, Eddard glimpsed the silhouettes of sentries along the walls, heads bowed against the wind. He pictured Tywin somewhere out there, behind Harrenhal's looming walls or in another fortress, plotting his next strike. By daybreak, a deluge had soaked the land around Riverrun. The fields squelched underfoot, the roads churned into sticky sludge. Robb's main columns began arriving through the storm, horses lathered in mud, wagons creaking precariously. The stream of men seemed endless. Tall Northmen in cloaks of gray and brown, smaller retinues from houses like Glover, Serwyn, Tallheart, and Manderley, each braving the fierce wind. They filled Riverrun's courtyard, stable yards, even the outer wards. Many pitched tents in the drizzle, cursing the weather but relieved to rejoin their rightful lord. Eddard moved among them, offering what welcome he could. He recognized some from Winterfell's guard, exchanging respectful nods. Others were new recruits, drawn by the call of defending the North's honor. The Great John, never one to be outdone, roared greetings and slapped backs, occasionally sending a tired soldier stumbling. Sansa and Arya looked on from a covered walkway, marveling at the mass of men. Arya's eyes shone with excitement. She rarely saw so many warriors gathered in one place. Sansa, more subdued, clasped her hands and whispered prayers for no new battles to break out too soon. Catelyn oversaw distribution of provisions, ensuring that the new arrivals had hot meals and a place to rest. The castle bustled like a beehive, thrumming with energy. 3 days of wind and rain followed, turning the fields into a morass. Tents sagged under waterlogged canvas, horses snorted at the mud sucking at their hooves, and tempers frayed among the lords who disliked the cramped quarters. Yet in that time, the remainder of Robb's forces reached Riverrun, swelling their combined strength to nearly 9,000 men, if Eddard's count was correct. Enough to stand against any single Lannister army, unless Tywin mustered an even larger host or if Walder Frey opened the twins to let the enemy pour in from another direction. During those days, Robb wrote to Walder Frey, sealing the letter with the direwolf crest. He confirmed his vow to take one of the Frey daughters as his wife once the war ended, promising to formalize it soon. In exchange, he demanded that Walder refuse all dealings with the Lannisters. He also hinted that if Walder disavowed them, the punishment would be severe, as the combined might of the North and the Riverlands would turn on him. Eddard helped refine the language, ensuring it was firm without alienating the old man entirely. They sent the letter by a swift rider, who cursed the rain as he rode off. Then they waited again. In war, Eddard reflected, waiting was as lethal as any sword stroke. The tension sapped morale, wore on men's nerves. The quiet moments allowed fear to fester. One late afternoon, as the rains finally began to taper, the sound of horns from the west gate startled them. Eddard, Robb, and the Great John hurried up to the ramparts, half expecting an enemy approach. Instead, they found Brynden Tully and his scouts returning in a bedraggled column. Bryndon's cloak dripped with mud, his face set in a grim mask. The men behind him seemed equally dispirited. Eddard had the gate swung open. Brynden rode through, immediately calling, "I bring news from the rivers." He spotted Eddard and Robb on the rampart and waved them down to the courtyard with an urgent gesture. Eddard complied, descending the stone steps as quickly as his leg allowed, Robb at his side. The moment they reached Brynden, they saw worry etched deep in his eyes. I found no sign of a massive Lannister host near the twins, he began, dismounting with a weary grunt. But my men and I passed through villages where folk whispered of a large force rumored to be gathering south of Harrenhal. Something stirring. Possibly Tywin, possibly a vanguard under one of his generals. Hard to confirm. But the real trouble is at the twins. Robb exchanged a sharp glance with Eddard. What's happened? Brynden wiped rainwater from his brow. We encountered travelers who said Walder Frey entertains Lannister envoys as we speak. They arrived at the twins a few days ago, bearing gold and letters promising advantageous marriages for several Frey kin. Walder hasn't made a public statement, but the travelers said they saw Lannister flags outside one of the twins' towers. A low growl formed in Robb's throat. He might be planning to break faith with us entirely. Eddard fought the urge to curse. Our letter can't have reached him quickly enough. Or if it did, perhaps it didn't impress him. Did you see these envoys yourself? Brynden shook his head. No, couldn't risk revealing myself. We circled wide. But word of Lannisters at the twins spread among the local folk. Old Walder is likely stalling them the same way he stalls us. He wants the best bargain. Robb's fists clenched. Then we must move. If Walder yields them the crossing, we'll face Lannister armies from the north while we stand here in the Riverlands. Eddard laid a steadying hand on Robb's shoulder. Calmly, charging the twins in force might push Walder to side with Tywin out of spite or fear. We need a more subtle approach. Perhaps we dispatch a strong envoy, show of force, but not an army at his doorstep. Enough to remind him we are no easy mark. Brynden snorted. Walder only respects advantage. We might have to gather a larger force near his territory. Let him see that letting the Lannisters through would incur our wrath, and that our wrath is immediate, not after the war. Robb frowned, wrestling with the dilemma. Yes, a demonstration. We approach, say, within a half-day's march of the twins. We set camp, request a meeting in neutral ground. If Walder denies us or tries to slip the Lannisters across, we can react swiftly. Catelyn joined them, having overheard. Her face was drawn. We cannot provoke a siege of the twins. That crossing is too vital, and Walder might break the crossing entirely just to keep us all at bay. Eddard gently explained, we'd not besiege it, only show we're prepared. Meanwhile, we keep men here at Riverrun. Tywin might still strike from Harrenhal. We dare not empty the castle again. Robb nodded. Then we split our forces. I'll lead a detachment north toward the twins. 5,000 men, perhaps. Father can remain here with the rest, secure in case Tywin stirs from Harrenhal. We'll keep riders linking us, so if Tywin tries something, I can hurry back. Catelyn's lips parted in surprise. Robb, that's a huge risk. If Tywin moves swiftly, you might be caught between him and Walder if the old man betrays us. Robb's expression hardened, the set of his jaw reflecting an earnest determination. We can't let Walder play both sides uncontested. Without the twins, Tywin would need to march around for weeks, possibly giving us the advantage. But if Walder opens the crossing, we're lost. I have to see him face to face, if only to finalize that cursed betrothal vow. Silence settled. Eddard realized that Robb was right. Letting Walder invite Lannisters across at his leisure was unthinkable. But dividing their forces gave Tywin an opening. Precarious gamble, yet what alternative? If they all marched north, Harrenhal might fall upon Riverrun or cut them off from the south. The realm felt like a trap of swirling knives. All right, Eddard said at length. Choose your men carefully. Don't ride alone as you did to rescue us at Riverrun. Let me help pick the lords who will stand with you. Robb inclined his head in gratitude. We'll move soon, though the roads are vile from this storm. Give us 2 days to prepare. By then, we can gather enough supply wagons. If Walder tries any trick, at least we'll have the means to hold out. That settled, they disbanded the immediate gathering. Brynden's men went to find hot food, too exhausted to stand longer. Robb lingered, speaking quietly with Eddard and Catelyn. Rain dripped from the eaves overhead. In that hush, father and mother both studied their son's face. the subtle lines that responsibility had carved, the resolute spark in his eyes. He was no child. War had molded him into a leader, for better or worse. "You must be careful with Walder Frey," Catelyn said, her tone thick with motherly concern. "He's sly, and he'll sense any uncertainty. If he sees you're vulnerable, he'll press it." Robb forced a small, grim smile. "I'm learning. The Ironborn taught me the cost of underestimating cunning foes. Walder is cunning, but I have a host at my back this time. Let him see that. Maybe that alone keeps him in line." Eddard's thoughts drifted to Baelish's whisper of a rumor that Tywin was indeed showering Walder Frey with promises. That rumor seemed validated by Bryndon's news. A show of force might suffice. "But promise me, Robb, if you sense danger, you pull back. Don't let Walder box you in. He can't be trusted." "I promise," Robb said. Then he squeezed Catelyn's hand, leaning in to kiss her cheek. "Rest. Tomorrow we plan the details. I'll talk to the Great John, Ser Jason, and a few others for counsel. Then we ride north in 2 days, no matter the weather." Catelyn nodded, blinking away tears she refused to shed. "Bring an end to this, Robb. End the stalemate, or at least keep Walder from betraying us." "I'll try," he murmured. That night, Eddard found himself pacing the corridors again, the weight of each new development pressing on him. He'd regained so much. His life, his daughters, and now his son's return, and still the war refused to relent. He thought of the ancient kings in the north, men who once fought entire dynasties for dominion. They, too, must have known these sleepless nights, these webs of alliances and betrayals. Eddard prayed he could guide them through with minimal bloodshed, though that hope felt naive as soon as it sparked. He ended up in the Godswood behind Riverrun's main keep, a smaller Godswood than Winterfell's with fewer ancient trees, but it offered a measure of solitude. A single weirwood stump lay near the center, a relic of a tree cut down long ago, face lost to time. Eddard knelt there, pressing a hand to the damp earth, letting the hush calm him. Rain pattered lightly on the leaves overhead. In the gloom, he thought of the old gods, the ones he had prayed to in Winterfell's heart tree. Would they hear him here, so far from home? "Watch over us," he whispered, voice low. "Let us find a path that spares the innocent." It felt futile, but he exhaled, letting the tension drain as best he could. A rustle behind him made him turn. Arya stood at the edge of the clearing, hair slicked by drizzle, breathing a bit heavily from her steps. She glanced at him uncertainly. "Sorry, father. I didn't mean to disturb you. I just wanted some quiet, too." He beckoned her closer. She approached, arms folded, blinking away raindrops. She was so young, yet her eyes bore the memory of King's Landing's horrors, of fleeing under Yoren's protection. Eddard reached out and smoothed her damp hair. "You can always join me," he said softly. "Did you need something?" Arya shook her head. "Not exactly. I just wanted to be away from the noise. The men talk of new battles, more killing. I'm tired of hearing about who's going to die next. And Robb, he's changed so much. Taller, stronger, but also, I don't know. He feels far away, even though he's right there." Eddard understood all too well. War changes people. Robb carries the burdens of command, child. But deep down, he's still your brother who loves you. The distance you feel is just the armor he wears for the sake of leadership. Arya sighed. "I see. Do you think the war will ever end? Will we go back to Winterfell?" "I believe so," Eddard said, though his heart wavered. "We must. Winterfell is our home, and the North needs us. But first, we have to make peace or win enough battles to force the Lannisters to cease their aggression." Arya's small hands curled into fists. "I hate them, Joffrey, the Lannisters, all of it. I want to—" She trailed off, eyes shining with fierce tears. "But you said we can't be like them." Eddard rose slowly from his kneel, placing a reassuring arm around her shoulders. "Hating them for their cruelty is only natural. But hold that hate carefully, lest it burn you more than it hurts them. Channel your anger into something purposeful. Protecting the weak, defending your family, seeking justice rather than vengeance." Sirio Farrell taught you that a sword is not just for killing. It's for defending what matters. Arya gulped, nodding. I try to remember. Good. He steered her back toward the keep. Come. It's too wet to linger, and your mother will worry. We'll face tomorrow's challenges in the light of day. They left the Godswood together, father and daughter drawing comfort from the other's presence. The next morning dawned cloudy but less rainy, allowing the ground to drain slightly. Robb called a council, gathering Eddard, Catelyn, the Great John, Ser Jason Mallister, and other key lords. They spread a large map of the Riverlands across a table. Little figurines marked Riverrun, Harrenhal, the Twins, and possible roads. Another figurine sat on the map's northern edge, symbolizing Winterfell. Eddard noticed that a second figurine for the Ironborn was placed near the sea, indicating they still lurked. So many threats. Robb planted a finger on the twins. I'll take 5,000 men, half our forces, leaving the other half here under Father's command. We march straight up the main road, but not so far that Walder views it as an act of war. Once we're a half day from the twins, we camp. I send word requesting a meeting with Walder or his envoys. I confirm our alliance, the betrothal vow, and that I'll see it through once hostilities cease. Catelyn frowned. And if Walder stalls? Then we wait a short time, no more than a few days, and see how the Lannister envoys respond. If Walder tries to pass them across the river behind our backs, we'll be close enough to intervene. Robb glanced at the Great John. You'll accompany me, as your men can set up a perimeter. We can also keep outriders to watch for suspicious movement. If Tywin tries to sneak a host around, we'll catch sight of them in time. The Great John thumped his fist on the table. I will keep the crossers honest. If that old toad tries anything, we'll break down his precious gates. Eddard inhaled. But we cannot appear too threatening. Walder might panic or prefer to side with Tywin if he thinks we mean to coerce him. This is a delicate balance. Robb's jaw set. I know. That's why we'll maintain courtesy outwardly, but still show enough strength to be taken seriously. He shifted his gaze to Eddard. Will you remain here, father, or join me? I know we decided half must stay, but I value your counsel. Eddard considered the question. Part of him wanted to stand at Robb's side, ensuring no foul trick overcame him at the twins. Another part knew Riverrun needed stable leadership if Tywin attacked. They couldn't risk both of them traveling north. I'll stay, he said at last. Riverrun is strategic and the men trust me. If Tywin marches from Harrenhal, he'll find me here. I'd only ask you keep me informed of every development. Robb nodded in acceptance. Agreed. I'll leave 200 men from my personal guard here to bolster your garrison. With them and the Tully forces, you should have near 5,000 still under your command. Enough to hold if Tywin tries a direct assault. Ser Jason Mallister leaned on the table. And if Tywin sends a raven to Walder making an even sweeter deal? We can't track letters as easily as armies. Catelyn answered quietly. That's why Robb's presence is crucial. Walder will want the best advantage. Seeing Robb there, offering renewed friendship, might tip the scales. Or so we hope. Otherwise, we prepare for war with Walder, too. A grim acceptance settled over the council. They hammered out details of the supply train, how many wagons to bring, which lords would remain behind. By midday, it was decided. Robb would depart at dawn tomorrow, leading an impressive but not overwhelming column. The Great John, Lord Serwyn, several smaller northern lords, and a contingent of Tully knights would accompany him. The rest would stay at Riverrun with Eddard, Catelyn, and Ser Jason to guard against Tywin's unpredictability. That evening, the castle bustled with final preparations. Blacksmiths hammered out horseshoes, cooks salted meat for travel. Robb conferred with his chosen lords on marching order. Catelyn made sure he carried enough letters to present to Walder if needed. Eddard prowled the walls once more, quietly instructing the watch captains about new defensive plans. The air felt thick with impending movement, half the fortress seemingly poised to depart. Sansa watched from an upper window, subdued. Arya lingered near the stables, itching to see the column ride off, though she knew she would remain behind. A hush fell over the courtyard as darkness claimed the sky. Eddard found Robb in the godswood, near that same stump where Eddard often prayed. Robb stood with his head bowed, arms at his sides. Eddard approached quietly, hearing his son's voice murmuring a half-prayer to the old gods. Robb sensed him and straightened. "I was just asking for guidance," he admitted, sounding slightly self-conscious. "I'm a good soldier, father, but a marriage vow to a Frey. That's one challenge I never imagined." Eddard's mouth quirked in a sad smile. "Life seldom follows the path we expect. You do what's needed for the North, for the realm's sake, even if it's not the future you wanted." Robb nodded, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. "Some nights I dream of simpler days, chasing Bran through Winterfell's halls, hearing your stories by the hearth. But that's gone." "Not gone," Eddard said softly. "Just changed. If we succeed, the realm will know peace again, and you'll have time to build a new life, even if it means a Frey by your side." Robb exhaled, gazing at the stump. "I hope so. Tell me, do you truly believe the old gods hear us, away from the big heart trees of the North?" "I do," Eddard said, placing a hand on Robb's shoulder. "They hear us wherever a weirwood has taken root, or even once took root. The forest's memory runs deep." Robb accepted that in silence. Then he cleared his throat, turning to face Eddard fully. "I wish we had more time to speak, father, about everything, Bran's well-being, how Sansa and Arya truly fared in King's Landing. But tomorrow I ride, and soon enough I'll be at the Twins, bartering with Walder for the fate of thousands. War doesn't wait for heartfelt talks." Eddard smiled ruefully. "When this war is over, we'll have plenty of time. That is my hope. Go rest now, Robb. Tomorrow is another day of long marches." Robb gave a final glance at the weirwood stump and followed Eddard out of the godswood. They parted at the keep's entrance with a quiet nod. Eddard watched his son stride away, flanked by a pair of northern guards. In that moment, Eddard felt a raw mix of pride and fear, a father's heart refusing to let go even as he recognized that Robb was beyond needing paternal oversight. The boy was now a man, a leader, forging the realm's future with each decision. At dawn, a crisp morning greeted them. The rain had ebbed, though puddles and mud remained. Pennants bearing the direwolf flapped in a brisk wind, droplets scattering. Men gathered in the courtyard, horses stamping and snorting. The Greatjon's booming laughter rose above the snorts, as he told some tall tale to a cluster of younger knights. Robb appeared at the head of the column, eyes alert despite the early hour. Eddard and Catelyn joined him for the send-off. Arya hung back a few paces, face set with that fierce look of longing. She wanted to go to fight, but she knew better than to ask again. Sansa clutched her cloak around her, shivering as the wind whipped by. She gazed at Robb with a mixture of admiration and sadness. Robb rode forward, scanning the assembled watchers. Spotting Sansa, he nodded gently, and she attempted a smile. He found Arya and gave her a warm wink. At last, he turned to Eddard and Catelyn. "We'll be swift, or as swift as the roads allow. If Walder can be placated, we'll lock down the Twins and come back here if Tywin threatens. If the old man shows treachery," he shrugged, "we do what must be done." Eddard grasped his son's forearm, looking up at him from the ground. "Gods keep you, Robb. Remember your caution. If there's any sign Walder is plotting, do not overextend." Catelyn reached up to touch Robb's knee. "Return to us safe. The realm can't lose another Stark." Robb's lips set in a thin line, but he nodded. "I shall. Farewell." He turned and raised his voice to the gathered men. "Form ranks, we ride." A thunder of hooves followed, swirling mud as the vanguard moved out through the gates. The Greatjon rode at Robb's flank, a massive greatsword strapped across his back. Lord Serwyn and Tallheart followed close behind, their banners spattered with grime. Hundreds more riders trailed, plus wagons and footmen. It took a quarter hour for all to file out, disappearing into the morning mist. Catelyn stood with Eddard on the ramparts, watching until they vanished entirely. Sansa and Arya lingered too, silent. Eddard murmured, May the gods protect him. Though he kept his tone even, a sliver of dread tugged at him. So many unknowns, so many ways it could all unravel. The memory of Ned Stark kneeling on the steps of Baelor's September, nearly executed by Joffrey, haunted him still. That day had taught him how quickly plans could collapse. He pulled Catelyn and the girls into a gentle embrace. Then they descended from the ramparts, returning to the demands of the day. Riverrun still housed several thousand men, a fortress that must not fall. The war's next chapter had begun, with Robb heading north to outmaneuver Walder Frey and prevent a betrayal that could doom them all. Eddard intended to guard the Riverlands in his son's absence, hold strong against Tywin's potential strike. They were dividing their strength once more, but necessity left no alternative. The hours slipped by in a blur of routine tasks. Eddard checked on the storehouses, conferred with Ser Jason Lannister about fortifying certain areas of the outer wall, and wrote letters to a few lesser lords in the region, urging them to remain watchful for Lannister raiders. The weather shifted from pale gloom to a surprising burst of midday sun, stirring vapors from the muddy ground in shimmering waves. By mid-afternoon, word came that a Tully scout had glimpsed movement near Harrenhal. A train of wagons heading west, possibly supply or foraging parties. Eddard ordered a small party to investigate, led by a seasoned Tully knight. They departed swiftly. The tension persisted. War was 1,000 threads unraveling simultaneously, each day weaving new complications. That evening, as Eddard settled in the great hall to take a meager supper of turnip soup and bread, Sansa approached. She curtsied politely, though they were well past formalities. "Father, may I speak with you about something?" Eddard waved her to a seat. "Of course. Sit, child. You look pale." Sansa lowered herself, smoothing her skirts. She had grown taller, though still slender, her face newly shaped by sorrow and glimpses of hope. "I wanted to ask. Well, we see men training in the yard. Arya has her sword practice, but I feel useless. I help with the wounded, yes, and try to comfort them, but is there nothing else I can do? War is all around, and I'm just here sewing or singing." Eddard felt a pang. He recalled how Sansa once dreamed of being a queen, living in a world of courtly grace. War had shattered that dream. "Your presence has done more than you think. The men see you as a symbol of House Stark's resilience. Your kindness helps them remember what they fight for, a realm that isn't all cruelty. But if you wish to do more, we can find tasks. Lady duties, yes, but also management of supplies, caring for the orphans that come in with refugees. You could coordinate with the maester, tracking rations and distributing them fairly. That's crucial." Sansa brightened slightly. "Truly? I can do that." "Yes," Eddard said gently. "I'll speak to Maester Vyman. He'll be glad of an assistant. And you'll learn much about leadership. How to keep people fed and organized is half the battle in a siege." Her eyes sparkled with a new sense of purpose. "Thank you, Father. I would like that. Maybe when we return to Winterfell I can help there too, with the kitchens, the finances. I never paid it much mind before, but after seeing what hunger does to people." He reached across the table and took her hand briefly. "You're growing wise, Sansa. Sometimes cruelty opens our eyes to the needs of others." "Very well. I'll set it up tomorrow." She smiled, a soft, weary expression, but it lit her face in a way Eddard hadn't seen since before King's Landing. Then she rose, excusing herself to check on the wounded orphans in the keep. He watched her depart, heart heavy yet proud. War had changed them all. Perhaps that was the nature of hardship. It either broke you or made you sharper, like iron forged in flame. As the nights passed, Eddard wrote to Robb, sending ravens detailing the infiltration attempts around Harrenhal, the small skirmishes, the continuing lack of direct aggression from Tywin. He received no immediate reply. Likely Robb was still en route or dealing with Walder Frey. Time stretched, each day a rehearsal of uncertain waiting. The sky turned leaden with the threat of real winter storms, though none had yet blanketed the land in snow. A week after Robb's departure, dawn broke eerily quiet. Eddard rose, lacing his boots with practiced efficiency. He stepped outside to find the ramparts dusted with hoarfrost. The watchmen stomped their feet to keep warm. Maester Vyman, trembling in the cold, approached with a fresh letter in hand. "My lord, this arrived by Raven before sunrise. It's from the twins." Eddard's heart thudded. "Robb." "Yes, though short." Vyman passed it over. Eddard opened it hastily. "Father, we have reached a position within sight of the twins. Walder Frey's men show no sign of attacking, but they have not let us inside. They claim the Lannister envoys departed days ago, though we cannot confirm. Negotiations are tense. Walder insists on finalizing the betrothal. I will do it if it means securing his loyalty, but I have reservations. He wants me to meet him in the main hall inside the twins with minimal escort. I am wary. For now, I stall. The Great John is restless. If we see any sign of treachery, we will respond. Wish me wisdom, Robb." Eddard grimaced. Walder's demands were expected, but forcing Robb inside the twins with minimal escort was exactly the risk they had feared. He turned to the maester. "Send a response urging caution. Remind Robb not to isolate himself. If Walder insists on minimal escort, make sure the Great John or another formidable presence remains close at hand outside. He must not be cornered." Vyman bowed. "At once, my lord." Eddard took a moment to stare at the letter again, noting the tension between the lines. Robb was no fool, he knew the dangers. Yet Walder Frey was cunning, and Tywin might lurk behind the curtain. Eddard exhaled slowly, tucking the parchment away. He made a silent prayer to the old gods. Let Robb see through any trickery. Let the vow, distasteful though it was, secure the crossing. Then they could unite once more and face Tywin with a united front. He resumed his duties, meeting with Ser Jason to plan further defenses around Riverrun, ensuring the moat remained well flooded, the catapults repaired. Word arrived from one of their outrider patrols that Lannister foragers had been spotted near Fairmarket. Eddard dispatched a company to chase them off. He felt like a man bailing water from a leaking boat, aware that any larger wave might swamp them. 2 more days crawled by. Rain returned, washing the frost away, leaving the roads a slippery mess. Eddard grew restless, scanning the skies for ravens, walking the ramparts too often. Arya noticed and tried to distract him by showing off her improved sword forms, which he praised. Sansa, too, tried to keep busy with the orphans, occasionally reminding Eddard to eat or sleep. Catelyn oversaw more supply management. The men settled into a holding pattern, though tension simmered beneath the surface. Late on the 10th day since Robb left, horns blared at the north gate. Eddard hurried there, cloak flapping in the wind. Could it be Robb returning? Or dire tidings? The watchers on the wall shouted, "Riders approaching! Northern sigils!" That was promising. Eddard's pulse quickened. He descended to the courtyard as the portcullis rose. Through the swirling drizzle rode a small band of men, heavily spattered with mud, bearing the Stark direwolf banner on a single standard. Eddard scanned the riders' faces, none of them Robb. At their head was a young man in a dented helm. He looked around, eyes landing on Eddard. "My Lord Stark," the young rider said, sliding off his horse with a splatter of mud. "I come from the twins. We bear news. Lord Robb has concluded negotiations with Walder Frey. The crossing remains barred to the Lannisters. Walder claims loyalty to us." A wave of relief swept Eddard. "That's good news. But is that all?" The rider hesitated. Lord Robb also, well, the marriage vow was enacted. He took a Frey bride this morning in a private ceremony, with only a few witnesses. Lady Rosalind Frey, I believe. We left as soon as the vow was sealed. Eddard's breath caught. Married already? He knew it might happen eventually, but so soon? And Robb is safe? Safe, my lord. He's still at the twins, finalizing details, but he instructed us to assure you that Walder has bound himself to the cause. For now. A swirl of emotions took Eddard. Relief that Walder's loyalty was nominally secured. Dismay that Robb had to wed under such conditions. Hope that this prevented a worse betrayal. Catelyn arrived, hearing snatches of conversation. The rider repeated the news, and she pressed her lips together, blinking rapidly. "He's married," she murmured. "Rosalind Frey. So it's done." Eddard gave her a comforting look. Better this than Walder turning coat to Tywin, or holding Robb hostage. If this secures the crossing, Robb can bring his host back south soon, or wherever needed. She nodded, though tears glistened in her eyes. He deserved a wedding day without swords overhead. But war allows no such luxuries. The writer offered more details. The bride was said to be kind, far more so than many of her kin. Walder Frey seemed pleased by the arrangement. The Lannister envoys had left, apparently, Walder dismissing them after striking the deal with Robb. The old man extorted new concessions, some lands, certain titles, but nothing as dire as letting Tywin cross. Robb had reportedly handled it with as much grace as possible. Sir Jason Mallister, stepping up behind them, exhaled. "Well, that's a stroke of fortune for our side. The twins remain in friendly hands. Tywin will have to go around or break them by force, which is no easy feat. Meanwhile, we have time to act." Eddard realized this might be the best outcome under the circumstances. He eyed the rider. "Does Robb intend to remain at the twins much longer?" He said only a day or two to settle terms. "Then he'll ride back or possibly move against Harrenhal if you concur. He awaits your counsel but must see to Walder's demands first." A rush of fresh energy coursed through Eddard. "Thank you. Have Maester Vyman see to your horses and men. You've done well." The rider nodded gratefully, exhaustion visible in his stance. Eddard glanced at Catelyn, who breathed deeply, steadying herself. "He's safe," she repeated, as if needing to hear it again. "And married." "Yes," Eddard said. "We'll see him soon. Perhaps with the twins secure, we can turn our full attention to Tywin." They parted ways, the courtyard abuzz with the news. A wave of relief spread among the men. Walder Frey, for all his faults, was not turning traitor. The North's cause would not be flanked. Eddard took a quiet moment to collect himself, thinking of how Robb must feel, bound to a woman he barely knew. But that was the shape of war. Duty overcame desire. Eddard's own sense of duty had nearly cost him his life in King's Landing. Now it claimed Robb's marriage. If it spared thousands from the Lannister onslaught, perhaps that was price enough. Over the next 2 days, Eddard prepared for Robb's return, rousing the men to readiness. If Tywin launched an attack, they would respond with a unified force. Scouts scoured the roads near Harrenhal, reporting only minor Lannister movements. The tension did not abate, but Eddard felt renewed conviction. They had a path forward. Walder Frey's crossing was no longer an immediate threat. On the 3rd day, horns at the gate signaled another returning column. This time it was indeed Robb. He rode in with far more pomp. The Great John bellowed a bawdy greeting, men from House Serwyn, Tallheart, and Tully trailing behind. And beside Robb rode a slight young woman with dark hair, her face half hidden by a hood. That must be Rosalind Frey, Eddard realized. She looked anxious, glancing around at the bustle of Riverrun. As the party halted in the courtyard, Eddard noticed how quiet Rosalind was, though she dismounted gracefully. Robb swung down, turning to offer her a hand. Then he met Eddard's gaze with a guarded expression, as though bracing for judgment. Eddard stepped forward, giving Robb's arm a firm clasp, then turned to the girl. "Welcome to Riverrun," Eddard said gently. "I am Eddard Stark. I suppose I should call you my daughter by law now." She offered a shy curtsy, speaking softly. "It is an honor, my lord. I hope to serve House Stark well." Her voice trembled with nerves. Eddard offered a small, reassuring smile. "You and my son have taken on a heavy burden. Know that you have a place here." Robb exhaled, tension leaving his shoulders. "Father, you see how it is." Walder insisted on an immediate wedding, no time for extravagance. "So here we are." Catelyn joined them, greeting Rosalind politely. If she felt any misgivings, she hid them behind courtesy. Sansa and Arya stood nearby, uncertain how to address this new sister-in-law. Rosalind offered a timid smile, clearly overwhelmed. The Great John cut in with boisterous congratulations. which drew a half-smile from Robb, though Eddard sensed his son's turmoil beneath the surface. This bride was a stranger to him, a means to an end. War gave them no choice. They retired inside, leaving subcommanders to see the baggage and men properly quartered. In the same solar where so many councils had been held, Eddard sat across from Robb, Catelyn by his side, while Rosalind lingered quietly to one side, hands clasped. A simple meal of bread and mutton stew was laid out, though no one showed much appetite. Robb took a breath. "It's done," he said. "Walder has sworn anew to bar the Lannisters from crossing. He demanded a few more trifles, a small hamlet near the Green Fork, titles for some of his brood. None too ruinous. The vow is sealed by marriage. Rosalind is kind." He glanced at her with an apologetic smile. "I mean that sincerely." She managed a nod, cheeks coloring. "I hope to bring no trouble, my lord." Eddard studied her closely. She had a softness in her eyes, a gentle aspect that contrasted sharply with the cunning of her father. "We do not blame you for your father's deeds," Eddard said. "You are one of us now. War has made all alliances complicated." Catelyn gave a courteous bow of her head. "I am Catelyn Tully, Robb's mother. This is not the wedding any of us dreamed of, but we will support you as family. Are you comfortable? I can arrange quarters for you separately, if that pleases you. Or we can see if there's space near Robb." Rosalind's blush deepened, but she forced a small, brave smile. I will of course be near my husband, if that's acceptable. It's also new. I've never been beyond the twins." Robb cleared his throat. "We'll figure it out, mother. For now, perhaps let her rest. The journey was long and wet. Then tomorrow, we can hold a small feast to welcome her." Catelyn nodded, rising. "I'll see to a room. Sansa can help?" "Yes." She beckoned to where Sansa hovered near the door. Sansa hurried forward, offering a polite curtsy to Rosalind. They walked out together, leaving Eddard, Robb, and Arya behind. Arya fiddled with the hilt of her wooden practice sword, uncertain how to address her newly wed brother. Robb gestured for Arya to sit, but she shook her head. "I just wanted to say welcome back," she said awkwardly. "And sorry about the wedding." Her frankness made Eddard wince, but Robb just huffed a laugh. "It's all right, little sister," Robb said softly. "I did what I had to. At least Walder didn't betray me mid-ceremony." Arya nodded, then retreated, sensing it was an adult conversation. When she was gone, Eddard leaned forward. "You've done well, Robb. The cost is high, but you likely saved the entire realm from a Lannister incursion at the twins." Robb rubbed his temples. "I know, but it gnaws at me. Rosalind. She's not to blame, yet I can't help feeling like we're strangers forced to share a bed." He sighed. "No matter. Walder is content for now." Eddard pressed his lips into a flat line. "So the crossing is ours. We should plan our next move. Tywin still lurks, possibly at Harrenhal. If we muster all our strength, we might pin him down or harry him until he sues for peace. The realm cannot endure infinite war." Robb nodded, summoning a measure of resolve. "Yes, let's gather the lords tomorrow. We have near 10,000 men total, if we add your forces to mine. Harrenhal might be too big to take by storm, but we can draw Tywin out or blockade him from the west. If we succeed, maybe we can force a real negotiation, or push on to the west, threaten Lannisport even." They spoke late into the evening, lit by a single lamp. Servants occasionally came to refill their cups, but neither father nor son drank much. They weighed strategies, potential supply lines, how best to coordinate if the Ironborn threatened the north again. It was a tangle of complexities, yet Eddard felt a flicker of hope. The largest impediment, Walder Frey's treachery, had been averted. Now they could face Tywin from a position of greater unity. At last, Robb yawned, rising from his seat. "I should go. Rosalind waits." He paused. "Father, thank you. For guiding me, for trusting me to do what's necessary. I hope we see an end to this soon." Eddard stood, placed a hand on Robb's shoulder. "I trust you. The men believe in the young wolf. Let's see this done so we can rebuild the realm." Robb nodded, departing with a tired but determined expression. Eddard remained, tidying the scattered parchments on the table. The lamp flame flickered, casting long shadows across the floor. Outside the window, the night sky was pitch black, no moon visible through the lingering clouds. The hush brought back memories. Images of King's Landing, the Red Keep, the false smile of Joffrey Baratheon. So much had changed, yet the war had ground on. He left the solar and climbed to the ramparts. A pair of guards recognized him, stepping aside with murmured greetings. Leaning on the wet stone, Eddard gazed out across the river. Reflections of torchlight rippled on the dark surface. Far beyond the horizon lay Harrenhal, and beyond that, the uncertain territory of Tywin Lannister's domain. Eddard tried to picture the final shape of peace. Would Stannis re-emerge? Would the Tyrells break away from Joffrey? Would the North choose independence? And what of the White Walkers rumored beyond the wall, that Castle Black's ravens had warned him of? He closed his eyes, letting the wind tousle his hair. One battle at a time. Walder Frey's compliance was a crucial step. Now they must focus on Tywin, whittle away his advantage, force him to yield or risk his entire house's destruction. Eddard exhaled a misty breath into the dark. War never truly ended cleanly. New seeds of conflict often took root. But if they could at least keep the family safe, spare the North from further bloodshed, that might be enough. Let future generations shape a better realm. A soft footstep behind him made him turn. Catelyn approached, wrapping a cloak tight around her shoulders. She joined him at the parapet, following his gaze across the water. "He's married," she whispered. "Our son barely a man, and so many burdens on him. We carry them with him," Eddard said quietly, slipping an arm around her. "He is not alone." Catelyn nodded. "No, but sometimes, Ned, I fear the weight will crush us all." Her voice caught. "Did I fail him somehow, letting him marry a girl he barely knows just to gain a crossing? This world is so cruel." He pressed a kiss to her temple. "We do what we must to protect the living. War spares no illusions. Rosalind might be a decent girl." She looked frightened but not unkind. Catelyn wiped at her eyes. "Yes, I hope so. This alliance might save thousands. That must be worth the price." They stood there, two weary souls in a battered fortress, the wind hinting at the chill of the coming winter. Overhead, clouds churned. The future lay shrouded. But for the moment, at least, they had kept the wolves at bay. Walder Frey's crossing was secured, Robb was safe, and they held a strong position in the Riverlands. Tomorrow they would plan how to face Tywin. The war ground on, uncertain and deadly, yet Eddard Stark remained. He clung to the second chance fate had granted him, the life he nearly lost on the steps of Baelor September, and vowed not to waste it. The North remembered, and so would the realm, when at last the direwolf rose victorious or fell in honorable battle. He would see it through, for his family and for the hope that beyond the storms of war, a gentler season might someday dawn.